If you improve your body, if you improve your physical health, it'll improve your mental health. And that's what we have seen many, many times. And also, people think that, oh, this drug works only to this part of the body. No, it works everywhere. It'll have sometimes devastating effects. This kind of therapy will work for depression. We've seen that in stroke patients. When people have heart attack and stroke, they go into depression right after that. And that's a very well-known fact. But how do you flip it? How can you take, the physical body as you're healing and improve that depression? And this thing works for that. I agree, totally. Great question. Yes, there's a question here. Thank you.
Hi, this is Sarang. So very interesting topic because autism is growing, like you're saying. I think more it is of people are getting detected now versus the past, right? So your approach is very interesting. Just wanted to understand. So I just checked your website. Other than the robotics part, the other 3 parts that you have, can this be like this? Service be provided online so that it can reach a wider audience right away rather than bringing some machine in one place? Because virtual reality, I guess, can be done, gaming can be done, exercise can be done all online.
Yes, everything can be done online. Very good point. How do you get a low-functioning person to do vigorous exercise through online? Exercise is the key, right? Yeah, okay, you can go play soccer, you can go lift weights, you can do that. But how do you motivate a person? It's almost impossible. They maybe 1%, 2% may be able to do it. But these are people that you need 2 people to go along with them if you want to go to the park. Because you don't know, they might run away, they might hit somebody, or they may not want to move, right? How do you motivate those people? So you need a physical thing, a physical space. Sure, maybe once they get into the program, and we don't know that it might be possible to do online. And the same question people ask, why can't they go to a regular gym and do the workouts? You need a specially trained person who can deal with people with autism. You need a special equipment because you don't want them hurting themselves. You need a special place because you cannot just leave them in the crowd to fend for themselves. So it is a very, very complex problem, and it needs a specific place. We tried that. So my daughter goes through 5 different programs right now before the machine, 5 different programs, 5 different special coaches that deal with autism, because you need to understand those people. It's a very different population. Yes, I hear question. Definitely, there is a way. And that's what we want to do. So in our initial study, we wanted to see, will they use it? Will they enjoy it? Enjoyment is a big factor. That's what makes it sticky. How do you make people enjoy exercise that you cannot communicate with, that cannot tell you what they're feeling, right? You have to make them sticky. But once you do that, so we have measures for anxiety, we have measures for aggressive behaviors, we have measures for sleep. Sleep is very important. And we have measures for focus. These are the 4 things that we'll be measuring in our next study. So we have a connection at Stanford University that they are interested in this. And when we bring the machine here, set it up, we'll be recruiting patients for that study. And that will tell us, give us definitive outcomes data.
I see. Do you have any initial numbers, like
No.
of the 9 people?
No, I don't have, because we did only a small study with 9 patients. The initial numbers we have is for how much fun is it? And the score, based on the person's level of communication, the caregivers also rated it. How much did he enjoy, or did she enjoy? And it was 9.3 average score out of 10. That means that, and everybody wanted to come back for more sessions. But we only ran it for a week, so we could not. But that shows that, okay, they are enjoying it. They can sit on the machine. They don't mind putting on VR goggles. And here's the key thing. How do you teach a lower functioning autistic person how to play the game? They have to learn by themselves. I mean, they're putting on headphones, goggles, and then they have to figure it out. So the game has to be so intuitive and so sticky that they have to learn. And every one of them learned within 3 minutes on how, it became so intuitive. And most of them have never worn a VR goggle or played a video game in a VR setting. So that's how it works. Okay, looks like there are no more questions. Thank you very much. And the website is Sirica TX.
There was one more question.
Please check it out.
One more question or no?
Oh,
No, sorry, we gotta move on. If you guys can catch up, so hopefully Yuli will stick around, and we will.
thank you.
And you can catch up with Yuli around the event. Okay, next up, yes, we have our first Fireside chat coming up. So, Ram, yes, you are up with Nitin. So come on up and join the stage. Eric, can you make sure their mics? Okay, we got to bring the mics up because I have the. Let's let you guys sit right in the middle there, and you should have a mic on each chair.
If no one,
We're going to make those hot.
Ram, do you want to go? I'll stand if it's okay. 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 Let me grab.
Maybe stand in front of the chairs. Did somebody hand you that wireless? Can I grab that back? So we have that out here, and then we have a wired. But yes, you can stand.
You know what? So hi. Thanks for the opportunity to speak here. So I want to do a quick introduction of where I come from and where Nitin comes from. Is that any better? Awesome. So I'm going to briefly introduce myself and then Nitin. So my name is Ram Bulusu. I'm an old man. I'm a 35-year veteran of the healthcare industry, Glaxo, Novartis, Johnson & Johnson, more recently Sanofi, where I'm still serving as the head of AI and digital operations technology. I'm in the process of coming out, and instead of retiring like a normal person, I saw that there's a big gap between the GenAI tools being offered by leaders like Google and Microsoft and what GenAI needs healthcare has. And I was at the front lines of that. I was in charge of creating a roadmap and deploying a roadmap for Sanofi, where for their $4 billion rare disease business, to reduce errors, headcount, costs, as well as drive speed of drug discovery using GenAI. What I found was that a majority of the tools that are being offered, whether it's Copilot or Gemini or Anthropic, they were simply not understanding the language and process of healthcare. When we fed Copilot some of our standard operating procedures that we use in pharmaceutical, manufacturing, for quality control, Copilot understood less than 26% of it. So it started to become a big challenge where the promise is so high. Even our CEO, Paul Hudson, went out and said, we're going to be the first global pharma company that's going to supercharge drug discovery using GenAI. But the disappointment was so high, so I started thinking, how do I help address this? And I started reaching out to leaders like Nitin, who was with Google, now with Microsoft in the GenAI space. And I started asking the questions, how do we get the tools that you have that healthcare desperately needs in such a way that they're plug-and-play tools? How can you train those tools in such a way that I, as a pharmaceutical person, can plug it in, it can understand my processes and give me results? On top of this, I've already had my partner in the finance function asking me if we can knock $25 million a year off on operating expenses by using GenAI. So I found two things. One, healthcare was struggling across the industry to leverage GenAI. But the good news was, every time I reached out to Google or Microsoft, they welcomed input. Tell us how we can serve you better. How can we make a product better for you? That's kind of where I'm coming from. And I found the gap big enough that I almost have no choice but to create a startup, Warp9 AI. My goal is to bring together what healthcare needs are, what big tech is putting out there, and create a match and deliver on hard use cases across finance, operations, quality control, learning and development, drug discovery, you name it, any of the processes we use in pharma and biotech. That's where I'm coming from. Nitin?
Thank you so much, Ram, and hello, everyone. Thank you so much, AI5, for the opportunity. I'm Nitin. Currently, just like Ram mentioned, I'm at Microsoft, leading a team of our product managers, primarily leading the strategy that how the co-pilot will look like for marketing technologies. Previously, I was with Google, leading healthcare life sciences vertical for AI services team. This particular healthcare or AI in healthcare, or now these days GenAI in healthcare, is very close to my heart. That, okay, hey, we worked across multiple domains. Whenever we say healthcare, most of the times we started thinking about primarily on drug discovery side, or you can start talking about patient health management side, sometimes population health management side. But when we talk about these healthcare life sciences, multiple verticals, multiple pillars started coming to the picture. Either we're talking about supply chain, we're talking about operations, we're talking about even documents, processing, contracts. So a lot of opportunities currently exist, and definitely really excited to have that discussion that, okay, hey, how this kind of a collaboration on healthcare or life sciences, it's working with a big tech. So thank you so much.
So if I look at what is in the news, what's in the public domain, there's a lot of talk about we're going to supercharge finding cancer cures. We're going to supercharge finding Parkinson's disease cures. AI is going to change everything. And it's good to have that type of energy. But if you look at today, what has healthcare actually done to accelerate drug discovery by using GenAI? Many companies are signing deals with ChatGPT, for instance, OpenAI for ChatGPT, including Sanofi. And we have said our goal is to accelerate drug discovery. But in reality, what's happening so far is that ChatGPT 4 is being used to try to find more patients for clinical trials faster. No offense to anybody, but so far it's not been very successful. So there is a gap right now between what healthcare needs and what big tech is putting out, and there's a need for a better collaboration. The question is, how do we drive that? And Nitin and other leaders from Google, what they're explaining to me is, my challenge to them was, why can't you hire healthcare professionals into your organizations and have them do some really focused use case-based design prompt engineering so that your GenAI tools can directly solve my problems where I can plug and play. And it took me a long time to understand that. What I'm learning from leaders like Nitin is it's difficult for a big tech company to monetize the investment in healthcare in their tools. Maybe Nitin can explain that better than I can, if you want to.
Sure, Ram. I think that's always what I should say, cat and a mouse game. So you will started seeing, and I think it's very normal these days, even if talking about Microsoft, talking about Google, even like Amazon, all those kind of a big techs, even NVIDIA when they launched Nemo. A lot of healthcare professionals coming from like MD's degrees on that particular side, even like some professional doctors, they started coming in, started suggesting those kind of a collaboration that how to get the data. So some of the initial successes that we started getting on the medical imaging side, that okay, hey, how to certainly not detect, but certainly say that, okay, classify or stack rank the medical imaging we're getting for breast cancer. We're talking about mammography and so on and so forth. A lot of challenges comes on the data side. Most of the hospitals, we're talking about the institutes, they own that particular data, and it becomes really hard to forge up that partnerships that, okay, what kind of a collaboration will look like. Microsoft Research, recently we launched one of the largest data set that we scraped out from the PubMed that provides you a text to images connection data, so that you will be able to train your models on Lava, LLAVA, like just like Llama. Lava is like another model for multimodality on generative AI that is being built with that kind of a collaboration. Even like at a Microsoft, we forged partnership with Providence and few other places where you will started seeing those very much focused implementation. But when you're talking about this end-to-end process, we're talking about like medical imaging, we're talking about just like we say, hey, even like creating a very simple data, like a data layer to connect different protocols, HLV7 or FHIR and so on and so forth. Even if we talk about the drug trials, we say that, okay, how to define the design, the experiment design to identify the right target audience for that particular trial. That takes like a huge process. It takes a lot of efforts. It takes a lot of steps to one by one to build those models, to generate the value, going for an FDA approvals. So it's a cumbersome process. Sometimes it falls into the cracks that, okay, hey, who will be the right responsible layer, and having the right talent and as well as the right capabilities for that particular space to hope on. But definitely we have seen a very huge incremental gains over a period of a time, primarily from the big tech space with dedicated AI ML based models in healthcare.
That's great information. And you know, at the end of the day, whether it's big tech or healthcare, we're in the business of generating profits. But when you talk about healthcare, it's not one big bucket, right? So there is 4 buckets in it. Essentially, you've got your payers, so the insurance companies, Medicare, Medicaid as well. You've got the providers, the healthcare providers, clinics, doctors, dentists, et cetera. Then you've got the producers like pharma and biotech companies. Then you have the CDMOs, contract drug manufacturing organizations, and CROs. AI has certainly penetrated the insurance industry, the payer space. Most recently with United Healthcare using AI to speed up the process by which they process claims for patients. Unfortunately, the results have not been very positive. Those tools have been used to deny claims rather than process them faster. But to Nitin's point, when it comes to healthcare, there are the 3 A's, right? Affordability, accessibility, and availability. If I want to send my x-rays from the clinic to my doctor to have it read, sometimes it may take 2 or 3 days, but now I'm finding out if I go to a clinic, get my x-ray taken, that digital image can get sent to some place in Bangalore where they can read it overnight and get the results back to me in a day. GE Healthcare is making great progress in that space. So in the provider space, there's been some opportunity. And during COVID, we found that remote healthcare engagement has become a really positive thing, something we didn't use in the past. We could meet your doctor through your remote portal. There are technologies being worked on as we speak where your body parameters can get fed into the video meeting you're having with your provider, and the end result will be you can get a diagnosis with relative accuracy without actually going into the hospital if there's none nearby you, or there's a weather pattern or something that's causing you not to be able to go. Those are promising areas where there is definitely progress. When it comes to the other end of the healthcare spectrum, the contract drug manufacturing organizations, in the past, every healthcare company wanted to reduce the cost of production of their drugs and injections and such, so they started outsourcing overseas. Cheapest way to do it. And outsourcing caused massive quality problems and consent decrees and other things that you don't want, contamination in your drugs. So the contract drug manufacturing organizations like the Lonzas and Charles River Labs, they are looking at using generative AI to reduce errors in the manufacturing floor, increase the product yield, increase cellular output for biologics products. So that's working very well. That leaves the big pharma companies and biotech companies where we're the producers. So we still see a gap, again, in the effectiveness of the GenAI tools being provided. The question is, who's going to make the investment for the last mile between what big tech is putting out there, what my finance person needs to lay off half their staff and do automated financial analysis for Wall Street? How about getting rid of half of the quality control stability department and using GenAI, maybe Copilot, to review the Excel sheets and give a summary? Those are pressing needs. The fallout from that can potentially be that you're going to have cutbacks in staffing. So when my healthcare pals ask me, should I be worried that GenAI will take my job? Is it true that we won't have a job in 10 years because of GenAI? So I can't predict the future any better than you can, but what I believe is, if you refuse to engage in GenAI technology, if you stay away from it and don't learn how to use it, 10 years from now, you'll find yourself as a less desirable employee for the simple reason that you don't know how to use a technology that's going to be ubiquitous everywhere. The negative aspect of it is that, like I've said multiple times, there's a gap between what healthcare needs, what big tech is putting out. The positive, however, is when I tested Copilot 7 months ago by feeding it manufacturing procedures, it couldn't understand it. When I tested it 2 weeks ago, its understanding went from 25 to 75% in a first run. It was able to pick up what's filter positioning, what's operating parameters, what's environmental controls. So these tools are learning very fast. We are barely in GenAI 1.0. I bet you by this time next year we'll be in GenAI 2.0, and I expect the tools to be much smarter. One other area I want to touch on where most companies, not just healthcare, spend a lot of money is industrial coding. People say that GenAI can do coding, and yes, it can. But the coding they're talking about is maybe Java and Python and those sorts of things. The code that runs the entire world that nobody sees is real-time industrial code, the code that runs your machines, the programmer logic controllers, distributed control systems, manufacturing execution systems. When I tried to feed questions and prompts into Copilot and Claude from Anthropic, around, can you write me a code for a bioreactor cleaning cycle for this size, this temperature? The first time it had no idea what I was talking about. Now when I went back to work with some of the people in Google in the AI function, and they had me actually challenge their tools live, creating prompts. So I asked a prompt to say, tell me how you would create an Allen Bradley PLC ladder logic code for a bioreactor cleaning cycle with these parameters. I was so pleasantly surprised, it came back with an 80% accuracy. So these tools are learning very fast, and it's a matter of time before they get even smarter. I see roles like design prompt engineering increasing, and certainly I'm putting myself in a role where I'm interfacing between healthcare and big tech and trying to bridge the gap so we have tools that can be readily implemented in the healthcare space. So that's what I wanted to share. Any questions?
We'll bring you over a mic here. Raise your hand. Who was that? I'm here. Okay. And who started speaking? Hey, Jess, you want to run the mic?
Yeah. Let's go. All right. Say your name.
Anyhow, yeah, I might have several questions, but I just pose one. Did you ask the patients with their approval to use the data? Second is the security. You know, the 23andMe and others had break-ins with kind of very bad effects. I mean, you're posing yourself into a great, or you might have some risk factors that you didn't think about in the first place.
That's a good question. So whenever we talk about AI, security and AI always come into the picture. We typically split security at a multiple level. The first level we call it as is the data level. The data that you're ingesting, is that secure or not? Is that encoded or not? Who will be having access to that data? If you are actually, for an example, as a large healthcare company are coming up with your data, is that data is alone being with you, or it can be shared? The second set of a security that will be coming on, that will be at the model level. The model that you're getting trained, do you see any kind of a leakages or not? Is it getting biased or not? Or what kind of an output that it is generating? What kind of a feedback loop that you're generating as a part of it? Any chances for prompt injections or not? That who will be having access to that model? Who can influence the behavior of that model? And so on and so forth. And finally, and little bit on the responsible AI side. And finally, when we say that, okay, hey, the security level will be coming at a system design level. So that's a third set. When you say, for an example, any kind of a DDoS attack that can happen to your models or not, how much robust it will be. What if like there's a fallback plan, if you're using your models in some critical applications for the patient health management and so on and so forth, will it be available that point of a time whenever you need it or not? So the security will be coming at a different sections. If you split that thing that, okay, how the technology is thinking it through, whenever you think about these kind of products, most of these products, we're talking about like BioGPT, talking about like MedLLM, we're talking about, for example, PubMed, Bird that came out recently from Microsoft as well. They are mostly HIPAA compliant, where they say that, okay, they have a certain set of a high-level guidelines they are already following. It's very much robust. It's very much tested at all the 3 levels to design it. Definitely that, okay, this field is evolving. Security always comes with an aspect that, okay, who is trying to breach it? And those kind of methodologies are also getting ramped up. AI is not just enhancing and improving the security, it's also providing a tools and technique who is trying to break that security of an existing ecosystem. So it's always that it's going to be that, okay, hey, like who is going to catch first and who is going to be like going from one branch to another branch. But right now, if we talk about like a lot of these products, they are very much secure. Data is very much contained. It's not getting leaked across. If you're saying is that, okay, I'm tuning your model, it's creating a dedicated layer that will be secured and stored in your environment. If you want to delete it, and in case nobody has seen anything around it. So yes, this particular aspect, you're absolutely right, it will keep evolving and keep changing over a period of a time. But right now, if you talk about me, like on my personal note, I am very much confident that, okay, yes, it's getting secure and we're in a good phase.
So if I could add one thing to that, what I found was that when I engaged with cybersecurity folks in Sanofi and elsewhere and said, is our cybersecurity system capable of preventing breaches caused by somebody misusing GenAI? I got blank stares. What I learned was that we use, say in Sanofi, Copilot, which is a Microsoft product. If a bad actor were to use Copilot to attempt to breach our systems, what we found when we did a test was that our cybersecurity features didn't stop that because they thought, okay, you're Copilot, you're Microsoft, we're a Microsoft shop, come on in. That's a pretty significant risk, which is kind of where I got involved as a board director for this company called AlertAI. It was formed by a bunch of people from Cisco and Palo Alto Networks. What they found was when there's a need for a cybersecurity tool that can watch the Copilot and other GenAI tools, and if they have any hallucinations or they're doing something they shouldn't, they would throw up an alert. It was a surprisingly big market for it, so they have a pretty cool tool. It's the first of many that's going to come in. So recently there was a case in Malaysia of an individual getting a call from, of all things, a dating service saying, sir, we have matched you with these 3 beautiful women. It's like, what are you talking about? Oh, to your profile. What profile? This individual had stored his family videos and pictures and greeting cards on a publicly hosted photo sharing service. Now, bad actors who hacked into that have access to their image, their voice, and their movement and features. It's terrifying to know what a bad actor can do with access to that type of data using GenAI avatars. So I expect the cybersecurity companies, the big guys like Palo Alto Networks, Cisco, to step up their efforts to defend us from bad actors using GenAI. These are new threats.
Okay. Any questions? Because I have one if no one has one. Anyone? All right, great. So, one quick question, right? So, Ram mentioned that the healthcare industry, is talking or collaborating less with hospitals and focusing more on insurance companies. So, what do we think about interviewing nurses and people who work at hospitals and long-term care facilities to make sure we get the good care that we need as nurses and as hopefully as patients, right? Or hopefully not. And making sure that our quality of care is good rather than focusing on insurance claims, which nurses and other types of providers can actually review and decide that for themselves based on the medical information and what the patient is reporting.
Yeah, so again, tying your question back to what a tool like GenAI can do for that, certainly I would look at hospitals to be able to use generative AI tools to capture in real time the interaction between the patients and the direct care providers. That's one step. And the other step is to be able to act on what we find out. So it's not just saying, okay, this insurance claim covers you to go to this particular hospital, great. What was your standard of care, what the care met? That's what I would think, but
It's already happening. So if you're talking about, for an example, in those use cases like a patient care management, even if you talk about like a clinician experiences, AI has been deployed at multiple places. The point is that, okay, at what level do you want to support those kind of workflows? For an example, as a patient, if I'm going to a physician can actually listen to me. AI can actually just automatically translate it, give me some sort of recommendations. Those systems actually came live, but depending upon that, okay, what kind of regulatory measures you need to go through it, you need to define it. To give you an example, Apollo is one of the largest hospital chain in India. They deployed this particular system in form of a way that it can actually predict, based on your symptoms, that what will be the next best action. You won't see that kind of a system right now in United States to be implemented because of some obvious reasons that I'm not going to do that compliance and regulations thing, but it's already active in India because of, just like Ram mentioned about affordability and availability. People are using it. More than, I think, 100 million people has already used it in India for those kind of a case where you can say, hey, my profile is already attached, some of my medical imaging reports are already attached, some of my biomarkers, they already got the data with, my vital information is with you as well, not. And as a chatbot, you can have a conversation and it will recommend that, okay, hey, can you go some out of the over-the-counter medications or going for a particular hospital? So definitely the AI is going into that particular track, but it will be happening with three key things. First thing is about the trust. Like, who will be trusting that system? As a patient, are you trusting it? As a clinician, are you trusting it? As a hospital, are you trusting it or not? The second thing is that, okay, what will be the value will it be adding? The value will be again attached to the trust, but value means at how many times that it's actually right, providing the right recommendations. And the third thing is just say it's the affordability, that how much affordable and at what point of time it's available.
Someone had a question? Oh, here we go, Yep.
I like all the 3 points that you mentioned. Sure. So I do have a question in addition to the 3 points that you mentioned, Nitin. So you talked about accuracy of these predictions. There are several general symptoms, specific symptoms, secondary symptoms, a whole host of things. I come from the healthcare background. So given that, how do you measure accuracy? Who is responsible for monitoring which is accurate, which is not accurate? Is there a monitoring body? Because Apollo, as I understand, is like a kingdom of its own.
That's the point, that, okay, hey, what's the trust that you're generating with those systems? Whenever you're building these kind of an AI system, it goes through its dedicated set of research and as well as evaluation. That's why a field called as interpretability or explainability AI came into the picture. Whenever you're training a model on generating any kind of outputs or predictions, it actually gives you a local and as well as a global explanation that, okay, hey, why this particular model is generating these kind of outputs. That's why we call it as that, okay, these systems will not be automated. These systems will only act as their assistive systems to the physicians who will be actually, end the day, accountable for the decision making, and they will be supporting them for that, so that till the point we reach to a point that, okay, hey, we can trust them. It again ties back to the availability, just like Ram mentioned. Why that system actually worked for Apollo? Because in India, we don't have that kind of a care or any kind of a care available to a very large segment of people altogether. So in that case, it's better than nothing or something like that. So it always comes with that, okay, what kind of a trade-offs that you will be making. But over a period of a time, right now I cannot say that, okay, hey, these things will be automated. You will be getting like an AI doctor that will be diagnosing or pre-diagnosing your diseases, and you will be automatically taking any action. We are far from it, but it can be act as a good assistive tools. Around like any, what do you think?
That's fantastic. I think one future we're going to see as I engage in the startup ecosystem, there are already a couple of startups working on what's called an e-therapist, electronic therapist. If you have a psychological problem, if you can't access your therapist, you log on to the portal and the electronic face will actually talk to you and try to absorb your parameters and your behavior signals and be able to recommend what you can do next. It's not FDA approved, it's nowhere near final stage. We're going to see more of that, and it's double-edged sword, right? If it works, it's fantastic, but you could also have a negative output. I want to ask a quick question. How many of you feel that you have got the benefit promised from generative AI through your own use this year? Hold up your hands. Fantastic. I would say majority of the people feel they have not got the value yet. What ideas would you have for big tech? What can they do better for us?
Yeah, so we were talking about providers and like the code, analyzing it or regulating or monitoring it. It actually should be the healthcare team, whoever that person is. Those should be the ones deciding whether the information is accurate or not. Because they can actually check and verify whether that, whatever information they're trying to assess, whether it's a dimensions of a wound, it's accurate. That the machine is measuring, or the code, or the insurance rate denial is really valid. So those should be the people who are really validating, determining whether it's accurate or not.
Well, that's a great point. Today, if the doctor measures your blood pressure using a blood pressure meter, he trusts it and you trust it. It's going to get to a point where you're going to have electronic therapists saying such and such is your symptoms, and we're going to trust it. It'll take a long time to get there. I think we're almost at the end of our time. And if you have any questions, feel free to look me up on LinkedIn or Nitin on LinkedIn and send us over notes.
And hopefully you'll both be hanging out for a little bit today and having some snacks and refreshments. And any last words to wrap up the fireside?
Thank you so much, and future is exciting.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody, big hand. We finally have the live stream's been up for a little while, so if you have people that you need to give them a link. Everybody should have received one in a Luma announcement, and you just go to the aifi.io page and you can see the live stream. We'll also have the recordings available after the event. Next up, we have Angelina Kayabyab. Come on, let's take the stage, and we'll give you the clicker for your presentations. And I can give you a wireless mic to run. Okay, so let's find the clicker first. And then when you see your presentation come up here, then down is forward. Down is forward. Okay. Yes. And once you start introducing yourself, I'll switch over.
All right, sounds good. Sounds good. Hi, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to hear us speak. Really appreciate it. And I'm Angelina Kayabyab. I am originally from the San Francisco Bay Area here. I actually commuted from San Jose today. And I am particularly excited to discuss about early disease detection and the impacts of health data and business analytics. So my background and what intrigues me into this space is because I'm in a family of nurses, medical doctors, and public health experts. I was intrigued by this when my dad died when I was 5. He died from lung disease, and it was due to his job as an occupational worker. He was an engineer, a very hardworking engineer in San Jose, and I believe that the disease could be prevented through early measurement programs. And with my mom used to be an executive in San Jose's hospitals, and she's a registered nurse. And I'm fortunate that my mom is alive today, and yesterday was actually her birthday. We celebrated last night, and I'm so grateful that she's still with us. Because unfortunately, if it wasn't for early disease detection for my mom, she would have not been here with us last week. My mom suffers from heart disease, even though she's working right now in the hospital, and I really owe everything I'm doing to the people in the community of San Jose, San Francisco, the General Bay Area, and to the people who have helped me throughout my life. So, what I'm going to discuss today is the early detection disease, the product and the services itself, the financial impacts that come with it based on my experiences. So I used to do consulting for big biotech companies such as Genentech, Beckman Coulter Diagnostics, Ultragenyx, and a handful of biotech startups. I was also a part of the Nucleate Bay Area biotech scene. I was an accelerator participant. I am now in stealth mode, although I am looking for further full-time opportunities in the biotech space. So that's just based on the financial impact. And last but not least, ethical considerations. So to get started here, the fun part is that I'm going to discuss how AI can leverage the healthcare technologies that we have today. So these are the 4 basic principles that I noticed from both the corporate end and the academic side for academic researchers. Very interdisciplinary team of master's degrees people with bachelor's, PhDs, MDs, even JDs. And we touched upon EHRs, which stands for electronic health records. And for utilizing AI, we implemented natural language processing systems, and we used this through sepsis methods and biostatistical programming, such as advanced R and Python. And we make sure that the patient outcomes are optimal. So in hospitals, EHR is, if you're a clinician, you're already aware that EHRs is used for the patient's information, and that helps a lot for streamlining and optimizing data to be more efficient and faster in its process. As for genetic data, I worked with this with my colleague who is now a PhD candidate here at UCSF, and he came up with a nanopore sequencing method for translating DNA and RNA to read biological information to detect early stage diseases such as cancer, genetic diseases in general, and respiratory diseases. Now, as for diagnostic imaging and lab results, when I was in the earlier stages of my career, I used to work for a hospital in the oncology floor in San Jose. And we utilized the early stages of machine learning before it became this big marketing term. Now that Silicon Valley uses AI, it was already implemented in healthcare. But at the time, the processing was not advanced as it is now. So this is a really strong opportunity to enhance diagnostic imaging in hospitals and outside of hospitals. It's also useful for lab results, for optimizing accurate results, and patient-recorded outcomes. So even outside of health facilities, patients can report their own abnormalities. For instance, I have an Apple Watch right here, and I use vitals as a way to help me prevent myself from experiencing asthma attacks as I go on runs. So it's really useful to track respiratory rates, heart rates, and blood pressure. Now, as for population health outcomes, it's been statistically proven that the data has shown that early detection from the methodologies that I touched on the previous slide helps with a 5-year survival rate. Now, this means that people are more likely to survive longer if they do population and preventive health measures. This is before getting treated. This means maintaining your social, mental, and healthy well-being. Even if you're not privileged enough to be able-bodied, for instance, there are people who are disabled physically, and there are people who have invisible disabilities. It's really smart to keep them in mind. As health changes over time, these people should not be excluded from being treated of the same respect. And this can also lead to the outcome of improved productivity. For instance, in the workplace, more workers are going to be motivated, and for their own personal health, it's going to be beneficial for the long term. This can also lead to lower insurance premiums, which can make it more optimizable to ensure that people have access to a healthier quality of life and lower costs. Now, as for the financial impact, I talked to venture capitalists from Y Combinator and the big biotech companies I used to consult for, as well as people who are in the hospital themselves, and they do see opportunities in these products and services by an increased reduction in false positives with early disease and diagnostics and improved detection rates for each infectious disease, as well as a faster interpretation rate of what someone is diagnosed with at an earlier stage. And if we want to talk about business, this has a really strong investment in ROI, and in the business world, of course, ROI means return on investment. We want to make sure we get the profits back in what we invest in. So for Series A, in the early stage methods, it's been consulted with me and other entrepreneurs that Series A is usually within 20,000 to 30,000 to ensure that the product and the service is sashable within at least 1 to 3 years. And if you want to escalate it to Series B, which is what me and my other co-founder are doing, we are in the stage of $80,000 to $200,000 from venture capitalists themselves to on-go the products and services that come with the early disease diagnostics. And the annual cost savings is beneficial, as $10 million is invested for medium-sized healthcare organizations. As for KPIs in general, the performance metrics, you can find here that there is a readmission reduction by up to 10 to 15%, which has been more significant since the past 5 years. As for utilization improvement, it's been used to ensure that this money is going towards actual results and outcomes than the hypotheticals. And this could increase the diagnostic accuracy by up to 30 to 40%. Now, money sounds promising because, of course, you want to get the return on investment from this product and service. Although, at the same time, it's worth remembering and noting that money can fuel a business, but it cannot always fuel a successful one. Now, I can elaborate on this. If you do not care for your people, then you will not have a successful business. And that comes with complying with the laws in our certain jurisdictions, state of California. This would mean privacy and regulations, which would come with implementation in your organization. Of course, HIPAA compliance that every single healthcare organization complies with, and data governance. So there's been a lot of press going on lately with data, especially in the social media space. It's also applied in health data in the way we implement our advanced systems with machine learning and operation systems in our early diagnostic methods. So we need to ensure this to gain more public credibility and to also make sure that the profits that we receive are also going to fund the project itself. As for ethical approaches, a popular one right now in this space is algorithmic bias. So algorithmic bias would mean the mislabeling of certain data towards different demographics based on race, ethnicity, gender, age, socioeconomic class. So there are prevention methods to ensure that there's less traction for more problematic practices. And we have to make sure that there's a sliding scale to make sure that the payments are distributed equally for each demographic, and to make sure people have access to them, and to make sure patient communications are always at hand. And this can be successful through staff training and also strong governance. Now, that was the highlight. I discussed about early detection through AI in products and services, the financial impacts that came with it, and the ethical consideration. And thank you again. If you have any further questions, feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn or talk to me in person.
Thank you so much, Angelina. We're behind, so we will maybe you'll stick around and people can approach you individually for questions.
Sounds good.
Okay, yeah. Leave the clicker up there and bring the mic down with you. That would be great. And we have Aditya coming up right here.
Thank you.
Okay, Aditya, Jadhav, tell us a little bit of improving claims, approval process with AI. We'll get your slides up in a moment, but if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself, that'd be great.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I'm Adi. I'm a lead machine learning engineer at Machinify. We are a healthcare startup here in the Bay Area. I won't talk much about the company, but I'm going to talk today about something that's going to affect each and every one of us here in the room, which is going to be the cost of healthcare. Who among us here is bullish that healthcare is going to reduce our overall health costs? By show of hands. No. Who is bullish that AI is going to reduce our overall healthcare costs? Yeah? I see a few hands up, but like not that many. Another quick question for the crowd. For every dollar that we spend currently in the US on healthcare, what percentage of it do you think is admin costs? And by admin costs, I mean stuff that you pay to your insurance for the salaries and stuff. 40%? That's pretty close, actually. So it's roughly around 30%, right? Think of that. Think of the credit card industry. It's less than 2% admin cost for every transaction you make. 30% in healthcare is insane. And our goal is to bring that down. And one of the ways that we are going to bring that down, or we're currently working on bringing it down, is auto approval of claims. Okay? The working keyword here is approval, not denial. Yes. Please don't shoot me.
You said auto denial of claims. Okay, auto approval. Well, just to let you know.
Yeah.
Slides are up, so
sweet. Yeah, perfect.
Down button is forward.
Gotcha.
And it's you don't have any media in it, right?
No. It's just slides. It's just going to be me talking on slides. Yeah. So yeah, it's approval, not denial. So please don't shoot me out on the street. That seems to be a popular thing these days. So I'm going to start off with, what does a typical healthcare episode look like? You know, you go to a doctor, say you go in with a headache. The doctor checks your temperature. They might do some blood work. They might run a test and say, okay, you have the flu, you have a bit of fever. I'm going to prescribe these medications. Your temperature is a bit high, so we want to keep you under observation, so stay overnight, okay? This is an episode. You go home the next day. What your doctor does, or what your health system does on their side, is they draft all of this into a medical record to say, these are the services I provided, this is the bill, reimburse me for it. And then, on your insurance side, which is phase 2, some human, typically a nurse or an MD, depending on the type of claim, again, I'm oversimplifying this, so don't hold me to it, they look at the medical record and run a checklist of items to look for evidence. So a simple example would be, let's say you went in for say the doctor prescribed a hip replacement. A hip replacement is a procedure that typically costs upwards of $10,000. So there are policies or certain evidence that you have to prove that you need this treatment. Things like, did you have conservative therapy for the last 6 months? Are you at least 40 years of age? And things like that. So someone goes to the medical record, checks each one of these questions or queries and says, okay, we have evidence for this, now approve this claim. Or we don't find evidence for this, request for evidence, okay? So this is how it typically works, and the life cycle of a claim can be anywhere between, or the approval time for this can be anywhere between 2 weeks to 3 months, which is extremely inefficient because a lot of times it's not a straightforward checklist of questions. There's government regulations, and it's like a giant maze or we call it a decision tree, but it's like if this, then that, if not this, then go through this path. Otherwise, there's exceptions for this rule, things like that. And I'm sure, if any one of you all have actually been on a call with your provider, you know what I'm talking about. It's pretty complicated. So how complex are these questions? So is it as simple as saying, did you administer a shot of adrenaline to the patient? Or is it something as simple as, do you have evidence for the diagnosis of sepsis by a physician? It's pretty straightforward. It's one line. And if, as you may know, AI is pretty good at just like retrieving simple information and then, giving you a well-reasoned answer. But a lot of the questions are pretty complicated. Like, if you look at the wall of text on the screen, it can be something like, did you administer some antibiotic treatment within 4 hours of admission? And was this choice of antibiotic appropriate for the patient's age and comorbidities? So let me just unpack that for you. You need to determine from the medical record, which could be, by the way, hundreds of pages long, what was the accurate time of admission, what is the age of the patient, and what were the comorbidities, which may not be in the medical record, by the way. Like, if they have something that's from like a previous visit, it may not be documented, but may be required for approval of a claim. So it's a pretty complicated question to ask. Like, and the way it works is that a human, an MD or a nurse on the insurance side, literally skims through hundreds of pages of this evidence, writes down notes, and says, this is my reasoning for why I'm approving this claim. Where we come in and is we say, AI can do this. We do not need expensive, we don't need 7 different people to touch this and, rack up the administrative costs. This one's actually my favorite. Like, this was actually for, I think this one is from a hip replacement policy. But basically, it sends you on a goose chase to collect evidence for like 3 months. And that's, you to go through like previous medical records for the patient across different medical systems. And if you know anything about the healthcare system, it's very, very averse to change. So a lot of these medical records aren't well formatted. In fact, a vast majority of them are still faxed. That's for HIPAA regulations. But what I'm saying is that this data is not available in like a very clean and easy to use form. So how do we handle this complexity? So at Machinify, what we do is, or what my team does is, we basically take like a policy agnostic or a question agnostic view of the record and try to structure it in terms of, hey, who wrote this document? Was it an MD? Was it a nurse? What was the specialization? When did they document this? What kind of document it is? For some of us who have experience in the healthcare domain, you might be familiar with the term like a progress note or a discharge summary or history and physical note. Those are like specific regions in like a large haystack, the colloquial needle in the large haystack that you need to pick out for specific evidence. So we use, so as a part one of our product is to just index them, so that we create kind of like a graph, like a structured graph that says, this is the timeline, this is the evidence, this is who wrote it, this is who documented it, and yeah. And then the next step is, from this semi-structured bit of information, how can I find the relevant piece that says, this was conservative physical therapy in the context of some hip pain. So we have, I won't get into the technical details in the interest of time. Happy to chat about the engineering details, afterwards. I'll just take a quick pause here and just jump directly to how does it do in the real world, because that's what we actually care about. We don't care about the hows. We care about what's the impact. So we're currently working with the top 5 biggest health insurance companies in the US. And there's a bunch of KPIs. Like the biggest one that I want to talk about is 75% reduction in provider appeals. What that means is, it's not just a cost-saving measure for the health insurance company, it also makes the providers happy. Because I don't know if you know this, but most hospital systems, like at least small clinics, work on very thin margins. And doctors do not have the bandwidth to sit and write and document evidence for United, only for them to come back and say, hey, you missed this. You're not going to get paid. Because they have to make payroll as well. So, I'm going to pause there. because I'm at time. I'm Adi. Happy to chat further during our networking session, and thank you for your time.
Wait, it looks like we have questions. We have burning questions. Let me run the mic over here. We had somebody jump out of their seats to ask a question. So come this way. Let me give you the mic real quick.
Yeah, maybe I can stay where I am. So I've worked in this space a little bit and have taken a look at the clinical protocols for approval, right? And there's a lot of complex logic in there, and I'm wondering how you handle that. Also, since every contract that an insurance company has in every state based on line of business, you know, this really well-oiled spaghetti, this real mess of contracts and what goes in every year is changing. I appreciate your statement about being agnostic, taking an agnostic point of view. And at what point do you hook up to those specific clinical protocols? And do you have the opportunity to influence them? That's my big question.
That's a great question, and there's a lot to unpack there. So I'll try to be as concise as possible. First off, I would disagree that it's well-oiled. It's a mess. It's like a lot of these health insurance companies. Yeah. They do not know half of the contracts that that they have with individual health systems and stuff like that. But to answer your question on the complexity of these policies, what we try to do is we have an in-house team of clinical experts, including MDs and nurses, who craft these policies for us, and they work with our customers to say, hey, this is the policy for sepsis. Does this make sense to you? Your policy is it's inconsistent, it doesn't make sense, and you're going to run into a lot of trouble. We are going to simplify it for you, and this is how we define it. So that's one of the ways we do it. For things like, say, prior authorizations, it's defined by the government. So or by some regulation in most cases. So there's not much wiggle room there. But we're not just like an engineering-only org. Like, we have a vast team of SMEs who help us craft this logic. Yeah.
All right, great. One last question here, because we really do have to move on.
I'm curious in terms of your customer, you've talked about working with insurance industries, but have you also thought about working directly with manufacturers, pharmaceutical companies, et cetera?
Yeah, that's the next logical step. So the way we work is we work with the payers, because that's where we find the maximum inefficiency. And then a lot of these payers are vertically integrated. Like, they do work with manufacturers themselves. But that is a long-term path. Like, I don't have much to say on that as of right now.
I'm sorry, we got to get going.
So that they can actually know how to get the approval.
Adi, thank you. Big hand for Adi. Hopefully Adi will be here a little bit so you guys can catch up. And next up we have Alex Mayer, if you can come on up.
Okay. Hi guys, thank you for having me. When I sat together with Steven and we talked about my history and where I'm coming from and what I did so far, he came up with this title and asked me if I want to change it, and I thought, no, let's leave this title. It's quite long, but it tells more about my story and where I'm coming from. 4 years ago, I had a big co-working and event space in San Francisco, coming from Austria. Tech space, growth hacker. I had a growth hacking company, sold it and came and tried to recover me. But for 6 months, I needed 6 months. I lost so many pounds. It was really difficult for me to walk even. And I have to say, after I came to San Francisco, the first 3 years, it was not my healthiest life. So I had to, in these 6 months, I had to take all her input about nutrition, about what I should train, and so on. But the problem is, Stanford, they work a lot, so she was not all the time at my side. And so I thought, I need a coach. I need to know what I do beside the protein drinks, what you can buy, which supplements, at which time, how I do this in the best way. And I'm also a techie, so I started to work on a concept and use the early AIs to teach them everything about me. I used one AI, teach the AI everything about me, gave all the input was the first time that you can feed pictures in and they can read the pictures, and try to get something in place which can be such a 24/7 coach for me. On the way to doing that, I saw that it's not enough to have one AI, they get super distracted, you need several ones. So I began to do special advisory AIs and came up with a concept to build a multi-bot system based on AIs which are knowledge specialists, and all of these knowledge specialists are coming together as an advisory board and teach the AI who talks with me, which knows everything about me. Based on this concept, I went to some of my friends, Europe, here in the US, and told them about this and what we can do out of it. So we started our first project in Europe. We began to pitch it, we called it Sports Buddy, to support people in recommendations, what they should do, when they should train, the HRV, when the HRV is low after 3 days, you should go to a clinic or you should get some shots or whatever. Now, 13 months later, the model really works. They are shortly before seed funding. They have several athletes already. They have Olympia teams. And how they do it, they have a coach who can monitor all these athletes and knows exactly what they do, get alerts when something is coming up and something is not right. Works. US, more difficult. You need the right network to get your startup in the market. How we were doing at the beginning, we had a look if we go to longevity clinics, because we thought, okay, we need doctors to monitor this, because the problem with the AI, especially HIPAA compliancy, the data compliancy, you have huge problems to get it in the market. My wife at Stanford, but all the medical clinics, this needs 1 year till you get into such a clinic if you have not the right connections, and it's really difficult to get software in there. So we had a look in health and wellness clinics. And it's a completely underrated market. It's amazing. They're the most lovely people. Everyone wants to change the world. And in COVID, they were all growing, and from IV clinics, they began to, especially in the last 12 months, they began to add biohacking, DNA testing, and so on. They are all nurses and PAs, practitioners, so a perfect market. They have the knowledge for it. But even then, 12 months ago, or 16 months ago, when we went to the conferences from them, they had no clue about CGMs, how to use the CGMs. They combined it only, they thought about, okay, CGM, diabetes, how you can, they were not thinking about how to implement this in the clinics. The market is huge, especially the wellness market. And they grow with 30% per year. And all these IV clinics, wellness clinics, med spas, they offer now more things where they need really specialized people and get in a direction to how to set up those clinics. What I want to show you guys, how big the opportunity is. We are really deeply involved in this market. A clinic has 300 to 400 monthly clients, 2,000 to 4,000 clients in a database. There are 10,000 clinics alone where we have a reach to, and there are some of the franchises out there, they have 4,000, 2,000 to 4,000 such clinics by themselves. So this means you talk with them and you have a huge reach already, especially for health tech startups. why we know everything about the clinic. 4 months ago, my wife and me, we moved to Las Vegas and took over one of the, was a GLP-1 clinic, but we offer now more peptides, biohacking, test our AIs, variable AIs, and have a look that we can execute protocols on a high level. I have only 1 minute left. So we want to help the innovators in this space because I think it's amazing how these people want to transition, how these people want to help their clients and their patients. So if someone has a perfect software for that or don't know how to get into this market, we will do a masterclass and also teach the health tech world and the investors how to get into the health and wellness market, how to understand those people, because how you get to them, you have to be on their conferences. April last year, I presented the first time on such a conference. I was the only tech company there. There was no one else. 1,000 clients. So I thought it makes sense that I tell you more about this market, especially when you're in health tech. There's a huge mind shift now. There was the A4M, huge. They present now all these Netflix movies. You meet there all the influencers. And I think it makes sense to see also in such markets and not only medical clinics and doctors. And in 2 weeks, we have a masterclass where we bring in some people, some clinics from this space, where you get to know them. Also, there are some big conferences coming up. We have a look that we get some of those founders in this masterclass. And I hope it makes sense for you guys to also have a look how to get into those markets. Thank you so much.
Here we go. Sorry. Here we go. Questions. We'll get 1 or 2.
Thank you. So I have 2 parts. Yeah, 2 parts, but just one question, which is, what are the differentiators for such a clinic? And 2, how do you measure that the person is actually making the improvement? Very quick.
We, from our side, we develop also some of our AIs or software by ourselves, but more like a venture studio. What a clinic helps extremely. Normally, they give them a 3-month program and tell them, hey, you lose weight. Then they come back and tell the clinician, it didn't work, and it's your problem, because you told me I lose weight. But in these 3 months, they know nothing about them. As soon as someone leaves the clinic, they know the next time they get the insights only when they go on their scale there, or they do pictures. So together with variables and the connection with the AI, you know exactly in this time what they are doing, if they sleep, if they do party all the time, if they eat the right things, and this helps the clinicians a lot. And they have, you can measure your protocols if the protocols get executed in the right way.
Let's give Alex a big hand.
Thank you.
And you'll be around all day, Alex? There's a little pressure just to cancel all those later appointments and stick around because people want to talk to you.
Perfect.
Okay. Next up, Prasoon. We'll get you set up here on stage. While we switch the inputs in the back, cueing the tech team. Amazing job back there. Just want to thank all the volunteers and all the folks helping out. So we've got Eric here, and I saw Francesca. So I also want to introduce, I didn't have an opportunity earlier on to introduce you to Broadway Studios. This place has been around for a long time. It's got great character, great charm. Dave Chappelle did his first HBO special here. So if you get to meet the folks operating the venue, the owner, Francesca, you'll see her around, and then Eric in the back, who's a great media guy. You ever need recording services, streaming services. It's tough to get him to help out sometimes. He's busy doing media for Uber. And then Chris in the back, Chris Martinez, and we've got a whole bunch of people here. I'll introduce them as the day goes on. Let's see. You're all... So no, you won't use this. Now you'll just be, just be going direct. Let's see if we can get the presentation up from the laptop here.
Hello.
This is the first one we're running from here. Okay. So hope it works. There we go.
Okay, there you go. It works.
Okay, we're rocking and rolling. Take it away.
Good morning, everyone. So the responsibility that was given to me was, give you an overview of AI, how AI is transforming healthcare, life sciences from discovery to delivery. So what I'll do is I'll share a few ideas, and if you guys are into building solutions, we can. There are a lot of opportunities actually. So. First, so these are the outlines I'll walk you through. And so we all know that AI has been, basically graced almost every magazine and newspaper, actually, the cover, to designing a cover of a newspaper. This is a Cosmopolitan designed by AI. To the whole magazine being written by fake AI-generated writers. So we are living in a completely, different world. And I think as we move forward, we will refine some of these, some of these errors. And I just wanted to. Put this out, garbage in, garbage out. Getty has filed a case against Stability AI, alleging that the company copied about 12 million images to train its AI models without permission or compensation. And I'm sure you read this. These are movers and shakers in AI, and they are, together as a community, we are trying to see how we can make progress together. And in healthcare, there are several applications, from digital health monitoring to end-to-end clinical solutions to drug discovery that I'll talk about, to medicine solutions, to image analytics software, which is we have made a great progress, and it's a great opportunity also, and medical conditioning forecasting, robotic assisted surgery that I'll talk about a little bit, personalized treatment, which is my field, and risk prevention, actually. So we have heard a lot about hospital healthcare, actually, EHRs we have heard from Uli. So I would just put one slide out, and this market is, EHR market is projected to grow from 31 billion to 47 billion by, 2032. And I'll just flash some, news, and you can see the multi-billion-dollar transactions have, they testify that how important this problem is and how we are collectively trying to solve this. It's also an unstructured data problem, actually. So we have, so that's but we have made a lot of progress, and this most of you know, but I just wanted to make a point that now AI can interpret radiology reports with about 91% accuracy, and it can detect diseases at par with physicians. So almost as good as your physician, actually. So I think this is a great progress, and a lot of people say that would this replace physicians? And I say that there are a big part of the world where there are no physicians, actually. So I think those are open for if we can put something like this in use. I think that'll be a great progress. So in drug discovery development, I think what I believed is a current drug discovery model is broken. It takes about $2.6 billion and 10 to 15 years to bring the drug to market, and this has resulted in low supply and high demand scenario, sort of a funnel, and has led to prescription drug prices skyrocketing. So, and the COVID showed us that how vulnerable this whole field is. years, actually. So I think we had, our goal, when we started Agility was how can we bring the cost down by half and time by half, actually. And we were able to do that. So right now, if it's a repurposed drug, we can bring that drug to FDA filing in 8 to 9 months. And if it's all new drug, we can do it in 22 months, actually. So, which is almost less than half than the traditional time, which was 5 years. So AI-powered drug discovery, we are using it in a different way. One is improving clinical trial design, to patient stratification, to drug repurposing, which I already mentioned, to quality assurance, prediction of drug bio activity, creating more effective drugs, and then drug combination analysis, and taking together, accelerating the whole process, actually. So, and robotics, actually, I'd like to, so I grew up as a clinical pharmacologist, and I did a lot of essays by my hand, and then eventually I realized that my skill can be replaced by robots, actually. So I think I led NCI, NIH, a few screens that, anti-cancer screens that figure out how do we, using cellular models, how do we find anti-cancer molecules. And then I led Genentech Roche's high-throughput screening laboratory, which is best in the world. So what I believe that, when the future belongs to fully automated labs and run by humans, augmented by robotics and AI. And I think the whole AI, robotics, coupled decision making will bring us to, not do the mundane tasks, but trying to be more utilizing our skills in a right way, actually. And AI is playing a big role in surgery. AI-assisted robotic surgery is rapidly becoming a mainstream in specialized surgical centers, and some of my friends are already utilizing, and they're pretty impressed with this. In clinical trials, applications of AI are in different stages of clinical trial design, startup, trial conduct, and supply closeout. And I'll just give you one example of how. So if you are a patient, you go to your physician. Physician doesn't have a drug to your indication, and then the physician tries to uses the AI/ML-based platform to find what basically clinical trials that are ongoing. You are using your phone. You are onboarded, and then send the wearables, and then you have at-home care available to you. The drugs are shipped to you, and then the necessary visits can be arranged by Uber, Lyft, and other means, actually. So I'll also mention about the digital health market, AI wearables. So this is a huge market, especially in decentralized trials. So AI-powered wearable devices and sensors can monitor patients' progress during decentralized trials, also during rehabilitation. And these this is a new wave of interventions that are helping physicians, actually, to expedite clinical trials. So 2 decades ago, we were focused on medical procedures, equipment, hardware, consumables. Last decade, we are focusing on medical platforms, which is wearable, big data, health analytics, and current decade is medical solutions, robotics, AI, and augmented reality. And what I believe is that the current decade belongs to finding new medical solutions, and AI and robotics will define new health, actually. And the market is poised to grow about $148 billion by 2029. So So supply chain, not a lot of people talk about, but this is about, this is how when the drug is designed, it reaches to you, to your pharmacy, actually. And then usually the linear supply chain has been utilized, and then I think with stem cell therapy, where temperature has to be monitored, every batch has to be, really, really, controlled very well. I think supply chain 4.0, where you have a central data warehouse, and it just does the real-time monitoring, and you have coupled by a smart factory, smart warehouse, and at the end, last mile delivery using drone delivery, actually, and that is already a reality in certain areas where transportation is an issue, actually, and I think it will be a norm in future. Last one is I'll just focus on the sales and marketing and last mile delivery. The drug goes to the patients, actually. So the traditional model is drugs are manufactured, they go to the wholesaler, and then they go to the pharmacy, and then the pharmacy makes sure that the patient gets it from there, and all the wholesaler does is it just gives the product integrity, actually. It just defines which can be replaced by blockchain, and the online pharmacy, which is very, very important now, can deliver, can send drugs to patients via drones if available. So I think this is a one field which is poised to disrupt. So taken together, we are moving from institutional trial and error model to evidence-based to precision-based, from symptom-based to cohort-based to algorithm-based model. We are also moving from clinical scientists discovering blockbuster drugs to payers and governments, working on specialty drugs. To next decade will be patient as consumers, actually. That's our, that's where we are heading. And we are moving from a transactional model to strategic model to co-innovation model. So next generation will be a co-innovation model, actually. And the future of precision medicine is, and this is already, it's not a future, it's already utilized in, several hospital healthcare systems here at UCSF, where you have, integrated omics data, actually, and then you have imaging data. They all come together, and you build a personal molecular classifier. And when you go as a patient to the hospital, your data is run through this personal molecular classifiers, and then a physician gets a better idea against that reference, what drugs and devices, what drugs you will respond to, and then delivers the promise of precision medicine, which is right drugs, right time, right patient, right time. And as we have moved, as we have done more research with, Google, Verily's, and U.S. government's All of Us program, we have realized that, social and ecological factors must be accounted on top of drugs, actually. So what we are learning is that these are all normal people. These are not patients. And what we are learning is where you live. Are you living in a food desert, disaster areas? How is the health coverage in your area? How is the welfare in your area? How is the racial disparity? What are the incidences of vector-borne diseases and pollution? That all accounts to precision. And this is a new field that's emerging. It's called precision public health. And I think it will eventually be, combined with a traditional medical treatment. And where we are going, we are moving towards, so what I mentioned to you, we are moving towards a digital twin. So you will have your digital twin, actually, in the hospital, and every time you go, your data will be uploaded. It can be an organ-specific digital twin, where if you have a problem in your lung, it can be a lung-specific digital twin. You don't have to do the whole body. Or a heart, actually. If you have a heart issue, you can have a specific test done on our heart, actually, and then we can have organ-specific digital twins, actually. And then in last couple of minutes, I'll just, so I lead American Association for Precision Medicine. It is a nonprofit organization that brings 4 P's of precision medicine, which is patients, providers, public health planners, and payers, to accelerate the field of precision medicine and lead innovative dialogues, so to solve a lot of these disparities that we have been discussing earlier. So I would like you to invite and be part of this vibrant ecosystem. We have also, it's also an innovation ecosystem. We have an innovation club. We also have an innovation center. We also have an accelerator that have almost graduated over 23 companies. We have also created a very vibrant community of investors. This is these are investors that are that have supported a lot of companies that are coming out of our ecosystem, and in general, other companies in precision medicine field. And I would touch upon, we have done a philanthropic efforts also. During COVID-19, when a pandemic, we created first COVID-19 task force that was formed in US. And we had about 315 people, data scientists, to the partnership, to the prevention experts, to diagnostics experts, to therapeutics experts, and we organize ourselves into these different teams, and we built several solutions from the prevention, how to prevent, how to can we diagnose quickly, how can we develop rapid drugs, and we brought in Precision Biopharma, which is a company developing oral drugs to clinic. Actually, we spun out and brought that molecule. We have also surgical continuity. How can we do the utilize robotics-based solutions and provide our physicians some better support? And last but not least, the pandemic was a mental health problem, and we had a mental health task force that solved that did a lot of solutions, and some of the companies came out and they became very successful. Other initiatives we created, so COVID-19 task force I already talked about. We created a solution, cancer and COVID, in partnership with Grit Health. So the cancer patients were all struggling, and they didn't have hospitals were all closed. So we created this virtual platform where everybody can dial in, and there were physicians there, and they can advise them. So every Saturday we had this, and then we had a virtual platform that was available on your phone. And in the second wave, when India was almost burning with COVID second wave, we created an on-ground task force that donated several medical equipments. We created a consortium of organizations that all came together to help, and we partnered with several groups, including Anupam Kher. Anupam Kher is a TV actor. He's playing a physician, and then NBC's New Amsterdam. His organization became our ground in India, and they circulated a lot of these aids to physicians. You can see that this is a group that a physician group right here, and we collaborated with Bharat Forge, which is one of the biggest supply chain company. And during that time, I learned a lot from how to move things from airports to routes to countries, and it is a great learning experience. So taken together, the future perspective, AI in healthcare, the future is bright. It's already helping us in assisting in monotonous tasks. AI chatbots are helping patient-physician interaction. Virtual healthcare assistants are helping physicians greatly, and mining medical records. Actually, I think that's a great resource where AI is being utilized, and lastly, treatment and trial design, new drugs, physicians will be empowered. So future is bright. AI robotics coupled with analytics and smart imagination will transform medicine and healthcare. And I would leave you with this quote. This is a near and dear to my heart. Nothing is impossible. The word itself says I'm possible, actually. So thank you very much, and that's my contact information, and happy to get.
Thank you. And then we're gonna clear this table, and we're going to move right into the panel that you're also on here. So let me grab this mic. Thank you. And we'll bring up the intro slide. We actually have one more person joining the panel as well. So let's have Jyoti, Prasoon, obviously stay up there, Vinod, and Vijay to the stage, please. You should each have a microphone. And we'll add Vijay to the what happened? Oh.
Hello? I guess so, right?
Let's make sure all the mics up there are hot. Tap your mics.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Let's. Jyoti, are you?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Is my mic on, Steve? Can you hear me? Is my mic on?
Now it is.
Okay, thank you.
All right, take it away.
Thank you. Let me begin by thanking Steve for this amazing conference he's put together and this opportunity for us all to discuss one of the prevailing and the biggest problems that healthcare applications of AI face today, which are the LLMs. When I was discussing with him about this conference and the themes in these conference, we were having a chat and I said, the biggest problem is so many of these healthcare applications are built on LLMs, and if we can discuss what needs to happen, what kind of improvements are needed, I think one of the speakers just talked about garbage in, garbage out. So that's what is the scenario in my opinion, because I am working on a company. I am a founder and CEO of a company called Healthy Vignettes. And that's exactly what we're doing. We're trying to build or fine-tune LLMs to create a number of physician-facing as well as patient-facing solutions. So in that process, we've encountered so many problems, and all my panelists here are also, based on my review of their background, they are also in similar niches. And I would like to understand what problems exist today in healthcare-specific LLMs, and what are the future directions, and what do we need to improve to make these a resource that the entire field can fall back on. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to ask all of them to introduce themselves in a very, not based on what is reflected on the slide deck behind us. I would rather ask them a specific question about what kind of solutions are they building, what kind of LLMs are they using to build those solutions, what problems are they facing. And if each of them can talk about a couple of those problems and how are they solving those problems, that would be the right and correct introduction in my opinion. Over to you, Vijay.
Great. Yeah, I'll get started. I'm Vijay Krishnamurthy. I'm the field CTO at Scale AI. We are an 8-year-old startup based here in San Francisco. We are known as a data foundry for AI model development. So we've long supported development of more secure, trustworthy AI models, starting with our partnership with OpenAI, which led to the launch of ChatGPT. We've focused on getting expert feedback on how models perform so that you can trust in the answers those models are giving. So a core part of what we do is evaluation and benchmarking of AI models used in systems together with real-world data, and that requires a lot of important fine-grained expert feedback. So we do this for many different disciplines, but in our work in healthcare in particular, we have focused on a lot of real-world use cases where AI models could make an impact, but in order for them to actually live up to their promise in the real world, you need to benchmark how those models perform today. And so it was great hearing from Dr. Mishra in the past presentation some of the really important use cases where AI could play a role. I would say continuity of care is a really important one that we're focused on, being able to look at patient data and patient profiles across a number of different visits, across a number of different exams, tie together all of that unstructured data, pass on enough information for the next clinician to understand where the patient stands and have a more insightful visit with the patient. That's a great, promising use case, and yet in order to deploy that in the real world, you have to evaluate how those models perform in a variety of different scenarios. Do they handle radiology data correctly? Do they handle maybe transcripts of audio notes correctly? Do they synthesize that information and pass the important information to support, for example, disease progression for diabetes in the right way that someone knows this is an intervention that patient already tried, this is a way it fell apart. And building those benchmarks is an important first step for us to see more impact of this in the real world.
Could I ask a follow-up question to Vijay?
Yeah, of course.
So that was interesting what you said. So there are two issues that you touched upon, which is initially transfer of data and analysis of data. So do you have an example for kind of challenges that you faced in analysis of data? The example you gave was more on transfer of data and accumulation of data.
Yeah, that's great. So transfer data is a very difficult challenge with patient privacy in mind. Data may be kept in different silos within a healthcare system, and understanding how to link that data together is a really important challenge. I know from a regulatory perspective, Health and Human Services in particular is assessing that right now. But in order to analyze that data accurately, we've seen a lot of advancements in the capability of models to understand medical symptoms, diagnoses, do that more accurately. What we're seeing this year is a huge investment in the ability for these models to be used as what are called agents. So the difference between an agent and the past way in which you've used a model as like a chatbot or a co-pilot is the agent can go and take multiple steps of planning and reasoning and how it's going to access a summary of a particular set of data. It could do a lot of internal search for more fine-grained patient data, more search for internal knowledge that might be kept within a healthcare system. And so now we're assessing how models can use that longer analysis cycle to create more accurate vignettes or summaries of how patients are performing.
Thank you.
Great to be here. Jyoti, thank you for hosting us, and of course, Stephen. It's great to see everyone here, specifically talking about AI, and I think the presentations previously before this panel from Angelina, Alex, Adi, and Dr. Mishra, right, all talks about a fundamental aspect of humanizing care, leveraging technology, right? So that's what we're all passionate about. That's one of the reasons why we are here. One of the main reasons that we as a company at MedAdvisor focus on is that patient engagement in making sure that at the end of the day, medication and medication adherence is only as good as the individual understanding the medication that they're taking. And unless and until the awareness and adherence is adopted in the right way and humanized, you're not going to get patient outcomes, which is essentially the last mile of care. And we leverage technology in a way where it not only enables people to have a great experience, it elevates the overall care in a way that satisfies you and me, and more importantly, advances care the way we've known about it. AI in our world is more of an enabler. It's not the core. We do use LLM, and we use specific LLMs focused on healthcare in understanding the contextual nature of the data, in understanding the contextual nature of the care. More importantly, understanding the multimodalities, because data, as Jyoti was talking about earlier, and also the point that Dr. Mishra made earlier, it has got a lot of gaps in it. And understanding that gaps, being aware of it, not expecting perfection, it's an evolution, and that's exactly what we do at MedAdvisor.
So if I understand it right, you're looking at drugs, the drugs that are in use, and what kind of side effects or what kind of complexities in a multi-pharmacy mode brings in. Is that?
Yeah, it's a great question. Specifically within that, what we focus on is when medication is prescribed, all of us have experience. When you go to a pharmacy, you pick up your medication, or you get delivered to your home, you get a pamphlet in that on your medical information, right, on about your medicine. It's, in short, 1 page, sometimes it's 2 page. But then how do you exactly take that medication? There's a lot of information that goes behind that, right? One is you need to take it at the right time. You need to take it in a way where you're not mixing it with other things. Sometimes you cannot have certain food like grapefruit right before your medication. All that information is something that has to be given in a bit size, right? Not in a page. Because I, as a person, I'll tell you, I will lose at hello, right? As soon as I go past a sentence. So the information has to be available to us in snack size or snackable way. So that way, in my journey, whenever I need it, I can get that information. Whether it's dosage, the time of taking the medication, if I'm taking multiple medication, how to take that, which order do I take it? If I miss my medication, what do I do, right? I cannot pick up the phone in the middle of the night and call my doctor or a pharmacist. So how do you enable that interaction in a way where it supports my medication journey, right? So that's where we use technology, specifically AI.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, Prasoon.
Yeah, I think we have used transformer-based LLMs, basically GPT and some specialized LLMs actually that tackle different use cases during the whole development of life cycle of drugs actually. So one example will be trying to clinical trial protocols actually. It's every time you have to write a protocol, it's just a new mountain to climb. So how do we analyze existing protocols and how we can save time and resources and and create the protocol. That's one. And then overall precision, how do we do the patient stratification actually? How do we use the genomics data to identify which patients will respond and which are toxic responders versus which are non-responders. So I think these are the few use cases that we have.
Fantastic. So do you currently use any of the tools to do all this? Are you satisfied with the quality of tools that you've used so far for, say, for example, patient stratification or polygenic risk assessment?
Yeah, it's all, I think it's one of the things is that, it's physicians need actionable insights, right, actually, and then what AI gives us is suggestive answers, right? So I think it's a human in the loop kind of a model, actually, and I think, and models will improve, I'm not saying they're not accurate, but we heard from the panel earlier, they're not that great, actually. So it just, for us, it's a tool, but there's still all the work that goes into, it just makes a certain, a certain part of the, augment a certain part of that, process, actually, whatever that process is.
Thank you. So my next question is going to focus on healthcare data. So reason I used to be a VC until the mid-2023, and I gave up my VC career, jumped into creating a company only because for once in our lifetime, it became possible to break the data silos. We had a lot of data that had been accumulated over centuries in scientific literature. We had data in medical literature. We had clinical data. There was complete silos between the different types of data. It was not synthesized together to create knowledge. And ChatGPT somehow made this possible. And when all these other LLMs came into picture, then that's when we said, not just me, but a lot of other entrepreneurs jumped in and said, yes, this is a golden opportunity that needs to be harnessed. Having said that, healthcare data is still very sparse. There are a lot of gaps, as all the other panelists also mentioned earlier on. We have data that is not complete for any one given patient. So it's unnecessary for a patient who comes into the clinic with, say, diabetes to get a complete cardiovascular panel done, or maybe even reproductive panel done. That means data by itself is not complete. And if you talk about horizontal data, that means timeline-based data, it could be hospital 1 that does one point, the hospital 2 that does one other point, and the interoperability between the two. For example, a 3.5 Tesla MRI versus a 7 Tesla MRI. So there's that discrepancy or diagnostics as well. One provider versus the other provider, the heterogeneity. So how, in all the tools that you are building, how are you tackling these problems that exist? I wouldn't call these problems, I would call them challenges. I'm facing that every day when I'm trying to pull together the data and make sense out of the data. How are you solving this?
Yeah, I can take that question. It's a great question, right? So what we typically hear when we talk about AI, right, or we hear about AI, is about coolness, the coolness factor. But interestingly, all of us in the industry, right, will relate to this. 80% of the work we do is data. And that's what powers the outcome that you get out of AI. The second piece is, if you think about specifically in healthcare, right, you don't just decide that you're going to use AI and then go look for the problem. You do the other way, right? You look at the unmet need, and then you understand the use case, and then you see where technology can be relevant. In a specific case, right, there are two aspects of data that we encounter, right? And I see that generally across the industry. One is the data that we use has to be representative of the population that we are serving, irrespective of the technology or the industry or sub-industry segment, whether it's drug discovery, patient engagement, whether it's in terms of insurance or it's in terms of looking at how do you provide real-world care, right? So that's number one. There is bias in the data, right? I think we have to understand. When there are gaps in the data, clearly there's going to be some pitfalls there as well, right? So you have to understand whether the data is representative of the population you're serving. How do you understand the multimodalities in the data? Second thing is, how do you understand the reproducibility aspect of the data? Because the data governs what outcomes you're going to get to, right? So you need to understand the patient journey, and unlike before where most of your care was within the provider space, care today happens in multiple layers, multiple levels, multiple individuals involved. Your nurse practitioner, your doctor, your pharmacist, it could very well be specialty care, right? And also even within the medication, your medication is delivered not just by one pharmacy, it's delivered by multiple pharmacy, right? So there's a lot of data that comes from different places. EHR systems that we talked about earlier, you don't have one standard EHR system, even though there are interoperability standards, right? So you have challenges in the industry where the technology that is trained, right, cannot be just trained on data sets that are pre-curated, right? It has to be trained on data sets, not just pre-curated, but more importantly, available in real-world care, so that way you understand the nuances with the data that typically healthcare professionals deal with. When you do that, then the outcomes are closest to what we all want to get to, right? So it takes time. It definitely takes effort. And I think Adi was talking about it, Dr. Mishra talked about it earlier as well, where it is an evolution. And for that, I think we need to be comfortable to understand what the data is telling us, address the data, get the data improved. Then the outcomes using technology like AI automatically gets better in serving patients. The last thing is data privacy. Because right now, we talk about data. Data is everywhere, all around us. But the most important aspect of data is it needs to be secure, and there needs to be privacy aspects. So you need to think about federating the learning of your technology, so that way it understands the broader data available in a secure way, so that way you apply differential privacy to that as well, in a way where all of our data is managed, just like how we will manage our personal finances.
Thank you. Do you have any feedback or inputs?
I'll agree with the general point. The real-world data often looks very different than synthetic data or data that's available for academic benchmarks, and it creates big challenges now in evaluating how AI systems that have only been tested against a really clean synthetic data set actually perform in the real world. In the real world, all of our patient records all have gaps in them. A lot of times, some of the most insightful information was gathered just by today, like a clinician putting down their iPhone next to the bed and recording a transcript of what their conversation was with you, but no one ever tied together the results of that bedside transcript together with the rest of the medical record. And so you have like a huge challenge now of connecting together the dots of like, why was this particular medication prescribed? Why was there concerns about your A1C score that you revealed in a chat transcript? So tying together all the messiness of real-world data is a big challenge right now. I think we're getting better at learning about the problems those gaps cause and how we can present to clinicians, whether those are nurse practitioners or doctors, the right information, the right context for them to understand data gaps that might be there, and go and request additional information or do that ahead of a visit. So hopefully over time we're getting better at filling in the gaps in advance before it becomes too late.
Thank you. So I'm going to just turn the question a little around to you, Prasoon. Before that, I want to make a point. It's so real that the data doesn't just exist. For example, 20 years ago, women were not even included in clinical trials. So most of the drugs we take today were not even made for us. And even in the laboratory, only male mice were used, male rats and mice were used to test these drugs. So a huge amount of data is just non-existent. So given that scenario, what is the future for data, and how do we overcome some of these existing challenges? Yes, we all want to build great LLMs using the great kind of data, not synthetic, but real-time data. Yes, we'll get there. But how do we get there? What are the steps that will get us there, Prasoon?
Yeah, I think that's one of the leading challenges that we have actually to solve. I think data bias is one of the whatever you use whatever data you use to train the LLMs we have seen that.
Could you hold it closer? please.
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah. So whatever data you use to train an LLM, actually, sometimes there are biases there, especially the demographics, actually. So if we use like a U.S. data, then it doesn't reflect the global, global scenario. So I think we have to include the global data sets to basically balance it out. And I have done a lot of mouse experiments, and I learned that the male mice fight a lot, actually. So at the end of the experiment, I'll lose a lot of male mice. So I did all my experiments on female mice, actually, yeah, because they are more calm.
You're a trailblazer, trendsetter.
Yeah, they're more calmer. They, they're, amazing. So yeah, that's what we standardized a very long time that, we did. I think, and so that's a side thing. But then moving forward, I think all these biases, ethnic biases, that AI has, I think if we feed enough data to it, it will overcome in few years, actually. Yeah.
Fantastic, thank you. So I want to change gears and talk a little bit about eval models. I think one of the panelists earlier talked about human in loop. Yes, that's an essential component, but the goal should be to move quickly away from human in loop. We are not trying to replace. I think none of the solutions we are building right now currently will replace a physician or a nurse. It's only going to augment. But then what we are looking at is slowly moving away. If we want to bring in distributive justice to treatments and modalities, then we need to be able to create a wholesome system that even in absence of a clinician is able to do justice to the case that the patient presents. So having said that, what kind of eval models are you building to validate the output? Say, for example, one of the previous speakers talked about a very large chain of hospitals in India implementing AI systems. So what kind of monitoring do you think is necessary? Is there a need for international monitoring of the output? So I just want to pick your brain on all your brains on this.
Yeah, I think that's happening. So there's a lot of learnings that will come out. But one thing is that since we institutional data, right? There is also bias in institutional data. So especially from EHRs, we are learning that it's very difficult to integrate EHRs from different health systems. There is an inherent bias of how they were collected, actually. So that's that's something that I have to add, actually.
Yeah, I think the point you're making is a very important point. And the question you're asking, Jyoti, right, is it's nuanced, right? See, the governing bodies across the world are going to have frameworks that they're going to recommend through various policies on the use of technology. The specific monitoring of that is going to be up to the entities, right, using it, because it's going to be based on the use case. A good example, right, is you have at this given time, right, there are generally across the world, there are three aspects that are considered when it's coming to evaluation, right? One is your standard metrics that focuses on performance, it focuses on relevance, and sometimes it also focuses on precision. The second one is specifically in healthcare, right? You have to think about the clinical aspects of the nature where is this the right thing to do? And is this actually getting the outcome that we intended to do, right? Rather than just looking at the actions. And the third one is, of course, human in the loop. Right now, the system is still learning, and it's about augmented intelligence. So you have to have human in the loop to understand this was what the algorithm was expected to do. Did it do it or not? And then apply it against all the frameworks, whether it's FDA, whether it's other agencies that are defining some of the use of technology, and leverage that to have a standard framework that you can automatically look at it and say, are the intentions translating into actions? Are the actions translating into the outcomes that we all expect, right, out of the technology? So again, it's nuanced because, again, the technology is complex, it's moving faster. Specifically in healthcare, there is a level of, aspect of patient safety that has to be considered. And until and unless you put that lens, it's going to be very difficult to just do in one-size-fit-all monitoring.
So my question is more about the fact that there is a drive in the LLM field to build bigger and bigger models. without a care in the world about where the data is coming from, what is the source of the data. If you're going to troll the internet and pull out 1 trillion parameters and then put it into an LLM and create an LLM, and everybody flocks, all the patients flock to that LLM, like people flocking to ChatGPT about their pancreatic cancer diagnosis, or going and asking Alexa if my diabetes can be managed better. This is what is muddying the field, in my opinion. Because internet is full of data that's not valid, data that's valid. So how do you distinguish between the two? I think eval models are not just eval models to evaluate the performance of an LLM. I think it should actually move backwards to evaluate the kind of data that is going in and the kind of output. So internally, in my company, we're building 2 types of eval models. Of course, one that has human in the loop, and the other eval models is automated eval models. Every time we feed a batch of data, maybe it's a similar kind of data that the LLM has already been trained on, or it's a different type of data. Say, previously we have trained it on just the disease names. By the way, there are 27,000 diseases. And if you were to feed those and train the model to recognize those 27,000 diseases versus feed the MRI data, then we have different kinds of eval models. So that was more of my question about what do you think the eval model should look like going forward?
Yeah, the point you're making, right, about data, it brings its own need for focus, right? The data labeling is an aspect that, going back to the point you're making, data's got gaps, and as such, the labeling is going to have gaps. So how are you going to train? Are you going to have supervised training, or are you going to have semi-supervised training, federated learning? Now, if you think about all that aspects, the industry is learning really fast, and so are some of the things that we think needs oversight, right? Specifically around data, 80% of the work is data, right? I mean, all of us will relate to that. It's not about writing the algorithm. It's actually about looking at harmonization of the data. It's about understanding how will the algorithm reproduce when the data sets are changing, and will you get the same outcome. And what I typically find, right, is data is the biggest factor, and if the labeling is not there, you have to think about, okay, now what do you do, right? The data has got gaps. It's not going to change overnight. The way the data is getting entered into systems, different EHRs, different locations, variables, you name it, social media, that is not going to change. Yes. So when certain things don't change, what are you going to do so that way you don't do the same thing and expect different results, right? So this question is spot on, but it's evolving, right? Every company now is taking it upon themselves to figure out what's the right way to solve for that for them. And of course, right, like what Vijay was talking about, and also Dr. Mishra, is we all also want to make sure that the overall industry is evolving. So what do you give back, right, to the community that is doing the research on this is a fascinating place.
Our job is to have these discussions, make sure that we talk about these problems, so that every time somebody goes on to build a product internally, they address these problems. Over to you, Vijay.
It's a great opportunity for public-private partnerships around both data. In the UK, they call these trust assurance regimes, where healthcare systems and other groups can collaborate together to share data sets that can be used to create assurances about how AI models are performing. That's emerging in the US as a trend too. And I think what's really powerful, as you said, there's both expert in the loop and expert oversight, and then there's automated evaluation models. Combining those two together into a hybrid mode is way more powerful than just doing either one alone. So hopefully in the US, we've operated under the Biden-Harris AI, the Trustworthy AI Systems Act, and so under Health and Human Services, there's both FDA and ONC, which are responsible for medical records. They've both been looking for chief AI officers and other roles. They can fill in the gaps here. Hopefully you'll see a lot more public-private partnerships as those roles evolve and the regulatory regime evolves as well.
That was 30 plus 5, right? Plus 5 was for the audience. I just have one more question.
Yeah, just whenever we'll get into questions whenever you're ready. We're trying to catch up on a little bit of time, so it's really fascinating. I wish we had like a couple hours for each amazing session with such great folks who took time out of their day and their week to join us. But go ahead, and when you're ready for questions, we'll try to not run too much over this clock here. Okay, thanks.
So my last question is, what does the future hold? And how do we make it a better future? I will go first. I think we are living in amazing times. This was unprecedented. To pull together heterogeneous data, different piles of data to get together to create knowledge that can actually be applied in a clinical setting is huge to me. And having said that, when you look at a geriatric population, I think that is where the maximum opportunity exists. Because none of these diseases, my company focuses on chronic diseases. We don't look at acute diseases at all. Chronic diseases to me are not one day you're perfectly all right, you're completely in good health, and the next day you're ill. It takes about 20 to 30 years for these to develop. And if we use that window of opportunity to diagnose early and to detect a pattern early, I think we're giving back a huge way to the patients, and we are actually helping the patients in an unprecedented manner. So I think LLMs will play a huge role in making this happen because of pattern recognition capabilities and churning of huge amounts of data that they are capable of. So my goal is to build, and the eval models, if I raise enough VC money, I will be able to make them public, just for any company to use. So that's my 2 cents. Over to you.
Yeah, I agree that there's a huge opportunity to build better test and evaluation of models across the board. But within healthcare specifically, because of so much of the data is private data and patient privacy needs to be preserved, we need to find good ways to collaborate so we can respect that, use techniques like differential privacy, and still be able to evaluate how models perform in scenarios so that we trust the outputs.
Yeah, I think the future is going to be transformative, specifically with the use of LLM, in my view. I think the areas that I definitely think is going to evolve significantly. Right now, Google is pretty much replaced by ChatGPT, right, overnight. There's going to be a level of trust that we'll have to build, right, in the technology that is being used. The area specifically is going to be significant changes. Patients are now more beneficiaries of care. They are active participants in the care, which means the patient engagement has to be personalized. The second piece that I think is, going back to the point that Nitin was talking about, in the engagement, you have to think about not just one and done. It has to be about the journey the patient is taking, and you have to understand the journey. And I think the LLMs are going to play a big role because it's very easy to stitch because they are all built for data. Data is the core aspect that today AI does really well across the industry. And the last piece is, see, I think humanizing care, it's not just a terminology. There are a lot of aspects that go in that. Now, the privacy aspects of it and patient safety aspects of that has to be accounted. I don't think there is quite amount of work that has gone in there. And I think when that aspect is taken care of, I think this is going to be quite elevating in the overall experience. And that's where I think the health equity, affordability, accessibility of the care is going to be addressed across the world, not just in US.
Prasun, over to you, but we've run out of time, so let's make it short.
Yeah, I think, I would leave you with this, actually. When, I have dealt with both tech world and the biotech world and pharma world, and tech entrepreneurs come into healthcare and they say we'll disrupt healthcare, actually. And then healthcare is a very complex ecosystem, actually. It cannot be disrupted, actually. When it comes to LLMs and, so I think there is a big potential for focused use case-based LLMs, actually, for every aspect of, every stage of healthcare, actually. A few examples are real-time clinical decision support, personalized medicine through multimodal data, synthesis, and automating administrative tasks. Actually, this is throughout the pharmaceutical and care. Actually, if we can achieve that, that'll be a great, great achievement. And then improvements that are needed actually are again domain-specific LLMs building, and then the second will be, I think, addressing ethical and regulatory concerns. Actually, that's some of the key problems right now. And lastly, enhancing models' ability to interpret multimodal data at scale. Actually, so these are the few thoughts that come to my mind.
Thank you all so much. It was a fantastic panel. Steve, do we have time for questions from the
let's
audience?
just get 2 questions because we are falling behind. So it's a constant game of catch-up. Go ahead.
I was wondering what you see as agents in AI evaluation for the future and for data sets.
I'm sorry.
The role of agents in AI evaluation and data sets. Yeah, it creates a lot of opportunity because, compared to the way models performed before, where they would effectively leverage all this pre-training data that went into training the models and then some context that's passed in, agents can now create really complex, sophisticated, long horizon plans about how they might answer a question, and then backtrack if they realize they don't have the right data to support a conclusion, or they summarized a particular finding incorrectly. So we're just now learning how to evaluate how they perform in those more sophisticated tests. It's way more complicated. There are a lot of challenges that introduces, but I think that's where this hybrid approach of having experts in the loop together with agents evaluating themselves is going to be really important.
And also it takes away a lot of latency and brings in specificity and accuracy.
And let's get one more question, and then we'll just have one burning question and one burning answer. Okay, raise your hand.
Jyoti, and thank you to all the panel. It was super interesting. I was for many years at Google, so I'm very interested in what you say, harmonization of AI, right? How do you think this can be solved? Because this is the Pandora vase, right? Having the right data sets and train the model in order to respect all different point of views and everything, and not having huge bias like we have seen with Gemini or other AIs.
Yeah, so he has asked me to give answer in one word or one sentence. That's going to take half a day for me. That's a very interesting question. I'm happy to talk to you at length about it.
Well, it's a good thing. Not only will you be here through the day, but you'll be here through the party, right?
Hopefully.
So everybody knows they're invited to stay for the party after, so we hopefully will get all our programming through by 7, and then we'll have Tesla test drives and the big party after. I want to give a big hand to the panel here. So Jyoti, Vinod, Vijay, Prasun, thank you very much, and stick around. Hopefully you can stay around, get some snacks, chat with folks. Okay, moving right along, we have Sharon coming up. There we go, Sharon Kim from AlertAI. You're going to click, correct? And then down is forward, up is back. As soon as your slides show here.
Hi, my name is Sharon Kim. I'm the CEO of AlertAI. We build AI clinical trial designer, and it's an honor for me today to be standing here and talking to you about the AI for smarter clinical trial design and faster result, because that's right down our alley. So to go back a little bit in history of AI, as if you don't already know it. The history or the origin of the AI in the clinical trials has been largely parallel with the history of the general AI. So the application of AI in clinical trials has its roots in early computational methods. While the tools of the time were primitive by today's standards, they laid the foundation for integrating automation and analytics into clinical research. So the early attempts at the computational methods to streamline the trial designs began actually in the late 20th century. At that time, they used the basic statistical software and rule-based expert systems in trial design and monitoring. One big thing that was missing, and just because of, due to the lack of technical capability at the time, was the lack of handling unstructured data automatically. So only structured data could be processed. And the industry focus remained on manual processes until the advent of machine learning in healthcare. So today, AI has become an invaluable ally in clinical trials, from selecting right patients to streamlining document creation. It's transforming the way we conduct research. This not only improves quality, but also significantly reduces timelines. So right now, machine learning algorithms analyze vast data sets to improve trial design and patient selection. Tools like NLP enhance the creation and review of clinical documents, and specialized AI systems, such as MPilot, assist in optimizing trial efficiency, scenario analysis, and document generation. And the accelerated processes result in faster trial setups and reduced delays. Specialized AI systems, such as MPilot AI, bring a unique edge by combining computational power with domain-specific knowledge. So, you know, the bridge between the AI and the human. They don't just assist, they collaborate, driving innovation and precisions to clinical trials. So systems like MPilot's Clinical Trial Designer enable tailored solutions for specific trial needs. And some of the key capabilities of such systems include multi-reasoning processes, advanced simulation tools, and adaptive document generation. This collaboration between AI and human researchers enhances trial accuracy and efficiency. Okay. While AI has immense potential, its integration into clinical trials is not without hurdles. Addressing these challenges ensures AI delivers faster results while maintaining integrity and trust. And some of these challenges could include, and I think these challenges keep coming up from previous other sessions as well. So it's good to know that we're all aligned and we're all thinking about these. So for example, regulatory hurdles and compliance requirements are a big thing in our domain, and bias in training data leading to skewed outcomes. It's what's on everyone's mind. Limited interoperability between systems. There are old systems that people have been using for a long time. So that's one layer challenge. And always, data security and patient privacy concerns is a big thing in healthcare. And then we're very dependent on the high quality data set. Same theme. That's something that we need to have access to. And to solution this, these are some of the methodologies that we can think about. We can streamline compliance processes through automation and partnerships with regulatory bodies. And we can utilize the diverse data sets to mitigate bias and enhance fairness. And we need to implement secure data sharing protocols and robust encryption techniques. And we need to leverage interoperative systems to integrate AI across trial workflow seamlessly. Okay. The future of AI in clinical trials holds exciting possibilities, from autonomous systems to real-time trial optimization. These innovations promise to revolutionize the field while demanding careful ethical oversight. So autonomous trial design systems, that's capable of real-time adjustments based on incoming data, that would be ideal, and that is our vision. And we do predict the expansion and advancements of agentic AI, and that needs to be applied to our model. And AI agents acting as independent collaborators in trial planning and execution. There's a huge potential to shorten the drug development timelines and reduce costs, which is in everyone's mind. And we should not forget about the ethical considerations. We need to build AI systems that prioritize patient safety and equity. And on that note, as we innovate, we must also act responsibly. By fostering partnerships and aligning with ethical principles, we can ensure AI transforms clinical trials for the better without compromising trust or integrity. So innovation must align, again, with ethical principles and regulatory standards. And there should be partnerships between AI developers, healthcare professionals, and regulators. And, this is kind of on the side, but not unimportant. I think there should be a consideration for global collaboration as well to make sure that, no one country or no one region has a monopoly over this. So we need to ensure that AI-driven trials benefit all populations equitably. So, artificial intelligence.
You see the...
Sorry. No. Artificial intelligence is not just a tool, but a catalyst for transformation in clinical trials. Together, we can shape a future where AI serves as a cornerstone of innovation, advancing healthcare for all. So let's work together to harness AI's power responsibly for the benefit of global healthcare. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. Next up, we've got to move along because we're out of time there for questions, but you'll be around for questions on the side, right? Thank you, Sharon. Big hand for Sharon. And now we have Anna Baumann. Anna, are you here? Oh, there you are. What happened here? Oh, there we go. Anna, let me run you a mic. Okay, you get your, just a little intro while I pull your slides up. You've got slides back there, right?
Yes.
And then when you see your slides come up here, the down arrow is forward.
All right. I will be brief because I know you guys have been sitting here patiently. I'm going to take a little bit of a different angle on this. I'm Anna Baumann. I'm a marketing executive. I've been in med tech for a very long time. Grew up at J&J, worked on Invisalign. If anyone has straightened your teeth with it recently, I probably worked on that innovation. And then was recently worked on an AI-powered hearing aid. So I'm going to talk about how do you talk about AI to patients and consumers. And I prefer consumer versus patient because, people are not whatever condition they are experiencing. Do you have the slides? All right. Steve, I don't see anything happening here. Are they working? Okay. So I know this morning we've talked a lot about the data sets. We've talked about what's happening in the background with AI. And I want to talk a little bit about how does one communicate the benefits of AI, especially when you're talking to an older audience, boomers and the silent generation, which is what I was doing in the hearing aid space. So I'm going to take us back to Q1 2020, which I know is now eons ago, but I actually think the lessons that we learned at this time apply. COVID-19 was just starting to cause worry, but we weren't on lockdown yet. AI was emerging in popular culture, but we were still actually 2 years away from ChatGPT. But hearing aids were actually starting to include AI. So there was the Livio AI from Starkey and the Widex Evoke, both out there, but not leaning into AI as much as they could have. So enter Whisper. Whisper was a hearing aid that was, really as the next way to put it, designed to completely disrupt the hearing aid market. It was developed by a team from Facebook combined with a group of AI experts as well as hearing aid experts. And I know we've talked a lot about the model. I would say one of the biggest things I learned at Whisper was the importance of building a model that represented diverse voices, levels of sound, environments. And so we really took it seriously here. The two co-founders actually out on the streets of San Francisco. We ended up hooking up microphones. Somebody had a baby. That baby buggy went and recorded all sorts of sounds in Europe. So we're really focused on making sure that that model worked well. At one point it worked too well and erased the sound of cars backing up, so we had to put that back in. So it just goes down to, again, the data that we've been talking about. In this target audience, I know folks probably parents or grandparents, and you think about prying their flip phone from their hands. This group was actually more tech forward than one would have imagined. I think with the beginnings of COVID and with everything happening, people were starting to use more of the internet. They were very comfortable with it. They were comfortable with Zoom. And they were actually very open to the idea that technology could make things better for them. But what was also interesting was going with tech-forward language around the processors, the way that AI works, the power of the AI. That didn't connect, which I guess is probably not surprising to folks. But again, testing that type of language, people didn't understand what processors were. They didn't understand why anyone would care remotely. And the other thing that happened was, even though this was early in AI, AI washing was already happening. And I think that that's even more of a concern today, that people just thought, well, doesn't everything have AI? Isn't this all going to do the same thing? So one of the key factors, especially as we think about products now, is how do you make your product stand out when everything does have AI? Everything is based on an LLM. What's going to make it different? So really it comes back to the basics of brand marketing. It's about the benefit. What is your AI doing for this consumer, and how is it going to change things? I think one of the big insights that came out of the research that we did was that this audience wanted to feel like things were getting better for them, right? They wanted to feel like their best years were actually ahead of them versus behind them. And everything else was going south, and all the other messages are kind of negative, chronic disease, et cetera. This consumer doesn't want that, right? They want to still feel like they're vigorous, they're out there, and things are going to get better. So they wanted messaging that reflected optimism, progress, and getting better over time. And certainly they were open to the idea that AI was going to unlock new levels of sound processing, because of course it would. But that was more of a supporting message in order to get it across to them. The other thing that's really interesting, and hopefully we're coming closer to this point, is they actually were even more optimistic about AI. And so the biggest question we got was, oh great, does that mean my granddaughter's voice will be elevated for me? Or when I talk to my wife, it's gonna know that this is the person that's most important? People really wanted that personalized approach. So as we think about what can AI do for the future, it wasn't possible then, but is there a way to make that possible for people? And this is an example of one of these consumers, right? Instead of being someone that's like, oh, I want my flip phone back, it's the technology and the use of artificial intelligence should be the future. I wanted to be part of this evolution of hearing aids. So we really got a pretty broad group of folks, and they weren't even on the younger end, that were wanting to engage. So the campaign tagline we came up with was "Tomorrow Sounds Even Better," to represent that optimism and that change, that forward progression. And then really made the messaging and the imagery warmer. Meet Whisper, the new hearing aid system that gets better over time, comparing it to the traditional, people that were more in the age group, but looking vigorous, looking happy, moving forward. And then the components as well required some careful positioning. So because this was a little bit earlier, Whisper had the AI on board the system. Oh, okay. Okay, sure. So we had to position this processor as a brain, something to really explain why the product had this extra processor. So key takeaways: listen carefully for the insight. Don't prejudge the audience, even if they might be an older demographic. They're still tech forward. Lean into the benefit, and really think about why tech matters as more of a supporting message. So I'm going to guess that I should take questions outside, and thank you guys so much.
Thank you, thank you. And then we're going to go right into, we're going to have a lot more time later, because Anna will also be here for a panel after Pankaj does a quick intro here before his panel. And let me pull up. Yeah, okay. So down so just do an intro, and then down on the remote, it's forward. Okay, and I have 15 minutes, right? Try to do it because we have a whole panel and we're way behind. We're like almost an hour behind.
Okay.
So
12 minutes.
10 minutes. We'll put 10 minutes on
12, 12, 12.
We'll put 10 minutes on the clock.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Let's try again. Hello, everyone. That's better. Okay.
Just wait for your presentation to come up any moment here.
Okay. My goal is, after this presentation, everybody can spell AI. So I'm lowering expectations. How are you guys doing? Are you hungry? Yes. Okay, we'll keep this short and fun. Okay. Can you guys?
Yeah, we're going to size it. Just you can get started. It'll be sizing automatically.
Okay. Beautiful. So, lot of focus on AI and healthcare. What I will do is, I'll put things in context around AI, and then I'm an AI investor. So I'll look at AI healthcare from an investment perspective. Doesn't work. Is the party here? Just like nightclub. Okay. All right, we have 10 minutes. So AI is the next thing, right? Sequoia, the #1 VC firm, McKinsey, the #1 consulting firm, are all betting on it. If you look at all the key people, they are describing AI as the next thing, the next industrial revolution. Better than fire and electricity and so on and so forth. So let's take a 100-year view. If you look at the internet, the technology behind the internet, TCP/IP, actually came 10 years before the browser. But internet really didn't take off until you got the browser. The browser gave TCP/IP the UX it needed. If you look at the mobile phone, same thing happened. Mobile phone came out in 1973, but the adoption didn't really take off until we got the first iPhone, the first Blackberries. iPhone and BlackBerry gave mobile phone the right UX, and then we saw adoption. Same thing happened with IoT, and similar thing happened with AI. So actually, AI has been around much, much longer than internet, mobile, cloud, but it was puttering around. AI started taking off when we got the UX. ChatGPT gave us the UX. It gave us the browser moment, the iPhone moment. And then we are seeing the explosion. So, the last 3 technology revolutions, internet, mobile, cloud, AI has been there longer. AI is much bigger than the previous 3 revolutions. With ChatGPT, with Gemini, etc., it is truly democratizing access to AI. So very quickly, AI is faster than internet mobile cloud. It is truly global. Internet mobile cloud happened in Silicon Valley or in Seattle. AI is happening in more than 100 countries, more than 50% of the countries, with local language models, with sovereign data. So it is much more prolific than the previous revolutions. Everyone is investing, not just startups. Startups are investing, big tech is investing. Research institutions are investing, non-profits are investing, governments are investing, everybody is investing. That was not really the case with, let's say, internet, where startups really disrupted what we have seen. And then lastly, AI will impact every sector. Today we are here to talk about healthcare, so let's talk about healthcare. One way to think about this is, when you think about internet, mobile, cloud, basically they gave the foundation, they gave scalability, they gave connectivity. But other than a couple of verticals, other than, let's say, retail or financial services, they didn't really change the different verticals. Healthcare, around the world, the penetration of internet mobile cloud in healthcare is about 2%, right? Only the most advanced hospital systems are using those technologies. So what will happen with AI is AI will build on internet mobile cloud. AI will touch every vertical. Yesterday, it was all about saving cost. When you buy a book on Amazon versus going to Barnes & Noble, basically it is faster, better, cheaper. It's not a new use case. You're still buying the book. The book might have gone from physical to digital, but you're still buying the book. What AI is doing is, in the short term, it is making things faster, better, cheaper. You're replacing phone banks with AI chatbots. They make it faster, better, cheaper. But in the long run, they are bringing new use cases. And over the last few presentations, we saw some of the use cases, right? The reason we are so excited, the industry is so excited, is not the productivity improvement, even though that is important. It is the new use case. And all these verticals, every one of them has significant TAM. Today, healthcare is 2% penetration. If we go from 2% to 10%, 15%, 20%, that's trillions of dollars, right? So what I did was I said, globally, what are the different verticals? Globally, we are about $100 trillion economy. US is about a quarter of that. The US economy is about 25 trillion. I'm doing some work in Mexico. Mexico is about 2 trillion. When you look at how big healthcare is, in the US, about 5 trillion is healthcare. It is the #1 vertical. It is the biggest opportunity in the US. Actually, you may or may not be surprised, if you look globally, Healthcare is about 12%. So one way to think about this is, out of 12 trillion, US is 5 trillion. Why is that? Because we have maybe the most advanced patient care, quality of care, etc. But also, there's a lot of waste, lot of inefficiencies. So maybe if you remove all the waste and inefficiency, the number will go down from 5 to some smaller number, and that's okay. So healthcare is number one. It is substantial around the world. And other presentations covered the use cases, so I won't harp on them too much. But when we talk about new use cases, there was a presentation on drug discovery. For all of the money Genentech and everybody else has invested, we have not found a cure for cancer or diabetes or Alzheimer's. AI drug discovery will make that possible. And how do you put a cost to that? If you look at personalized medicine, personalized health, today when you take aspirin is effective only in 50% of the cases, because aspirin is designed for the average person. None of us are average. If I could design medicine for you or you, it would be much more effective. I'll give you an example of that. Of course, we talked about early detection. And then on the productivity side, just revamping the healthcare IT infrastructure. Many of the hospital systems are still paper and pencil. They're still old IBM mainframes. They haven't even moved to the cloud. AI gives us the opportunity to leapfrog. I grew up in India. In India, if you remove the top 5 cities, India is the most populous country in the world today, 1.4 billion people. If you remove the top 5 cities, it's about 900 million population. The average distance in that population between a doctor and patient is about 70 miles. So for 900 million people, on average, you have to walk or bike 70 miles to see your doctor. Imagine what AI can do. So I put this out there. I'm an AI investor. I started few businesses in my past life. But in December, I hit Nifty 50, Nifty AI 50 investments. And as I was preparing for this, I said, okay, out of 50 AI investments, how many are healthcare? And 8 of them are healthcare. I invest in silicon, I invest in language model, I invest in devices, the humane AI pen, and then I invest in verticals. Healthcare is the #1 area for my investments. And so what I did was, okay, those 8 investments, what are they addressing? And what you would see is, almost all of them are addressing number 3. Benefit in the short term. Faster, better, cheaper. Productivity improvement, efficiency, and so on. Maybe that's a 10x return. But the 100x, 1000x, 10,000x return will actually come with drug discovery, with early detection, with medical imaging. So we don't have time. My time is up. We don't have time to go through every one. But I'd love to touch on one example. There are 57 people here. How many of you sleep? Okay. How many of you have trouble sleeping? Half of you. That's right. So 8 billion people sleep. About 4 billion people don't sleep well. What do you do when you don't sleep well? You know, I take melatonin or one of the other drugs. When you take melatonin, it goes to your entire body. Actually, melatonin going here doesn't help me sleep. Sleep is determined in your brain. So if a small pill is going to your entire body, maybe 5% is going here, right? Melatonin has side effects because it is basically a chemical. And I travel a lot. If I take melatonin, 7-10 days in a row, it's not effective anymore. So one of the companies I invested in, it's called Elimind Tech. What it does is, you sleep like this. Every variable in the world, it reads. So my Apple Watch reads my steps, my temperature, my ECG, my SpO2. No variable in the world writes back. Just imagine if your Apple Watch could write back. It could read my temperature and bring my temperature down. It could read my heart rate, bring my heart rate down. No variable does that, except this one. What it does is, it reads your brain waves. So brain waves are alpha, beta, theta. Alpha is light sleep, beta is deep sleep, and theta is REM. This guy, using neurotech, it reads alpha and converts it to beta. Right? So it reads and writes back. It reads beta, converts to theta. So basically, it takes you from light sleep to deep sleep to REM. And each person has a different DNA pool and so on and so forth. So I cannot share this with my wife because it's learning about me using AI to make my sleep better. And if you have questions, catch me, but also catch Serena. Serena is working with this company to give everybody good sleep. Okay.
So thank you. Let's give a big round of applause. And this is a great introduction to our next panel on wearables, the opportunities and challenges. And we learned that everybody here sleeps. 50% of the people here have trouble sleeping. What percentage of the people want one of these devices to go home with today? Like 50% of the 50%. But I'm just putting Pankaj on the spot right now. So see Serena after. Okay, so let me invite up to the stage. We have Tan Lee from Emotive, another head wearable device with a recent launch over in CES. Amazing, successful launch. And maybe we can get people in the seats in the order of their images so people don't confuse people. So on the left, on our left, on stage right, we'll have Tan Lee.
It's okay.
Okay, we won't get confused.
Will you confuse me for Tan? I don't think so.
There you go.
Yeah?
Oh, it's mirrored. Can we switch?
No, nobody will confuse
Okay,
me.
what I love about the panels here, because everybody asked me to moderate their panel, and I was like, you guys are professionals, you can do this. So everybody spent a lot of time preparing and writing up questions and having conversations in a private thread. So I want to appreciate you all for doing your homework and making my job so easy. And let's give them a big hand, and we'll get right to it.
Thank you. So we'll start with introductions. Let's start with you, Tan.
Yeah, sure. So I'm Tan Lee. I'm founder and CEO of Emotive. The reason I started this company is because we are all aging, and the biological brain is not built to last 100 years. And so our goal is to make sure that everyone can live cognitive, resilient lives so that when you're 90, as we continue to push medical advances, our brains are not left behind. So our goal is to make technologies for everyone so that they can use it to preserve their brain's health. We've been around for some time. We are the inventors and pioneers in wireless EEG. In fact, we have very deep neuroscientific research enabling scientific research in real-world contexts in over 140 countries worldwide. If you search Google Scholar, you'll find over 22,000 Google Scholar references citing our technology. That's more than every player in the wireless EEG space combined. And we're putting all of that knowledge into a tiny little device that everyone can use and wear in order to improve their brain health. So that's Emotive.
All right, Anna Bauman, I'll keep this short since you guys just heard from me. I am a med tech marketer, and my goal is to make sure that when new innovations come out, that consumers adopt them.
Hi everyone, I'm Boot Setaputapikshin. I'm the founder and CEO of Tastermonial, and so we partner with food and dietary supplement brands and wellness companies to validate their health claims. And what we're trying to, our mission is really to combat the misinformation on all these marketing claims and really make personalized nutrition accessible to everyone.
And I'm an investor. I also started the wearable business for Qualcomm and ran it for 10 years. So what we thought we'll do is we'll talk about wearables, talk about how AI is changing the game, and what are the big opportunities and challenges. So maybe Tan, we'll start with you. Wearables, they've existed for 10, 15, 20, 25 years. How do you see them? What happened yesterday? What's happening today? Where are we going?
Sure, so there are a few big trends. The first is miniaturization, right, into form factors that will allow continuous monitoring. So just as we saw with cardiovascular health, we used to have it in clinical contexts. Now with the improvements in form factor, making it everyday users, we're seeing it move into everyday life. And we'll see that continue to progress for things like EEG, which is electroencephalography. That traditionally has only been used in a clinical context, but we're starting to move it into the consumer realm. What that enables is continuous monitoring, which will then, to your point earlier in your talk, open up new use cases, right? The ability to track not only inter-subject variability, so how we are all different on this stage, we're all very unique, but also the intra-subject variability that exists as well. So our brain changes, it's designed to evolve and adapt over the course of our life. So your brain today is very different to your brain even 3 months ago or 20 years ago. And that makes it really, really challenging to actually improve your brain's health if you were to experience cognitive decline or if you had some sort of trauma, say you had a concussion. The norms that we have today in medical science for healthy brain development is too generalized, and your norm may not fall perfectly in the standardized norms. So the ability to continuously monitor makes a massive difference in creating the opportunity for personalized precision medicine as well. So I think lots and lots of exciting opportunities in this space. But I'll leave it to some of the others to talk about some of the others.
Yeah, Anna, do you want to add to what Tan said?
Yeah, I think I would build on what you're saying. I think one of the things from a marketing point of view that I've seen is early on, right, where it was required more user interaction or single measurement, your consumer psychographic was more the person who was a quantified self person, right? And I think today we're seeing as the devices get more and more ingrained in our lives and they're more unobtrusive, that the audience is growing for them. And then the future really is they're going to be measuring multiple things and we're not going to need to interact with them. They're then going to be able to surface those insights, and so that audience is going to continue to expand.
So from my vantage point of view is I use continuous glucose monitor to personalize nutrition for individuals and use that to certified health claims. So what I see as an evolution is before it's a one data points, right? And now it gets much, it's continuous. So now you can measure glucose. In the future, you can measure hormones and you can measure inflammation. So imagine all of these biomarkers that let us understand what's going on with our body if we trigger it with, eating something, for example. This information never happens, it's really hard to collect in the past.
So I agree with everything you said. I'll bring the device angle. So many of us have the same laptop. So many of us have the same smartphone. Wearables are not about the same device on us. I like to say we carry technology but wear fashion. So for all of the things we described, the most important thing from my standpoint is how personalized the wearable is. No two people here are wearing the same shoe or the same shirt. Why should we wear the same Apple Watch? So I think what will happen over the next few years is we'll have personalized wearables. I talked about personalized health. We'll have personalized wearables, not just from a hardware, not just from a software, but from really the full solution perspective. So, because this panel is AI and wearables, maybe Tan, once we layer in AI, how does the story change, or how does it get better?
So I love AI for two reasons. I think there are two aspects that, at least in the way that we think about it. The first is in terms of your product application itself. So there's an opportunity to weave in agentic workflows, of course, for RAG implementation so that you can incorporate LLMs to personalize the product experience for the customer. That's fantastic. But what I'm really, really, truly excited about is the ability for self-supervised learning to build true foundational models. And this is where I think it's game-changing for brain technologies. So because we've been pioneers in this space and we measure electrical signals from the brain, this is not a signal that you can actually observe with the human eye. With the human eye, you will have very, very limited insights and perceptions. So we use, from day one, machine learning. But up until now, most of our machine learnings applying conventional methods are quite brittle. They are smaller models built bespoke for very specific detections. The benefit of these new self-supervised learning models based on massive amounts of data is that we can now start to build a single universal model that represents brain development and degeneration over the entire lifespan. And that allows these models to be a lot more, accurate for a start, but they're also a lot more flexible. And so that, it accelerates development time, it accelerates the performance of these models, and we're already starting to see that. So for example, the foundation model that we're building from data across 140 countries represents healthy brain development over the lifespan between 16 and 80. What we've done is we've started to take in public data sets on deviations to the norm. So if you have epileptic seizures or you have Parkinson's disease, and what we're finding is that this foundation model is able to outperform the traditional conventional models without any fine-tuning, right? So just with a basic inference training, it's able to outperform. And that's really, really exciting because it means that we can get closer to a single model that truly understands how the brain functions. And then it will open up a much broader collection of use cases from consumer, entertainment, education, all the way through to clinical applications. So that's where I think AI has the potential to, 10x what you talked about, right? It's not just the LLM and agentic workflows on the application level will make things smarter, better, faster, but the true underlying new use cases will come from these new foundational model developments that will allow us to do things that we never thought was possible before. And so that's really where I think it's super exciting to be able to look at AIs and wearables.
I think one of the things that AI really enables is, again, the user not having to take the action, right? The AI being able to separate sound and feed back the sound in an optimized way for you, or the AI being able to take your health data and put it within context of millions of other data points and tell you, oh, you're at risk for this, or oh, this is approaching a key level that's going to be a turning point for you. You can reverse it now. And I think as we move forward and there's more trust in the baseline models, you'll see that beginning to be the first line of defense from a healthcare point of view.
So from my perspective, so we work with a lot of wearable devices to collect real-world evidence data. And one of the key questions from most of our clients who are dietary supplements is how accurate it is. And so most of the time, we see that the opportunity there is that AI can be used to increase accuracy of biomarkers and the data that gets collected. So for example, soon we will have a smartwatch that can measure blood pressure. But there's a lot of, in the past it was not possible because there's a lot of difficulty to get the accuracy there. But with the AI, we can overcome the problem like skin colors that may have, an impact on the accuracy of this data. So we will see so many different form factors of wearable in the future that will allow us to measure so many different things.
So I will add two things. Number one, yesterday wearables were tracking. They were tracking steps, they were tracking your temperature, they were tracking your heart rate. Today, they are recommending based on what they tracked. So my Apple Watch says, oh, you've been sitting for a long time, stand up, right? What AI does is AI takes us from tracking and predicting to recommending. Tracking and recommending to predicting. So if my wearable device can predict, I might fall down, or I might get a heart attack, or I might get one of the things I don't want, then proactively you can do something about it. So that's number one, from tracking to recommending to predicting. Number two, Dan talked about personalized language models and so on. We have not used the word agents, so I'm going to use the word agents. There is so much focus around agents and agentic AI and so on. On my phone, I have 10,000 applications. Screen after screen after screen of applications. Generally speaking, one application does not talk to the other application, right? Generally speaking, they have their own username, password. You can use Google or what have you. But they are independent applications. The PC brought the internet age. Mobile brought the app age, the app stores. With AI, we are going to the agentic era. And when we go to the agentic era, this is probably not the right device. The right device is probably some kind of wearable, probably something that is on you 24/7, something that listens and acts on your behalf. So you're talking to your agents. Agents are doing the work. You know, today I happen to be wearing the AI pen. There are other examples. There is Rabbit R1. There are a few devices that are in the works. But if I use AI pen, I just say, hey, take me home. It figures out I like Uber over Lyft. I like this kind of car. I like this kind of driver. Using standard APIs, it converts my, hey, take me home, to a series of commands and takes me home, or calls Uber and takes me home, right? So a device like this is built for the AI era, for the agentic era. And all of the things you're talking about, there has to be a physical instantiation. So my prediction is the physical instantiation is not going to be an existing device, but it's going to be a new form factor that will likely be something you have on you 24/7.
Let me add to that. So I absolutely agree with you. One of the things that we have been doing in this AI space is to think about the physical world and map that physical world. If you saw Jensen's talk from NVIDIA, he's talking a lot about these new robotics that will allow us to map the real world. And I think that's really exciting. It's a phenomenal frontier. But what we're still missing is the personal insight, right? So the world that we experience is not an objective one. The world that you experience is a mental model that your brain creates of the world. And so you could have two siblings living in the same household with the exact same upbringing, and you will have wildly divergent experiences about life because of that mental model that your brain builds of that world. And so I love all of these tools that is tracking our real world, but until we close that feedback loop with devices that actually understand our cognition and emotion, we will never be able to truly map our internal world. And that's what Emotive is seeking to do, right? It is trying to close the loop to allow us to decode and understand our cognition, our emotions, and over time, of course, improve our brain health, but that's where the synergy with AI is. And I think a lot of us, as we think about the models that we're building of the world, we focus so much on documenting what we experience, but we don't really spend the time thinking about, is that the true world that we experience? It's actually not. It's not an objective experience at all. So lots of opportunities to actually do more.
So, you know, we have 12 minutes. Let's do 2 more rounds. So let's build on that. There are lots of opportunities, but what is your favorite? What's your one favorite opportunity you are most excited about?
I'm most excited about a future where you have a device that's persistent, that understands you, your cognition, your emotion, and has AI capabilities to it. So it doesn't exist yet, but it's essentially a companion that truly understands you, right, throughout your life, and it becomes an augmentation of your memory and of your experiences. I don't think we've created that device yet, But I do think that the fundamental technologies are already here, and we are marching towards that future where we will have lifelong companions that will understand us, that will provide private tutoring to us. So I have a 5-year-old that's learning at the moment, and I watch her, and she's really intelligent, but I can see that if she had a companion that was helping to learn and understand her, that captures these experiences, that evolves with her, that world will be wildly different to the one that I grew up with. And I think that's the future that we will have, right? We'll be able to address companionship, loneliness, healthcare, aging, a whole plethora of different things, because we'll have tools that will allow us to track longitudinally how we evolve and how we degenerate. Unfortunately, it's a degenerative process as we age, but hopefully we can slow some of that down by having these agents and tools that will support us. Technology hasn't been built yet, but that's the exciting new frontier for us all to invent.
So Anna, Dan wants a personal companion. What would you like?
So I think I'd come a little bit closer in. I was thinking about this from the standpoint of what do I currently love. And what I actually currently love is my mother's Apple Watch. And I love it because Snoopy is on that guy, so she'll wear it. And so if she falls down, it's going to alert 911. So I would love, I guess this is on the road to what you're suggesting, something that would give me even a more full picture of, do I need to worry? Are there behaviors happening that mean I need to step in, or is she fine and I should leave her alone, which is what she wants?
I see.
Yeah, so for me, I'm most excited about personalized medicine and personalized health using the AI in wearables. And for me, it's very important to understand that not all drugs affect everyone the same way. And so the concept of responder versus non-responder is emerging, and we should move away from statistical based that, okay, this drug works for everyone, and understand more by collecting more evidence and more data on people with different diversity, which today clinical trial left out a lot of these diverse profile. And so if we can collect those, crowdsource those information and make wearable accessible to collect those data much more cheaply, then we will be able to prescribe dosage, the right dosage of drugs to different people. And that would help save lives.
So I'll go orthogonal to everything you're saying, because I agree with everything you said. I think today we think about wearable as another thing we'll wear. 10 years from now, 20 years from now, things you already wear will become smarter, will become personalized, will become context-based. I'll give you some examples. All of us are wearing shoes. It doesn't make sense to me that we count steps based on our hand movement on the Apple Watch. Wouldn't it make more sense to count steps based on a smarter shoe? Right?
It'll be more accurate for a start.
Right, it will be more accurate, right? The reason there is so much excitement about glasses is out of 8 billion people, about 3 billion have at least one pair of glass, prescription glass or sunglasses. So instead of thinking about the meta glass as another thing you wear, imagine if the glass you already wear tells you you need to get a new eye exam. Today we go to the doctor to get the eye exam and use FSA, whatever. But these lenses will become smart enough so they can automatically adjust, right? Same thing with, shirts and so on. It doesn't make sense to me to use Apple Watch to get your temperature. These things know my temperature. So I think in the future, things we already wear, by the way, my shoe is a wearable, my trouser is a wearable. everything I already wear becomes smart, has AI, becomes my personal companion, and so on and so forth. So let's end with a little fun, okay? So Tan, I know emotive is your life. Other than emotive, what are 2 or 3 companies you're most excited about in the wearable and AI space?
Well, I have to say, I'm excited about all of the companies in the LLM space. So
No, you have to pick 1 or 2 or 3.
Pick one. Pretty excited about OpenAI, to be perfectly honest. I think they've done a phenomenal job. In the wearable space, I think the one company that's done extremely well, and a few of us are wearing it, is Oura. They've done a phenomenal job with making a physical wearable very, very ubiquitous.
I'm sorry, I didn't...
Oura?
Oura,
Or many of us are wearing one, and so 3 out of 4 ain't bad, I think.
Yeah, how many of you have Oura ring? Or any kind of ring? Okay. Those are good examples. How about you?
Yeah, for me, I work with a lot of startups. I work with a lot of startups who are developing these devices. One of my partner is Core Health. I wouldn't call it wearables, but it's a at-home machine where you can measure your inflammation in real time. Well, 30 minutes. So I love doing that because I can measure like what I eat, what's the nutrition protocol I use, and how that affects my inflammation levels.
Anna?
So I was intrigued by your sleep example because I have a husband who really doesn't sleep. So I think I'm ordering one of those today. I don't know. I'm really continue to be impressed by what Apple does, and I think that the new Meta Ray-Bans are very interesting, especially as we think about incorporating things like hearing into them and overcoming a lot of the form factor issues that lead to low adoption.
I'm working with a couple of companies, neurotech-based, where if I can think it, the device can do it. So physically, I'm not moving the device. I'm thinking and using neurotech, using EEG. You can move, have gestures and things like that. That's very interesting because that is going beyond the physical.
We've been doing that for a long time. Should check it out, yeah.
Yeah, it's emotive is a good example. I'm seeing more and more of that. Yes. So we have time for maybe a couple questions. Any hot questions you guys have?
Hot questions.
Well, I think the thing that I'm most, I'll just hug the mic for a second here. Maybe I'll even get on camera, who knows? Really looking at like timelines. It's like when you're developing a product and maybe how, I don't want to take too much more time. So, well, we got 2 minutes. So hopefully you'll stick around and people can talk to you after because we want to get right into the next speaker. But thinking about like timelines to market, because like you're always shooting at a moving target and you want to shoot just ahead of that target. So what are the timelines? You talked about like what you're most excited about, but maybe a little bit more about the timelines of like when you think we'll be doing, we'll all be doing X, or something will penetrate 50% of the market, that ubiquity question.
Yeah, that's a good question. So maybe Tan will start with
I think 1 million users in the next 2 years for wearable EEG tech. And that's basically going from a very small base today where it's very early, nascent, but I think within the 2 years we'll get at least 1 million users on this platform.
What is the user base of neurotech right now for consumers?
I would say it's a very fragmented field, very, very small players. So, probably all in, for all of the players, probably sub 1 million users today with everybody combined. But I think that with the evolution of the form factor of the devices and the miniaturization, we've really solved for the clunkiness of the devices and the accuracy and robustness, so it's ready for prime time. So I think that's why we'll see the acceleration.
Anna?
I mean, I think it depends on what area. I mean, I was just reading about the adoption of the Meta Ray-Bans, right? And that is taking off like crazy. So I think you're going to see mass adoption of this next era this year, and then it's going to continue to accelerate.
So it's going to be Meta, it's not going to be Apple.
Depends what Apple comes out with, how good it looks.
Yeah, I'll add to that. 3 billion people wear some kind of glass. Meta has sold maybe 1 million. 1 million, 3 billion, right? So to your question, Steve, there is always a tipping point. People are talking about glasses as 2025 being a tipping point. But then imagine every glass, 3 out of 4 of us are wearing a dumb glass today, right? Nobody's, yeah.
Right, now we have to put our lenses on other stupid looking glasses. So you're saying, when can we just attach that little thing?
Yeah, same thing with the shoe, same thing with the ring, same thing with the shirt, same thing with the hat.
So I already have partners and companies that measure disease with the eyes, looking like taking camera from the eyes. And what we know today is iPhone and a lot of these smartphones, the camera is not the precision is not there. So basically, if we solve that, the hardware problem, we're going to be able to use all these AI to get to the point of precision and predicting disease from the eyes.
Yeah, that reminds me, I saw a demo by Mayo Clinic where you go in this room, they have super duper cameras. And based on the tone of your skin, based on the color of your skin, based on some wrinkles, it measures your temperature, your heart rate, all of your vital signs. So normally we think about vital signs as something is touching you, right? But if you can measure just based on high performance computer vision, that changes the game. And today it's a demo. 5 or 10 years, it will be everywhere. So it's very exciting time.
Yeah. Well, everybody a big hand. And hopefully, I'm sure everybody's got questions for individuals, and have an opportunity, I hope, to get to meet everybody and get those questions answered. Thank you so much. Tan Lee, Pankaj again, Anna Bauman, and Buddha Sethaputra Pisin. Did I get that close? Okay, coming on up. We're going to move right into Nils. Nils Vidal, come on up.
I'm here.
There you are.
I just need a mic. You have a wire, grab a wireless mic on the first chair there, and this will advance your slides. As soon as you see the slides up here, the down arrow is forward. I'll wait to see your slides.
Go ahead and introduce yourself.
All right. Welcome, everyone. My name is Nils Vidal. I work in direct-to-consumer, direct-to-patient healthcare. I am, as you will most likely have heard by now, I'm German, so this one is going to be very much on time. And it's also because everybody kind of is looking forward to get a break. And there's also really no humor being involved. So this is going to be very straightforward, very, I don't think boring, but I would say straightforward. It's going to be very German. Now, what I want to talk about is how do you revolutionize virtual care with agentic AI? And in the last talk, we heard a bit about agentic AI. Again, I'm German, so I'm going to be very pragmatic. We will look at a couple of examples. We will look into how we built in the past solutions which didn't use agentic AI but would look very different today using agents. So our background is being a software service company with Vertical, and then we moved into Matify as a SaaS model, and we consulted and built stuff in health tech for mainly Fortune 500 enterprises. mainly in the direct-to-consumer space, not only, but mainly. In the verticals of pharmacy fulfillment, of telehealth and diagnostics, and that all kind of connected together in an like seamless end-to-end journey for the patient. Now, why virtual care needs innovation? There is a lot of fragmentation still in the space, and people call that kind of point solutions, and those point solutions mean you would be handed over to a telehealth company. There you have your video consultation, or you do an intake, questionnaire, you have your consultation, you get a prescription, and the prescription is being sent either to your pharmacy locally or to a mail order pharmacy where you online then can actually purchase the medication. Different portal. So you go on that website, you register there, you have your consultation, you go to a different one, and by the end of the day, it's a very frustrating process for the patient because he's being kind of funneled from one platform to the other, and it's just it's not stopping, and like a lot of data gets lost along the way. So the one really great use case, in my opinion, is using agents and general AI to support a more seamless experience. The other part is struggling with symptom interpretation. So a lot of clinicians I talked to really did not appreciate that they spend a lot of time to talk to a patient about their symptoms, which might be either solved in self-care or might be something which they don't require their expertise. So having symptoms assessments, patient triaging is something which is also, I think, a great use case. Medication access, definitely. Affordable medication access is something where patients, especially in low-income group, would look to get some support. We talk about 340B pharmacies and clinics, so safety net clinics, which are supporting patients commercially, and how to make them more accessible or findable in your local area is something we looked into in the past as well, and currently actually. Now, if we move, if we continue to move, because being a bit mindful of the time, if we move into what is agentic AI and how does it help, what I want to give you is a very brief context of what it is, because a lot of people talk about it, but they don't give you the context to fully understand what the opportunity is. Number one, it combines conversational AI with domain-specific intelligence. What it means is that you use a large language model, you connect a knowledge base to it, and that knowledge base trains the large language model specifically to your use case. It delivers patient-centered solutions tailored to individual needs, meaning that not every patient is the same. There are different biomarkers involved. We just heard about a lot of amazing examples around wearables. Making that data, which is collected, accessible for the agent is going to be the stuff which is going to happen over the next couple of months and years evolving. Number three is powered by RAG, so Retrieval Augmented Generation, for real-time and accurate insights. So it would combine all that together in order to deliver it to the patient, back to the patient, and allowing them to have more insights in their own health in a way that they actually understand and digest it. That is going to be very pragmatic. That's the pragmatic part, and I'm not sorry about it, but I'll try to loop you through it. So what we built is, and we'll see a real-time example, hopefully. I don't think the link will work, but let's see. What we built is a patient app which communicates over chat messages with an AI agent we built. And that AI agent is sitting currently on AWS Bedrock. It's a great tool. If you don't know it, please check it out. It allows you to generate AI agents for certain purpose. So in this example, we built an AI agent for medication purchases. The way we do it is we have a back end which is connected to a couple of providers, pharmacy APIs. So you have like mail order pharmacies in the background. You connect their API to your system, and you have a product inventory management system, or as I called it here, RX database. Now, you also have an EHR system used by the clinician, and they would have information around your medication, your prescriptions, and like stuff the AI agent needs to do in order to determine whether you are eligible for that medication or not. You then have the tools, and the tools are, as you can imagine, see it as a tool belt. And one tool might be get a medication price user interface. What it means is that it would drag all the data and the user context, and the user would say something like, I want to buy Ozempic. So the AI agent checks in the EHR system, do you have a prescription for Ozempic? Yes. It goes back, it checks in the RX database what mail order pharmacies are supporting currently Ozempic at what price, and it would channel back to the user interface saying, here, that is the product detail page of Ozempic, here's a button to buy, and then we just ship it to you. And like, this is pretty crazy because you can collect and integrate a lot of different solution providers like pharmacies, telehealth providers, diagnostic companies, and enable them through that agent so a patient can just shop in a conversational manner through those service offerings or medications. I think it's pretty wild, and I hope it's going to be tricky. So there is a link. I cannot click on I want to show you a small video, but I don't know if you can over there click on the link. Is that possible? Yes, no? No. I'm not. So there is a link on the slide. It says link. Is it possible to click on it and play the video? Look at it. So we build a small prototype, and that is just like an agent around menopause. It does exactly what I said. It searches the medication. It checks, do you have a prescription? No, you don't have a prescription, so you need to schedule a call. Please schedule a call. It will give you the scheduler as a UI. And then loops you through an intake questionnaire, like in order to have a first assessment around your own health to be put towards then a care physician. So I think that's pretty cool because you can talk to the patient where they are, right? So that's, I think, the wild thing. You pretty much connect the patient with an agent who can then say, I want to consume that chunk of healthcare which I'm currently looking into prior to forcing a patient through different systems and ask and answer questions which are not really relevant for them. So I think the last slide is just like, if we can jump back to the slides. Stephen? Yes. Thank you. All right. I think the last one is really just like some use cases which I can briefly go into given the time. Three I picked. It's intake, so having a simplified onboarding with dynamic forms and conversational agents for an intake questionnaire prior to a video consult. Triaging a patient, so it directs patients to the right level of care. Whether it would come back to you and say, hey, that's really something you can take care of yourself, or we have a telehealth provider, please, or please see your primary care physician or something like that in person. And the third one is medications, so integrating with different pharmacies to streamline prescription processing and delivery at the price point you can afford in the time you need it. Thank you very much. If you want to reach out, that's my LinkedIn, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there's something you'd be interested in.
Nils, thank you. And you're the first one to challenge me on switching to a video, so we successfully.
Sorry about that.
Anybody have a quick question? We'll have time for one question from Nils, and if nobody pipes up right away, what's the one thing you want to leave us with if you haven't said it already?
I think the one thing I just want to say, because like Kara is currently into primary care, is and that is very much it's very much connected to the actual general practitioner, to the nurse practitioner working on primary care. I don't think having a great patient experience necessarily contradicts with having a great clinician experience. So I think the way agents and AI in general will work in the future is to kind of, when you look at it as a Venn diagram, to push that overlap or like to make that overlap wider, where clinicians and patients are equally satisfied about the setup.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thanks so much once again, everybody, for Nils. And we have another big panel coming up, but I want to invite everybody to stand up, get a little energizer going, because unfortunately we're having to like run straight through in order to get everybody in before the end of the day and before we break into a party later on. This is our break. We get to stand up, shake it out, do the hokey pokey, turn yourself around, because that's really what it's all about in the end. So let me invite up to the stage. We got, again, Alex Mayer from earlier. Come on up. And our other panelists, Christina Williams. Why do we have the wrong slide up there? So we've got a wonky, let's see. There we go. Okay, if nobody touches the computer, we should be good.
Charlotte?
Did you see? Okay, Charlotte, are you here? Okay, Charlotte is here. Let's take the seats in the order of the images on the screen so we get that recognition. So Alex will grab that first seat to our left, and then we have Christina Williams with Imagine What I Can Be, and then Nico Arsino. I know Nico is here, just saw him checking in. Primason and Charlotte Bovin from Mio Health, and Katya, who's not on the screen. You didn't fit on the screen, but you can pull the chair in a little bit. Let's get you a little bit closer in here. Okay, there we go. Is going to help us by moderating. Thank you so much. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. All right, we will jump into intros first. Alex, do you want to start?
I can go first. All right, so I'm Charlotte. I'm the founder and CEO of Mio Health, and we use AI and biofeedback to treat chronic illnesses related to stress, like long COVID, hypertension, and autoimmune diseases.
Hi, good afternoon. Nico Arsino. I'm the former Chief Technology Officer at Primasun. Our focus was around sleep health and bringing awareness and sleep health to the United States.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi, I'm Christina Williams. I am founder and CEO of a company called Imagine What I Can Be. My primary practice is around helping each of you humans really be just that. I'm the very unfortunate product of a very bad childhood. You name it, it happened. And I realized after spending many years, I was in the military, navigated my way through corporate America. I'm a little bit older, hopefully, than I look. But in saying that, I realized that maybe if my mom had met someone like me, my life would have turned out very differently. And I love the fact that everyone is so excited about AI and about technology and data. But if we really don't understand the human being and what I call the roommate, then we really can't make an impactful change. And so part of what I do at Imagine What I Can Be is I created a platform called the Serenity Sphere. And it focuses on the 12 key areas that a human being finds balance in their life. And when you can move that needle in the area in which they are the most unbalanced, garnish some hope, some inspiration, they will allow you to move through the other areas. And that's really where I find AI can be so impactful. But you first have to understand what's going on in here and have that humanistic touch. Thank you for having me.
Alex Meyer, I was already before on the stage. Whoever was not here, or maybe all the other people there. So we connect startups, product manufacturers together with clinics, health and wellness clinics, as this is a huge space, and are working kind of venture studio to support startups, to support new clinics, and help them to operate and to be successful in this market, especially in the US, or bring them also to the European market and European companies to the US market. Thank you.
So Christina, you already shared a little bit about this, but for each of you, you know, what professional or personal experiences brought you guys to be in this space within health and wellness?
I can go first. All right, so about 4 years ago, I was diagnosed with long COVID, and that's what led me to this path. I had tried so many different therapies out there, and nothing was working out. I've seen 50 doctors and did all the medical testings, and there was one thing that doctors were not actually looking at, and it was my nervous system. And we saw that my heart rate variability was suppressed by 200%, and that's what led me to try a therapy that's really effective at regulating the nervous system, which is called biofeedback therapy. I was a bit skeptical at first because I had tried so many different things, but after 6 months, my HRV increased by 200%. And my symptoms were starting to get much better. I could finally feel like myself again. And the problem is, like, biofeedback therapy is not really accessible today, so we're just building something that will democratize its access. But definitely very personal journey tied to this, and then now we can sell this to health systems to provide this to other patients.
Yeah, my experience started early on. Once upon a time, I wanted to be an emergency room physician. I was planning to take my MCAT, planning to go to med school at Duke, and I found Kaiser Permanente by accident. They happened to be down the steps of my flat in San Francisco. Figured I can get some real hands-on experience there, you know. Proved that I wanted to become a doctor. I had just become a paramedic, and once I entered the emergency room, I quickly realized really how hard and communications were, how real-time information was not getting back to the nurses and to the physicians, and I started using the technology that was available to redesign the workflow at that time. And I got accolades from the doctors and the nurses, and eventually the IT director offered me a job. So my whole idea of how to be part of the care delivery process shifted, and that's where my career became more tech-focused than actual hands-on clinical. I've been doing that for over 25 years now. I've had a wonderful, 4 different careers at Kaiser Permanente, doing many things across digital, and recently at a startup.
I'll add to what I mentioned previously. Part of what I do is working as a concierge coach. I do all the nutrition, your blood work, very similar to what you've seen at the clinic level. And what you find is that you can really offer all of this data to each human being, but if you don't help them iterate their own lifestyle choices, 90 to 95% of disease is lifestyle and environment. And so when you can focus on physically how to help them make that first impact change, whether it's finances, whether it's, an old narrative that they learned from their mom while at the dinner table, then they're willing to make some of these most impacted changes to them, which really affect their health. And part of those components are really around stress. Why they're stress eating, why they're not sleeping. We can wear every wearable device known and made by these highly intelligent humans, but if we don't get to the root of the cause of what is causing some of these pain points in their life, that's really where we can make effective change. So yeah.
From my side, started with dengue fever, stacked it with COVID, almost died there. For 3 days, I told my wife she should drive home, makes no sense anymore. She don't wanted to leave. Out of this, I thought, okay, I have to get back on track. We had 6 months, or I needed 6 months to recover. In this time, got more into health and wellness, tried to understand more, learned a lot from my wife, researched a lot, and began to build then this coach, this AI coach, which was helping me 24/7 to understand which supplements, at which time I have to take what, how this interacts with my body. Were early AIs not the best thing for the whole execution, but you saw very early that they are so distracted you have to build these single advisors to support you, and as more information you have, and as better the input, and as better the advisors who advise you there, as better is the output, and this brings the impact to the people, I think, but still takes a long time till AI is so far that the AI can tell you exactly what to do without a clinician or a coach.
Thank you. So the next question was actually, how did you guys identify gaps in the market? Like how, and you got into your spaces, which seems like for each of you, it's been a very, personal journey. But, now with AI coming onto the scene, what are the big gaps that you guys are now seeing, like in addition to what you're already working on? Like where are those gaps? What are other things, people, should be tapping into? Or if somebody's, really passionate about this space, how do they go about identifying maybe where the gaps are today that we still kind of need to fill in? Because there's lots of them, because it's all so new.
You're in the hot seat. You're in the hot seat.
All right, let's do this. For me, I'll speak from like the personal experience and what also is related to our company. But so like, if you've tried breath work or meditation in the past, what we had identified as a gap is that roughly only 20% of people actually are retained within these apps. So we've interviewed all those that have churned, and the biggest pattern that we've identified is that people just have such a hard time at maintaining habits. And consistency, when it comes down to this, is so important. And I'm seeing people nodding, being like, yes, I'm guilty. Like, you know how important it is and how much it can make a difference for your health. But it's really hard to do this on a daily basis because as humans, we just suck at building habits. So that was one of the gaps that we've identified, and the way we want to bridge that is with data, gamifying it, using community around it. And so far, we're seeing an 84% retention. So we're seeing early signs that we're able to finally help people building that habit. But yeah, it's just the beginning for us. But if you're interested into talking about this also, happy to chat.
I'd say the first gap would probably be trust. It's usually the first, even when you're working with a practitioner like myself, if there's no trust in the relationship, there's no relationship. And trust is built and trust is earned. So when you apply that to AI, whether it's through functional medicine, westernized medicine, or even private clinic and self-advocacy, I feel that it's the self-advocacy that you're really going to find folks kind of reaching that first tipping point. And the reason I say that is because the system that exists today is really failing them. I love my doctors, I love my nurse practitioners. If you go into their break room and if you look in their private lives, I can tell you, having coached thousands of people across every demographic and every celebrity to CEO on down to 10-year-olds who are talented and are being scouted, to be picked up later on in life. The challenge is that how do they apply it, right? So the first thing is trust. So when you have folks that are so desperate to get help and the existing system is failing them because they get a 5-minute window, nurse practitioners in the system, they're seating 27 patients, but yet the system itself says trust, trust, trust. So they're reaching outside. Now they're going to look towards, it was WebMD. You hear this in the buzz. And now as trust will be built, because really they need a support person. And as they're building this relationship with their own AI, and they're seeing some positive change in their own lives, where are they going to lean? Well, they're going to lean into what is serving them. After trust, I would say, well, data accuracy, right? Garbage in, garbage out. And so to support that trust, that's really where the focus has to be. And then, like I said, any time in a relationship, the first gap is going to be trust. It will be built. And then there's adoption because they're growing and they're receiving benefit.
I would just add to what you both just said. So, I mean, whether it's traditional healthcare, whether it's the wellness space or longevity, I mean, access, awareness, education is critical. And on top of that, convenience. We have to really make things very simple and easy for people to be able to obtain it. And without doing that, people are going to continue to get sick. People are going to continue to have stuff, and there won't be a prevention method to get to them. It'll be too late. So you have to make sure those things are key to whatever you do.
I see the gap, especially also what you said, also trust and the input, what we have for the AIs, the output. We all are in health tech, or we know health tech. We experiment a lot. For us, it's not a problem if not everything works very well. We appreciate already how far we got now, but there are these end consumers. They are not happy if this is not perfect, especially when in the health and wellness space, where not even the clinicians are so knowledgeable like we are. For them, it's a tool, and they have to explain these tools to the end consumer. And then you have 2 times the gap, which is then really a problem, and which do not help us then, because they do not trust in AI. They immediately say AI is shitty. Because it's a tool which uses AI, or even normally it's a relational database or whatever, or answer some questions, and they are not well executed. The next application has a problem to adapt to them because they said AI is shitty.
It's so funny that you say that. As I was coming here today, I just thought, I was in high school when the first, when the internet came out, right? And I thought, oh, this thing's never going to work. It was a cat in a cup, and it was like, zoom, zoom. And I'm like, I'm not wasting my time with this. How stupid was I? The thing about AI and what's rolling out, and we're so much smarter, is that we have that blueprint to model off of. AI's not going anywhere. The question is, how fast is it going to get there? And who's going to be part of it?
With the emergence of all this new technology, all these new products, still within the healthcare space, it's very reactive. It's like, how do we treat disease? How do we prescribe another medication? How do you go about changing the mindset to have it be more of a, proactive versus a reactive approach? Like, how do you start trying to solve the problems and create the changes to avoid the problems versus like after the fact treating them?
Well, I'll start this time. Yeah. I mean, I think when you talk about preventive care, and I come from Kaiser Permanente, which in the United States, I think they're more of a model for that than anywhere else. So it's kind of built into my blood. But even with Primasun and other companies that are advised, it's you really have to think about the body across all the spectrums, in my opinion. It's really mind, body, and spirit, however you see that in your world. And if you can't connect those 3 things, because people all over are dealing with different things, different cultures, and they react to health and trust in very different ways. And if you can't meet them in one of those 3 spaces or combine those things, it's going to be hard to get them to adopt the thing that they need to do, create the behavior change that's necessary, or trust you to even listen to you, right? So the modalities, text messaging, it's not just AI. It's like there's so many different things that you can look at within an app or an experience that will shift somebody where they're at. Could be someone having to translate for their parent, right? So like you have to really find out where those things are to make it sticky for them, and also make it stupid simple. Yeah.
And if I can add to that from a more of a macro standpoint in health systems, if you find a way to use CPT codes, like to tie revenue to preventative care, then it can be interesting from a financial and economic standpoint. So for us, we're starting to explore these pathways where health systems can just make money if you are actually investing in a preventative program.
That was actually the next question, is then how do you monetize all of this, right? Because it's like if there's more money in treating than preventing, what are the revenue streams?
Well, yeah, so like in our case, there's a code that's called remote therapeutics monitoring, and it's basically allowing a health system or a practitioner to track the patient's progress throughout the therapy. And then that in itself will just reduce the cost, so we can tie that back to reducing the readmission rates. So for health plans, at the end of the day, it can be pretty interesting from an economic standpoint. So those codes are just starting out, and thanks to the pandemic, it's starting to have a much higher adoption. So I think we're just at the start of this wave of remote therapeutics and remote monitoring, where health plans can finally see the tangible economic impact.
I feel like a little bit of a monster with the way that I'm a little Black Mirror-ish, the way I'm going to contribute to that question. I mentioned earlier the Serenity Sphere, the platform that I built. You know, looking at these 12 key areas that a human being nourishes themselves, right? Finances, community, love, physical activity, basically these 12 areas. I know exactly how to sell to them and how to position support agents. That is a little bit scary and very powerful, but yet it speaks to bringing them into balance and into happiness. So when used, you know, with good intentions, I hope, that opens up an entire revenue stream to support each human actually finding reasons why they want to live longer. You know, I could literally take right now and put millions of dollars in each of your bank accounts. I almost guarantee you might buy some stuff, but then what would we do with the rest of it? You know, the whole point about money was to buy back time, but then what are you going to do with that time, right? You'd be bored. Well, then I got to help you find some purpose, you know? And so it's kind of in this loving minutia. I think that there's going to be entire industries created.
I think there's a lot of change now. It's also about the financial part, especially when insurances, we see this in the health and wellness world, when more insurances support you with massages and red light and cryo. That's one step. The other step is the people have to know that. As I said, we are biohacking, we hear all those words all the time, but I think it needs movies like a Brian Johnson, Don't Die, sorry as it is, then the new Netflix movie about biohack yourself. Everything, yeah, they pay for it, but the people only understand it in this way, I think, or hear it the first time.
Yeah, they have to be inspired. You have to show them what life could be like. Like, that's literally why I made my company that name. When you tell someone like, oh, go live your dreams, they don't even know what that means yet, because to them, they're not sure how to apply those things. And so I agree with you. You know, when you look at, you know, the gluten-free of the world, you know, these phrases that become, and we were talking about this on the way over here, even the name peptides. The word peptides has been so normalized, but it kind of started with skincare, right? And so this thing that now we talk about that makes people feel super smart, and the biohacking, and we're talking about that, it's been slowly dripping itself in, right? A lot of things are a drip system, into our everyday language. And I think that's, you know, then you put on a big banner in some social media and a movie, and that's, you know, then you're inspiring people to want to be part of this movement.
I mean, storytelling is essential, right? So I mean, that's why I said education and awareness are critical to how you shift anybody, right, and from a behavior. So it does take the individual to be wanting it, but in the United States, I mean, the incentives aren't built for that. So we, you know, but you do in the storytelling, you have to find the pockets where within whoever you're targeting from a sales standpoint or whatever. Like if you're looking at sleep, for example, when 1 in 3 people are affected by it, and there's about $7,000 per person to like the cost of what that looks like, right? And then it goes up from there if it's like health and safety. So if you're looking at the health and safety person who's looking at a driver that's falling asleep, right? Like you can actually translate that into a lot of savings for them
Yeah.
by reducing your cost from a wearable that you do a sleep test at home. Like, there's a lot you can actually shift and actually prove that your product works, of course. But make sure that you can get into there, and that's the monetization that you can start to look at, that you could get a CPT code to be reimbursed for. Yeah.
It's almost like the predictability that they were discussing in maybe 2 presentations before, right, is what you're referring to.
So with so many new products on the market that are all powered by AI technology, how do you motivate consumer to use specifically your products? Because it's AI, right? You have to keep using, you have to keep feeding the system to have it learn and be better. So it's like, how do you get people to continue to wear the Oura rings or any of the products that you guys are creating versus using another one? Because that ends up being like make or break, right? On a product is like how much are people actually consistently using it and motivated to use it.
I think you need the right partner. I'm coming from growth hacking, growth marketing. B2C, trying to do marketing in such a huge market with so much competition, super difficult. No one knows exactly what to do. If you have partnerships with communities where the people trust in those communities, and you verified already that they can trust you, that they can believe in that, it's so much easier to adapt to a market and beat the others.
I would just build on that. So when I was at Kaiser Permanente, we had a partnership with Samsung. So you bring a lot of credibility when you look at a wearable and their ability to continue to be strong in the market. You have technology that's going to work. They already know that. You have a brand in Kaiser Permanente that's going to be able to push the needle, and then we make it convenient for you. So you shift the way that you are operating within something that you have, and you have a magic thing that people are going to continue to adopt and use. And the better part of that is that you're going to save their lives or change their lives. Yeah.
In our case, after a lot of user interviews and user research, we've learned that consumers didn't like to be tied to one specific wearable because everyone has a different one. You don't want to force them to wear one specific or asking them to purchase one because that just in itself reduces adoption for us. So we were like, okay, how can we build a therapeutic where it will be able to capture the stats that the wearable would give you while still maintaining access? So the way that we are solving this is by using your phone instead. We're leveraging computer vision to measure your biomarker from the face camera, the selfie camera of your smartphone. So anyone who has a phone can then use our technology. And given that you don't have to wear it, you're not wearing an EEG headset, which is mostly of our competitors are using, you're ditching the hardware, you just remove some friction of the experience. And I think at the end of the day, you talked about this, removing friction is what is one of the most important things in order to increase retention, compliance. Also for health systems, when we were pitching to them, if we're like, oh no, we're only compatible with Oura Ring, then they're going to be like, well, only 10% or 5% of my population has an Oura Ring, and they're never going to purchase. They don't have the budget to purchase a bunch of Oura Rings. So making it agnostic made a huge difference for us.
I think one of the things you see is, and you mentioned Kaiser, which is great. It's the brand recognition, but it's also the trust in knowing what they're going to get. Right? They have a very slated experience level. And you see with a lot of brands, when I go into Starbucks, for example, back when they were the first big name, you were getting this emotional connection with them for a $7 coffee. So you have the first adoption, but then you have retention, and then you need to look at longevity of the relationship. And it is just that the company itself has created this environment. It's almost like the Centurions. Even though I love the plant-based diet, part of what keeps them all collectively thriving is their community. And so as a brand, creating, whether it's a real community or a perceived community, but that's actually what really grows a lot of things. Kaiser would be one of them. And the goodwill name and experience that exists within that community, whether perceived or real. And then don't make them break up with you.
All right, so this is the last one, but what are some of the biggest challenges you guys face? I mean, there's a lot of regulation, right, in the healthcare industry, and it ranges, right? There's a big difference between on how supplements are regulated versus how prescriptions are. You know, what are some of the biggest hurdles, especially as we're moving into this new world of AI, that you guys see, you know, new companies facing as they kind of navigate this market?
Something that you touched a bit before, trust. There's so many different solutions out there, and finding a way to build that trust with the end customer is super important. So one way that we found to solve this problem is by selling to health systems so that a doctor would make the prescription to a patient. So it's not coming from an ad that you're seeing on Instagram, because it's really hard to believe, like, is this real? There's so many scams out there. So instead, if it comes from your doctor who understands your symptoms and your actual disease, and we're noticing that the conversion rates are much higher and our LTV is much higher as well. So the lifetime value of our customers end up being much stronger.
I'll just add that there's an old product management saying called Nihito, nothing important happens in the office, right? So I think you have to really get out there, do the A/B testing, understand really whether you're inside of a workflow for like a clinical group or if you're at someone's house and the challenges of their network connectivity and who's helping them to do what. You got to understand what's going on and the use of your application, whether it's hardware or software driven, and be there. And so much stuff is going to break along the way, which is going to help you to reduce cost on your supply chain, your manufacturing, all those different things that are essential to, you know, not just profitability, but actually making a difference with your product. Yeah.
So in my space, we are not regulated. It is the wild, wild west. I've literally seen, I mean, I can't even tell you what's going on within the coaching world. And the coaching world is growing tremendously. You're talking 17% of compounding growth rate and a yield, I think it's 6.4 billion right now, and over the course of the next 5 years is going to move to 11.7 is the trajectory. And so the challenge is on that side of healthcare support is they're not regulated. And so, you know, part of the challenge is how do we create an environment out of deregulation and perhaps not to regulate it, but yet to try to support them with the most accurate of data, because they are leaning on that to get that support because the other system perhaps isn't.
What we see is compliance, data, where to store the data. All the countries are different, especially when you go to Europe, it's horrible. You can't get data, you can't reach out to the patients, there's nothing you can do. Those are some hurdles we have.
Opportunities. Solutions, not problems. Well, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. As they step off the stage, Alex, Christina, Charlotte, then Nico, and Katya. That's right. Thank you very much. All right, next up, Rishi Misra. Rishi, are you ready?
Should be on the table there. You set that as soon as you can. Okay. All right, so while Stephen's getting this set up, quick introduction.
I'm Rishi Misra. I'm the head of product for the new member digital experience at Kaiser Permanente. Moved to San Francisco a little over 15 years ago to help build One Medical Group, and to the mic, got it. Yeah, so moved to San Francisco a little over 15 years ago to help build One Medical Group, and basically built my career in healthcare tech. I'm going to talk about AI-augmented diagnostics, and particularly focusing on medical imaging. If we get the time, I only have 8 minutes, so I'm going to see if we can get to talk about continuous monitoring as well. So, how did I get interested in AI-augmented diagnostics, particularly for medical imaging? You know, as is the case with many of the stories you've seen here, it is really personal stories that have driven interest in certain areas. And my case is not too much different. I actually had a couple of personal experiences that got me interested in this area. And I think they're also powerful agents for change, these personal stories. So there's a couple of instances I'm going to talk about. One is around a spinal injury, and if we have the time, I'll talk about AI-augmented chronic disease management, which really is a national imperative at this point. So December 15, 2021, I woke up in the morning. It had been a rainy night the night before here in San Francisco. I was going down some stairs, these stairs covered with this epoxy material that really shouldn't be on stairs, but they were wet stairs. I slipped, fell, landed on my lower back, almost passed out. Pain was excruciating, and somehow got into an Uber and made it to the injury clinic of a major medical center in San Francisco. I was seen by a nurse practitioner. She gave me some physical exams to make sure there was no spinal cord damage. And then there was an x-ray done. The x-ray was looked at by a radiologist, and the diagnosis given was a bruise, contusion, which is a fancy word for a bruise. They said, rest for 4 days, take some pain medications, and then start walking around as much as you can to rehabilitate the damaged muscle and tissue. As you can see here, so these are the actual results. It says no acute fracture on both the x-ray of the thoracic spine and the spine. That's the actual x-ray. And 2 weeks after this fall, I was actually scheduled to fly to India to go see my parents because I hadn't seen them in almost 2 years because of the pandemic. My mom said, don't come. You know, these long flights can be risky for back injuries. And I was like, you know what, if I get an upgrade to lay flat seating, which I'd actually never done before on these long flights, then I will come. So about 5 days after the fall, I start walking around, and I'm feeling okay, except I had these muscle spasms at night in my lower back, and I was like, okay, this is probably what a bruise feels like when you get a bruise to the lower back. 6 to 12 days after the fall, I slowly start to increase the number of steps I'm taking, so go up to about 10,000 steps a day. And it was fine, except the day before I was about to leave, I decided to message the nurse practitioner because I was feeling this tingling sensation in the lower back and, you know, kind of radiating pain. And she says, go see your PCP. Now, this was the evening before I was going to fly out. So, and I actually secured an upgrade to lay flat seating. So I decided, you know what, it's too late. I'm just going to go. It's a bruise. I should be fine. So get on a plane the next day. And as you can see, I'm clearly enjoying this. This is the first time I ever flew in lay flat seating because previously I either couldn't afford it or I would just fly economy to save money whenever I went to see my parents. So I fly to India, and I'm walking around with my dad in Bangalore, and all of a sudden I feel this sharp shooting pain in my lower back, and I can't even climb a single step. And so this was December 31st, 2021. My mom's friend calls. He's the head of ICU at a major medical center in Bangalore to wish her Happy New Year. She says, here's what's going on with my son. So next day, January 1st, 2022, go into the medical center. And this medical center has people of all levels of the economic spectrum. I get multiple x-rays from different angles, an MRI, and a CT scan for a total of $200. And the CT scan confirms that I have fractures or clean breaks in the L2 and L3 transverse processes of the lumbar spine. And as a reminder, this injury was diagnosed as a bruise at the medical center in San Francisco. So is this a big deal? I've had conversations with multiple clinicians about this. As a patient, yeah, if your spine's broken, you want to know. And you want a major medical center in the United States to capture that. And if I hadn't ended up finding out that this was a fracture, I might have still tried to walk around despite the pain, and that could actually lead to a more displaced fracture, which can lead to surgery. And that happens in a small percentage of the cases, but that is a possibility. Clinician perspectives I've heard include, you should have not gone to India. Well, if I knew it was a fracture, I might not have gone. Plus, I found out about it there, so that may not have been a bad thing. If you had come back complaining of pain, we would have investigated further. You know, call me a fussy patient, but if my spine is broken, I kind of want to know on the first try, right? There was a note in your medical record indicating you cannot rule out occult fracture. So I was like, well, I didn't know that note was there. Nobody told me. And why wasn't it ruled out? Treatment protocol would have been the same for a contusion and a fracture. Not true. For a fracture, you're supposed to rest. For a bruise, you have to start rehabilitating with walking and activity. So the reasons or the excuses I heard from clinicians just didn't make sense to me. So how big of a problem is this? 11% of transverse process fractures are actually missed by x-rays. This was not even a new study. This was a study done in the late 80s, early 90s. And CTs reduced the risk of overlooking these kind of fractures. Is there a role for AI, augmented imaging in this scenario? Absolutely. When I got back to the US, I was given a confirmatory CT scan to confirm the breaks, and then connected with a sports medicine specialist, and he could see the fractures in the x-ray that was done on the day of the injury. And so if you train AI at the level of a specialist, it can likely catch these. So what are the key lessons? AI can certainly augment clinical decision support in cases where you have transverse process fractures, or really any kind of blunt trauma fractures. It's important for clinicians to acknowledge that a diagnostic accuracy problem exists. You know, I had to find these studies to actually tell these clinicians that this problem exists. And AI models can be trained by clinicians from all over the world and data from all over the world. That medical center in India had very detailed reports, very detailed images that can actually be used to train AI models. And then we all know that AI models aren't going to be perfect, even though they may be dramatically better than human, particularly non-specialist clinicians. So if there are workflows for when those non-specialist clinicians make mistakes, there can be workflows for when the AI model, or I should say AI augmented model, because we're not substituting clinician judgment, we're helping clinician judgment here, can make mistakes. So those are the lessons. I'm out of time, but I think we have a panel, and I'll be happy to talk about AI for continuous monitoring. Thank you.
Rishi, thank you. Perfect timing. And you get some more time. We don't have time for questions right now, but now we're going into a panel, and you're going to stay up there for a little bit for our AI and imaging panel. So this is going to be real exciting. Somebody shout in the other room, because we got a packed schmooze room, and they don't want to miss this. So AI and imaging. So if we can have Alina come on up, Alina Shapira, and then Jyoti Lal, come on up. Great to see you again. Jyoti joined us in one of our very first AI events when AIFI was just getting off the ground over maybe a year and a half ago or so. And excited to have her back from GE Healthcare. And yeah, those look great. Let me grab the, you have wired microphones, so let me. And we should be good to go. All right, take it away. And if you need me to prompt you, just let me know. But hopefully you guys spoke a little bit beforehand, and let me get.
Hello? Oh, so maybe let's start from a short introduction of who we are, and then we'll deep dive into different challenges of AI, opportunities, where do we see it in the future, and let's go from there. Okay? So, Rishi, you want to go first?
Sure. I think I pretty much introduced myself already, but Rishi Misra, and although I work in digital product, I've gotten very passionate about AI augmented imaging, and really AI across multiple spectrums of healthcare, including continuous monitoring. And there's some cases I want to talk about on the continuous monitoring front. Go ahead.
Jody?
Sure, I'll go next. My name is Jody Lale, and I work as Enterprise Imaging Marketing Leader at GE Healthcare. I've been at GE for 10 years now, 5 years in the healthcare business, and working on enterprise imaging solutions, including AI and the cloud, and it's an exciting space, so I'm excited to be here today.
Yeah, and my name is Elena Shapira. I'm ex-Philips, 15 years in product management, in advanced visualization, AI, in radiology. I was leading development of different software solutions for CT imaging, MRI imaging, and nuclear medicine, specifically using AI. And I'm excited to be here and share some thoughts with you.
Great. So I think we wanted to get started on use cases. Like, what are the use cases in medical imaging that we're all excited about? So, Jody, you want to go first?
Yeah, I think obviously improved diagnosis, early detection of diseases are, the big ones. And sometimes, like for example, with, you had a great example of where an image was missed that potentially an AI could have caught. And there's several use cases in like lung health and lung diseases where the naked eye can't always catch like the tiny modules in the lungs, right, where the AI can. So I think in like neurology, all the ologies really, there's areas for AI to be a support to the radiologist, like a second pair of eyes in case they miss something. So I think it's an exciting space in that sense. I think there's also a lot of workflow optimizations that could come from AI. So, clinicians, including radiologists, are burnt out. They have an increasing caseload with the aging populations, and it's only going to get worse and worse. So if the AI can come in and help them prioritize the most important, the most crucial exams first when their mind is fresh, they're just drinking their coffee in the morning, really optimize how they work, we're able to have better outcomes, not only for the patients, but for their own work-life balance and for all of us. And I think if your doctors are happy, we all benefit from, happy clinicians. So I think AI is like setting the stage for that to happen. And how about you, Alina?
Maybe to continue your thought, I think radiology is one of the domains where AI was implemented first. And if we go 5 years ago, everybody were talking how AI can replace a radiologist. And today, there is a shift, and we understand that, like you said, with the aging population and with the burnout of radiologists and general physicians, they are using AI to help them to have a second pair of eyes, to check, hey, there might be a lesion here, there might be a mistake there, so pay attention. That's how AI is being used today. Specifically, it's implemented today in in cases where time is important. So stroke patient management, that's a very, very significant field where AI is implemented both in image analysis, but also in the prioritization of cases, in calling the whole supporting physicians of the case, sending them images up front, so minimize the time from the patient entering the hospital till till he gets the needed treatment. So stroke is one example. Other examples are image processing, so automation and workflow automation of knowing which cases are coming to a specific user, because there are different radiologists and doing different cases. So cardioradiologist will do cardiology images, lung will do lungs. So there are prediction algorithms saying for this user which cases should be pre-processed. Organ segmentation, lesion segmentation. So there is a lot of algorithms that are included in order to improve the workflow and make it shorter and faster. Yeah, I think for now, maybe one last thing that if we look on the different AI companies that are working for radiology, so most of the companies are working on the high volume images. So stroke is one, CT images are the most, the highest amount of images in radiology are CT images, so there are a lot of AI put in CT automatic processing for lungs, and X-ray, lung X-ray, and mammography. I think those are the main two main use cases, so stroke, X-ray, lungs, and mammography.
Thanks, Alina. So, you know, I'm not somebody who gets injured very frequently. However, in the span of, I talked about the one injury I had. So about 9 months after that, gosh, I almost feel like a football player because I had 2 football injuries in the span of 9 months. But I was crossing the street here in San Francisco at Broadway and Sansome, and in the crosswalk, walk sign on, car turning left, hit me and my then girlfriend, and I went flying out of the windshield, broke the windshield. Fortunately, it was okay. Wow. But I had a grade 2 tear to the MCL, fractured fibula, and what they said was a suspected tear to the meniscus. I'm like, look, I'm not settling with suspected anything. I want to know for sure what the diagnosis is. And one of my former colleagues from One Medical put me in touch with a company called Naviget, Naviget. And what they do is they take MRI images and they apply density-based color mapping to the MRI image. And one might think that's a simple concept, but the thing is, if you have a meniscus tear in the knee, for example, the fluid from the surrounding tissue flows into the tear. And something that a regular black and white MRI image won't be able to tell you, this colored image will tell you, because this fluid density in the tear is different. And so that is something that's happened to stumble on, definitely excites me. Continuous monitoring. You know, last year my dad had this cardiac event in January, and he's very far away, and just being able to manage that and help him with, you know, cardiac rehab from far was somewhat challenging. And so I was like, you know, it would be great if AI could actually help people do this, where they have relatives or people they want to care for, that can, you know, provide nudges, provide clinical intelligence, where it sends you alerts only when you really should be concerned, and things like that. And there's an imaging component to it, because sometimes during that recovery process from a major event, they'll go into the doctor's office, but they won't really know how to interpret what's going on. And a doctor, especially in high volume environments, will just give them a few notes, maybe a few medications. So looking at those images and really understanding what's going on with their health, I think the AI's got a role to play there as well.
Yeah, and you kind of touch on the idea of precision medicine, being able to use all of the data that's out there and AI to really create more personalized treatment plans for patients. And you made me think of this company, Idovan, that we partner with in Europe, and they create AI algorithms for detecting heart arrhythmias early on. And what they do is if you're able, I think in the future, it's really exciting where we're going if we're able to connect, for example, data from your wearables, right? Like from your Apple Watch, which monitors your heartbeats and things like that. If we're able to share that information with the cardiologist and they could track the arrhythmias before it even happens, or catch heart disease, all the different types of diseases in the cardiac world before they even happen, I think is critical. It can save lives. And then having an AI to be able to analyze all of that data on behalf of the cardiologist or whoever is viewing is a really exciting future and a need, I think, as well.
Yeah, we can also think about home applications for elderly population that are monitoring different aspects, and then like you're saying, providing it to the physicians as a baseline. So you don't need to come every time to the hospital for monitoring, but so there is a lot of development done also there. Maybe let's talk a bit about the challenges or what needs to be done in order to also today and in the future, where in order to integrate AI into the workflow and develop new algorithms and so. So you want to start?
This is something I've been thinking about. Obviously, there's a diverse range of challenges. I think there's so many AI apps that are out there. So how do hospitals decide which ones they want to use? And oftentimes you'd want to partner, with a vendor to help, help you choose, but also make sure those solutions are already implemented with AI. So there's a lot of different ways to approach this. We work with at GE Healthcare, we partner with an AI platform, so they're able to onboard all of the different AIs for the various disease states. So if clients work with us, they automatically get access to be able to leverage those AIs that are then built on our imaging solutions. So we try to make it easy for the clinicians and the hospitals to be able to leverage it. But I think what's so interesting is the standardization of okay, is AI going to be taught in medical schools for radiologists when they're studying? Or is it going to be case by case? Some hospitals have AI, some don't. Some of the radiologists really use it, some don't. So I think where we have a long way to go, a lot of steps to take before it's implemented across all radiology departments, and the radiologists are, supercharged and reusing the AI day to day. So there's a lot of steps, but that's kind of where I see it now.
Yeah, Judy, you touched an important aspect of integration into the radiology workflow. Today there are so many small AI companies that are specified on lung or cardiac or other algorithms, and then imagine the hospital that needs to integrate so many different algorithms inside his workflow. So having one platform that combines all together is a lot of brings a lot of simplification into the IT world of the radiology.
Yeah, I'm going to draw on my experience in strategic partnerships at Kaiser Permanente, where I was for the first 3 years of my career at Kaiser. We worked with companies including Google, Samsung, Microsoft, that had unique clinical solutions, some of them AI augmented imaging. Google, for example, had this technology that allowed clinicians to diagnose skin conditions just by using an app at the level of a specialist. So they trained this app at the level of a specialist for many conditions. The challenges that we encountered, I think, was when they came to us, their model was not performing at a super high degree of sensitivity, specificity, and so they wanted to partner with with Kaiser Permanente to get to a certain level of model performance. And that's a general challenge we've seen with many companies that are trying to do things in the AI space. The good thing about being in a globalized world really is, and particularly being in companies that have a global footprint, is you can train your models in other places and then come to the US where regulatory requirements might be a little more stringent, but then have a model that's already performing at a certain degree. And I think that's sort of the general, I'd say one of the approaches that companies with global footprints can take to overcome some of the hurdles around model accuracy. The other thing is just data. Having accurate, annotated data seems to be a big challenge. Particularly given there isn't even, or there are many systems where annotation is either wrong or just not thoroughly documented, and so that can be a challenge. I think we also were alluding to how there's resistance from certain clinicians, and I think convincing them, and as a key stakeholder, that this is to augment the performance from a diagnostics perspective is critical as well.
Yeah, talking about resistance from clinicians, I think a year ago I was talking to customers in Norway that created a specific committee to approve already approved algorithms by different companies. So in order for an algorithm or AI algorithm to work, or any medical software to work, we need to go through certain regulatory process, and it needs to be accurate in 95% of cases. So what these committees are doing, they're saying, yeah, we know that FDA approved and the European MDR approved and Chinese approved and so on, but we want to test it by ourselves. So this committee, and it was really about this resistance of, hey, will it do my work? Can I trust it? So they were taking different algorithms which were already approved, and they will kind of filter those before it can be used by the Norway hospital. So it was amazing to me to see, hey, why you have all these, we passed as a providers, we passed so many different steps, we did research, we proved it in so many ways, and still there are such committees to adopt these algorithms. And guess what? They were saying they are not always right. Because these algorithms, and that's to touch on your point on data management. So I had one doctor saying, your algorithms are working great on good patients, on healthy patients. The problem is that my patients are sick, and their liver or their organs look differently. And that's where the different algorithms fell. And it was really interesting to hear that, at least for me. But yeah.
Yeah, that is interesting, because obviously the algorithms are built on data, right? So you have to have de-anonymized patient data to actually build the algorithms or have them keep learning, right? So yeah, it's interesting to see which hospitals are on board to share their information, and be able to build on the algorithms and get them stronger. And there's we have partnerships with Houston Methodist on building a data lake for them, and then building specific algorithms for their hospital. But I think that's still such a new thing. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see where we land even from a year from now, 2 years from now, because I do think last year, a year ago, the conversation was, will AI replace my job? But now the conversation is, how can AI help my job? And I see that, even when I'm at conferences like RSNA, and I'll be at HIMSS in March, it's more of okay, we get it. We get AI is here, fine. But how can I actually use it? And how, show me how it works. And like I think they're, are more open to the conversation, and they're in like the learning stage now. So, I think we're slowly getting there to really getting the AI perfect and getting the clinicians on board with it as well.
Yeah, I'll make a quick comment around accuracy and how to manage pilots. I mean, we're really, even though many other industries have adopted AI in various shapes and forms, healthcare is, behind, and understandably, we're highly regulated. And companies like Google, for example, and this is public knowledge, so they had AI that could detect retinopathy. And they piloted that in a setting, I think it was a US health, no, actually it was a health system perhaps in Thailand. And the issues they encountered is when the model produces false positives or false negatives, they really didn't have a clear-cut, well-defined, well-thought-out workflow to handle those cases. And so, when something like that happens in healthcare, there's a lot of I get bad juju, whatever you want to call it, that goes towards those incidents, right? Like, it's kind of like what we've seen with self-driving cars, right? If a self-driving car makes a mistake, that's a huge, huge deal, even though we know that humans make way more mistakes when they're driving out there. And so when the technology is in its infancy like this, it's important to be extremely thoughtful and careful about piloting these things and making sure that these pilots are well thought through, particularly for those cases where the model's going to get things wrong, even though they get things wrong at a much smaller rate than humans do.
Yeah. So I agree with you that there are some similarities with self-driving cars, but there is one big difference. The self-driving car is really driving by itself, right? We are not controlling the wheel, we are not touching it while Waymo is driving. In radiology and in other healthcare professions as well, the radiologist controls the AI, meaning the AI is just, and you also, Judy, talked about it, that the AI is just a recommendation. It's a second reader, so someone needs to approve it, and it's good that it is this way, because still you want another pair of eyes. And it's amazing how many times I've heard doctors saying, wow, if I had it a few years ago, it would help me because I would not miss this and this lesion, I would not miss this and this anomaly. So I think unlike self-driving cars, we still need to approve and to have a second pair of eyes, and that's the power of AI in radiology.
And I think we
Have
did
we
leave
stumped
some
the
time.
panelist?
We left some time for Q&A. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, let's do Q&A. Okay, and I want to apologize to you. And I just looked at the schedule or the messages in our thread, and I was supposed to moderate.
It's all good.
That's okay.
You did an amazing job. You just rolled with it. You didn't give me like the stink eye. I said, Steve, you said you were going to moderate. All right, who has any questions? Let's go.
I only have one fundamental question, but it's kind of sums it up. And I'm Bert Juno, so if you want to talk later, I'm here. I think I met some of you before. But thank you, Rishi. I heard your talk before. But an important question for you and hospital and payers is it worth it at this point?
For payers, is that what
you encompass, in some ways, several things.
I want to make sure I understand your question. So are you saying is it worth it for payers?
Hospital and insurance and whatnot.
Oh, yeah. So that's a good question. It really depends on the case, on the use case where makes financial sense. I mean, example to give you is pathology, right? There are multiple companies, Pat.ai, Procia, and others that have AI, looks at slides and can tell you, if there's cancer or if there's not. I mean, just based on what the pathological condition is. And what that's allowed the hospital workflows to do is allocate the more complex cases to the pathologists that are experts and really, really good. And then the easy cases, the AI just predetermines it. So when there's workflow efficiencies like that, and we start to do the value calculations, it really starts to make sense because you're not paying as much. In the case of dermatology that I'd mentioned earlier, if there are fewer referrals going to specialists because your frontline PCPs are able to use a dermatology app to detect what's going on, that also saves the organization money. And the numbers can make sense very quickly. So those are just a couple of cases. And now, in my back injury case, I actually thought about that as well. Does that make financial sense? Like, was I not given the CT scan in San Francisco because of a cost issue, right? Because the CT scan would have caught the back break. And I don't think that really ended up making sense because I ended up coming back and getting a CT scan anyways because they had to confirm it because the treatment protocol was different. And if I'd ended up having surgery, they would have had to pay a whole lot more. So the numbers would have made sense in that case as well. So yeah, it really depends on what the cases are. But I think if we can get AI performing at a certain level, the numbers will start to make sense even for health plans in many cases.
So I guess what you're saying, you wouldn't buy the entire package of your colleagues here at
Yeah. Right. Like, I think a case-by-case assessment is probably wise versus wholesale deployment of AI just to make sure that these the health systems and providers really are not going bankrupt over this, right? And we also want to do it in a way that advances patient outcomes because that's really, really important.
Hey, thanks, Rishi. Your earlier point about proving an AI solution in a market abroad, a less regulated market, really resonated because that's actually what we've done. Shameless plug. So we are a computer vision AI-based company that provides remote physical rehabilitation and physical therapy. So we've proven in 5 markets in Asia Pacific. And a company like Kaiser, right, who is a payer and a provider, is incredibly attractive to companies like us. And I'm sure there's others in the audience that are wondering, what is the best way to get in to a company like Kaiser? And of course, I mean, the companies like Philips and GE are also attractive, but Kaiser, I think, even more so because, like I said, right, you guys have 2 roles. And you spoke about a pilot, right? What's your advice for us on how to get there?
That's a good question, and I can speak to it because I've been on the other side. I was actually with a company called Archimedes at one point, which what it did was took data from a patient's medical record, plugged it into a very sophisticated mathematical algorithm. It was actually early stage AI where we could predict the risk of chronic conditions, and we had it deployed in primary care settings. With Kaiser, there's a lot of, I think, due diligence that needs to happen typically because Kaiser likes to see publications. They like to see that the technology has been tested, validated in other clinical settings. Obviously, they don't ask for something that's comparable in size to Kaiser because they're huge, right? There's like 13 million patients in the United States, but substantial clinical validation at other health institutions really helps. I have also seen, in my strategic partnerships role at Kaiser, I've also seen startups. There was this one startup, for example, really great product founded by someone who came out of the military, but basically detecting diabetic foot retinopathy, or sorry, not retinopathy, but foot ulcers through a pad that detected temperature differentials. And they try to
get into a large region at Kaiser, which is Northern California, Southern California, but that was just very, very difficult without having proven this technology. But what they were able to do is pilot it with a smaller region, Mid-Atlantic, and had some great results there, published, and then they were able to come into, well, I don't think they yet made it into the Californias, but they were able to make it into other health systems, which I think helps as well.
Let's move the mic over this side of the room. Raise your hand if you have a question. Love Rishi's answers, but don't want to want to engage the rest of the panel here. Any questions? And so I'm going to ask a question that I asked before, is on the timeline moving forward, like when do you see, like if you were to look out in AI and imaging and what the potential is, where do you see things going, and what's the time frame for full adoption, let's say, where it'll just be commonplace that, oh, of course we're going to use AI in this, or here's the change, and here's when we see that change, we think that'll really penetrate the market.
So maybe I'll start answering. I think we are already there. So in the last 5 years, I think there was tremendous change, and Judy also talked about it. So I think radiology was the first market where AI entered in all medicine, and the promise was we'll replace the radiologist right from beginning. So no, radiologists will not be replaced, but they will be significantly helped by AI.
So let me just say, what do you think the percentage is now? Because I hear, and maybe it's just anecdotal, that they're not implementing AI to read the films or the data as much as they could be. So what do we feel the penetration is now, and when will it be 100% penetration of using that AI assist to pre-screen maybe before the clinician
So
looks?
there is some penetration today in specific fields like stroke, and it also depends on the hospital. So the more the hospital is developed, or a high-end hospital, they have all AI algorithms, all high-end and so on. The less hospital is developed, big and so on, there is less penetration. I think one of the major challenges is the integration inside workflow. We talked about it. So if I'm a radiologist in the hospital, I don't want to have 100 solutions. I don't want to validate 100 solutions or even 10 solutions for my chest CT. I want to have the best, and I want the provider like Philips, GE, or others to choose for me the best solution for my chest X-ray. And that's, I think, where we are going to. We are going to these solidifying. We are seeing that many AI companies are joining forces, are coming as one, and more workflow integration and having a solutions in one provider in one place, and not different solutions from different vendors.
And I know, Jody, yes, you're working in this area and working on integrations, right?
Totally. And to answer your first question, like I do see like there's early adopters in this space for sure, and I do see that in like the metropolitan areas. Like I think UCSF, I've seen AI on their solutions, you know, the doctors that I go to here, like I could see it, you know, because I'm like, okay, that's the AI that, you know, already the sonographer or whoever is like, you know, able to see, and then that gets then passed on to the radiologist. So, you know, I do think like there are definitely like handfuls of early adopters out there. And I think, you know, it's just like the challenges, I think metropolitan areas, like they have so many exams, they have such high patient volumes, they need the AI. Like it's like critical for them in terms of, you know, getting through all of the exams and then the workflow optimization as well for their clinicians. I think it's slower adoption in some of maybe the rural areas and other communities where they have other challenges and other thought processes actually when it comes to healthcare than maybe even some of the metro areas that are more like innovation forward. And so you were going to ask me about integration, sorry.
Yeah, so I'm thinking, I'm actually thinking of an analogy with self-driving cars, because here in San Francisco, we see them all over the place, and we actually can noticeably see that the penetration increasing percentage-wise with the Waymos. So similar to that, if the self-driving cars are, let's say, 10x better drivers, and then the AI similarly in reading films and scans or whatever the tech happens to be to find those issues like Rishi had. What do you see as like the dot X or the multiple integer X improvement and penetration over time? And I get it's like the integration, so you're at the forefront of looking at integrating AI with the analyzers, so I'm curious what you see.
Right. Yeah, and I don't remember all of the numbers off the top of my head, but I know for like pneumothorax, it's like 10% at least like improvement in, being able to catch some of the diseases that maybe the naked eye misses. And it will share like 94% like accuracy. And this is changing, right? The more data we get, like the better the AI gets. So whatever I'm saying now can be so different in like a couple months. And then for the integration, I think it's really difficult to have all of these third-party AIs out there and like figure out how hospitals can use them. So that's where I feel like working with the third-party like platforms, like we work with Blackford, and basically they standardize the onboarding process for the hospitals, and they work with all of the third parties, and that's like what they do. So, when they are working with the hospital, they're able to get the solutions onboarded much quicker. They already are the experts in the integrations between different health systems. So I think even other AI apps to partner with the platforms is the way to go. That's kind of like the bridge.
Right, so partner with the GEs or the Philips, the people that are producing the equipment, and if they can bridge into the provider network.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Jody, Alina, Rishi, thank you. Amazing panel. And now we have our next, we have Adi coming up. Adi, I should say. Let me see if, we've got your slide up there. So come on up. I need to prep your slides, and as soon as you see your slide up on the monitor right there, you can go ahead, but why don't you start with a little introduction?
All right, I need the mic. Hey everyone, my name is Adi. I'm building FieldBridge. Steve?
Give me one moment.
All right.
Coming right up.
Thank you. All right, so I'm Adi again. I'm building FieldBridge.
And speak mic close to the mouth. So.
Better now?
Oh, perfect.
All right. So again, Adi, building FieldBridge.
Actually, I'm going to make it easier for you since you're standing and you can walk and talk now.
Thank you. Better. FieldBridge, basically we're building it based off my experience and others in therapy and coaching. At FieldBridge, we're bridging the gap between practitioners and clients during and between sessions. And what I mean is basically there are a couple of challenges we identified both for practitioners, can be therapists, coaches, any type of guide, and their customers, any clients. Couple of the challenges, for example, for practitioners, they can't really assist their clients when they go through emotion states or any challenges between sessions. They can't provide them help and support in real time. And they're spending a lot of time after sessions just to capture things that came up from the sessions, notes, and plan for next sessions and stuff like that. For the clients, they feel isolated between sessions. If something happens, they don't know most of the time how to cope with those things. And then when they really need support, they don't have anyone to reach out to. That's why we built FieldBridge, basically. At FieldBridge, we are using AI both for the client side and the practitioner side. And we capture emotions, journals, anything that goes from health devices like wearables and stuff like that, capturing all the data, running it through different type of models that were trained on various therapy and coaching best methodologies, and then those models can assist the customers when they go through challenges. When I say assist, I don't mean solve or provide them anything that resolve the situation, but they can start to help them to cope the issues. For example, work with them through meditation, some breathing exercises and stuff like that, just to calm them down and make sure they can pass this specific trigger and get ready to discuss with it with their practitioner whenever they have a chance on their next session. And at the same time, we are creating with those, once we identify the emotion state of the client, we are generating an alert to their practitioners and keeping them in a loop. And once this happens, then we allow the practitioners to basically reach out to the client and provide support in real time, if they need to. Here you can say basically what we provide as a user experience. At FieldBridge, we have an app that basically the user can track their emotions, any trigger that comes during the day. They can, once they provide that data, for example, you can see I'm feeling anxious about my presentation. And on the third slide, you can see some support that I received from my AI agent. This agent isn't, again, going to resolve my situation, but it's going to help me cope with it. So as you can see, it asked me to perform some breathing exercises and stuff like that that will calm me down. At the same time, as you can see, it was shared successfully with my therapist. That keeps my therapist in the loop. And now you can see what the practitioners see in real time. So they can actually see what I'm going through. They can have a summarization before the session instead of spending time just on, just on things that happen between sessions. And, so instead of this, the practitioner can get a summarization from the AI in what their customers went through in their past week or so. And they can just come into the session more prepared and make it much more productive session. At the same time, they can also message to the customers if something happened. They can set alerts in specific severity. So they can say if my customer is feeling anxious a couple of times per day, I would like to know about it, receive an alert, then I can schedule a Zoom session with them or just message them and make sure everything is moving forward as expected. The benefits that FieldBridge brings to the practitioners, basically we are increasing the service level that they can provide and creating much productive sessions for their customers. And for the clients, we support the client's mental health between the sessions and also in the sessions themselves. Wow, I'm on time. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Adi. Was there a demo or something? Oh, a question, yes. Say your name.
My name is Aiko Kadir. I'm a practitioner for the last 16 years. So the topic that you raised here is really absolutely very important. Yes, I used to track my clients during the week between sessions, like giving them different tasks, and they sending me back audio or something like their statement before going to sleep or early in the morning. Usually it's the time of anxiety. And in your case, you're actually deciding this problem. That is great. Really, I think it's a great job. So my question is the price, the cost, because usually, you know, it's not too much affordable, actually, the service of, practitioner and psychologist and so on. Will it add some value, cost, yeah, or reduce?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. That's something we're thinking, like who to charge for that service. That's something that both practitioners can offer to their customers as part of the service. And if something happens, I know, for example, therapist doesn't work with the clients between sessions, right? Unless something really triggering happens. So that can be something that you can add on top of your service. If you want this type of engagement, then we can charge you more. Or basically just create this service with ask for more from the beginning and then, provide it as part of your service. I'm going to therapy a lot, and I feel like every session we spend 25% of that session on just catching up and things like that, and that translates to about $50 a week. So, if you can offer this as part of your service and then make the connection with the customer better, I think it's a win for both sides. So. Yeah.
Well, let me get you the microphone, and then last question, and then Adi is going to be part of the next panel as well. So we're going to have a whole panel on the mental health aspect of AI.
Okay. Can a patient get the application by themselves?
Sorry?
A patient can get the application just to use it, or they need to use it through the practitioner?
There are two applications, one for the practitioner and one for the customers. The customers are using mobile app, and the practitioner can use it on an iPad or on a desktop computer when they're in their clinic. And yeah.
And Adi will be here afterwards as well, and we'll share a drink. Maybe, I don't even know if you drink, but after the 7 o'clock hour. But find him. But right now, let's bring up our other, advance the slide to the panel, and we'll bring up our other panelists. So we have Alicia and Ayelet. We have the 3 A's. It's the A team. Oh, right there is good. And you've got mics on the chair, and you have a timer here.
So hi everyone, my name's Alicia Waldner. I'm the founder of Exist. We are a community mental wellness platform helping people heal together, not alone.
Hi, I'm Ayelet Schfeld. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist, Lacanian psychoanalyst, and I have a mental health clinic called Diversitas, as well as a startup that's called Your AI Psychoanalyst, which is an AI autonomous agent acting as your analyst.
And Adi, building Fuel Bridge.
Are we just chatting?
Yeah.
Just talk about what you're doing.
Okay.
I'm going to moderate this, okay?
Go ahead
Might even
and
get on
moderate.
stage. Let's have a conversation here. Let's make this conversational. This is like our living room. Okay, zoom out. Aren't these chairs great?
Yeah.
They are.
Amazing.
I think these are the best for the events I've done. These are the best panelist chairs. Okay, so I see a lot of apps coming out there. It's amazing what AI can do. So just one anecdotal thing that I experienced was that using an app that first, talking to AI, it's more empathetic than any human I've ever met. I think just OpenAI just spent so much time honing the empathy aspect.
Yeah.
But let's just go down the row, maybe starting with Ayelet. what do you see as the potential for AI in the process of mental health care and having us, as a coach, whatever you see, what do you see as the implementation and the potential benefit, and where do you see it going into the future?
I actually think that the potential is quite mind-blowing. I mean, the way that it allows us to test models, prove theories that were never been able to be proved because of the longitudinal nature of studies. That's one thing. There have been many claims about AI lacking empathy, being unable to really interact as a human, yet I can make many claims suggesting that many people will likely use that, might not go to therapy, and in a way it goes back to Freud's model of the analyst as a blank screen, which can allow potentially a more thorough, mathematically informed analysis, yielding unconscious material that can, again, potentially be more precise than a human analyst. And I know that probably my colleagues are going to be very upset hearing me say that, but I see great potential in terms of the AI agent as a companion to the analyst, to the therapist, informing their treatment and assisting. And actually, when you think about it, even Gen Z, I mean, they are all going to go and are using already ChatGPT, so we better come up with models that are trained specifically for mental health, because the risk of having an individual just use generic models is much greater. So to be sensible, responsible, we should be taking the lead in that.
Alicia, yeah.
Yeah, so to aid in a little bit of what you said, the biggest thing that I would say is stigma. As she mentioned, a lot of people won't get the help that they need due to the stigma of therapy. Especially, I'm going to go towards the older generation. The older generation was taught to hide everything under the rug. Everything's fine, everything's fine. And we are moving into a world where people are starting to talk more, but I think AI will get people more comfortable with doing that. So that's one beautiful thing. Another thing is obviously access. Therapy is not cheap, and this movement allows more people to be able to get the help that they need. In addition to, we can always add in the convenience of it being right on your phone and having access 24/7. So I guess I added a third one on there, but those are the biggest shifts that I see in the mental health space that I think are beautiful.
Yeah, and before you go, Adi, I know in our conversations, and a couple of our conversations, I was really intrigued because I hadn't really even thought about how you can have AI ingest and trained on all the different modalities. So I know everybody, some people are more somatic, some people are more, the cognitive therapy. So maybe even include a little bit of that, of just the way that AI you can have that precise modality that you want in a therapist.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I can talk from my experience, going through therapy and stuff like that, and see how AI can help me cope with things, but I also see the value in a real practitioner, and I can see how AI can help both sides to get better in, the service that practitioners can provide. Now, to what Steve mentioned about different type of knowledge, I can definitely see, and that's what we're doing in my company now. We are training models on specific training data. It can be different type of, for example, somatic therapy, models that are, specialized and trained on different aspects of therapies, and then let them work together, and even, have a model that know different type of therapy at the same time, or just specialized in one, and then share the knowledge with other, and just discuss and come up with solutions with other agents at the same time. So I see both. I think one thing we really need to make sure we're not looking to replace those, professionals, but give them more tools utilizing AI and get better.
It works. Raise your hand if you have used AI as a coach or a therapist. Has anybody gone to their chat client and so raise your hand if you've actually tried that? It's only about not even 10% of the room. How about if you see the potential, if you would maybe use an AI bot before even consulting a therapist? Raise your hand. So a little more than 50% of the room. So it looks like there's a lot more market out there potentially. And if anybody would like, do we have Dave or a mic runner out there? Come up, grab a mic over here. And then if anybody has a question, just feel free to raise your hand over the course of the conversation. And my question for the panel is, what question do you want to know? What are you curious about? Can AI really do X? Or what do you see as the unknown thing that you're curious about? Maybe somebody else on the panel has a partial answer for that.
I guess just with a show of hands, how many of you guys feel like if you were to move from talking to your friends or talking to a therapist to an AI chatbot, how many of you today would do it and feel that you have the trust within the technology to do that? Like 2 people. Okay, got it. That was my one thing I was curious about.
I am thinking about, the principles of any therapy, regardless of CBT, regardless of psychoanalysis, would be transference and a supposed knowledge that you have towards the expert professional, towards the machine. And we do know that we are attached to our devices, to our cell phones, to any device that we have today. And so the transference is there. We are attached. We do treat it as an entity. AI as agent, I think, is something that is already, has already happened in a way and is being used. And the question is the supposed knowledge that was attributed to the physician, to the psychologist, supposedly to the machine. And I think that maybe that's my question to the audience as well. We're approaching, super intelligence, and I think that very soon the ability is already there to be able to quantify all academic material, depending on the material that it has access to or being trained on, right, to be able to arrive at deductions, analysis that are very, very sophisticated. I'm wondering if in the audience there is not even, maybe curiosity as to just interacting and see what the output will be, because it's almost as if it's an experience that is going on.
Right, and I think
I'm curious about that.
I think we spoke about, because one of the best things I get out of producing these events, because I produce the events that I want to attend, is speaking to all the speakers beforehand and having those conversations leading up to the event. So I think we spoke about how AI can actually notice these cues that humans might miss, because in the literature, in the practice, there's, we're looking for body language, we're looking for tonality, we're looking for gaps in speech, searching for words, and how can AI, I don't know if people here have really thought about that aspect of the granularity that the AI, the multimodal aspect, not just analyzing the text of the transcription.
This is what, we spoke about it, right? The subtext, the unconscious dimension of experience that then is going to become part of our life in a way, the subtext of every communication, of every interaction. And what if we just get that output, regardless of how? It might be vis-a-vis a device, it might be when we're speaking via Zoom, when we speak in person, it might be in many different formats, but wouldn't it be interesting to continuously receive information about the subtext of the communication?
I can, maybe if I may have, I can ask a question. Yeah, so since all the panelists here, but first of all, thank you for giving the opportunity, and Great presentation on the application, how patients can actually use and interact and give feedback. So now we are at a stage where we can summarize things, we can match and find attached to a pattern, and we can suggest something to either a patient, whoever it might be. What's the major challenge that you think? I mean, where are we at? There would be like 3 questions. Where are we at in the industry, which you are at? What do you think is what is needed for you to get to where you want to? Which goes to my 3rd question, where do you want to go? Is it more to just monitor what the patient is saying and create this system to remove all the admin work, basically? You're just trying to now remove all your notes and have an agent or some kind of a form which would optimize the background work that someone has to, like a practitioner has to actually spend time into. Is that what you're trying to achieve? Or? Yeah.
Can you, so the question was whether...
Well, I think I go is well, a little bit hard to hear, but I think the gist of the question is, what are we trying to achieve with the AI and integrating that into the practice? Is it just to save time? Is it...
Well, it is to reduce, I mean, barriers to healthcare, mental health care included, are very significant. The amount of individuals with no insurance, suffering from mental health issues, accessibility to care, lack of providers, preference of, for example, Gen Zs to communicate via text and via voice. Mental health care, there is a significant crisis, right? And so I think that it's more awareness to mental health care as part of our life, to the dimension of experience, and making it accessible in a way that has not been able to, it was never done before. I mean, even when you think about psychoanalysis, it was really the game of the rich, right? It's more the intellectual bourgeois. It's not so much that an individual can opt in to be in analysis if they're lacking resources. Now, we're trying to be very mindful of that, and the same goes for any therapy, but the barriers are so significant that having that sensible, responsible model that's trained for this purpose is I think, it's unavoidable, and I truly believe that it's a very significant contribution to the field and will, allow for many, many applications.
I just want to add on top of that I mean, I see and vision AI from the early stage when you're just connecting with your practitioner, you know, like doing, performing any intake form and stuff like that. I can see AI participating there. I can see AI, you know, like listening to therapy sessions and take notes for both sides. I mean, I can see AI help both practitioner and their clients during the whole process, but is it replacing it? I mean, probably not now.
So just one follow-up on that.
Well, let's just get a little bit more response to your first question.
Yeah, so at Exist, we're a little different because we don't have therapists directly in our app. We are very community focused. So one thing that we try to do is, obviously we know the suicide rates have increased. We're in an epidemic of loneliness, and that's why we really take this emphasis of human connection, but also leveraging AI at the same time. So the way that we use AI, even in our community-based app, is safety metrics. So the way that our app works is people social journal. As we know, journaling is a very solo experience, and we made that a community experience. But in there, if there's anything that's harmful or something that the user should be aware of about themselves, we use AI to detect that and determine whether, you know, this is something that could be dangerous to not only just the community but themselves. So we're leveraging it for safety. So you could kind of look at this as a preventative metric that we're working towards getting to. But yeah, really safety is how Exist is leveraging AI.
And I'd like to just add on top of that, because the question was also, I don't necessarily have great insight into the mental health, the mental health care aspect of the industry, but similar to how I see AI
supercharging humans. So, you know, the best, you know, AI may eventually replace us, but I think for right now, it makes us more super at what we do. So if I'm a therapist, I want to leverage AI to really amplify my abilities. And I think that's what it'll deliver, because it'll catch things I can't catch. It'll actually recommend things to the patient. It'll also recommend things to me. It'll be like, oh, you know, the AI noticed this. So it's kind of co-piloting, in my mind, the therapy experience.
I think it's a great example. I mean, co-pilots, take it to software engineering. They can't replace us yet. I mean, they can't replace a really good engineer. I mean, they're making lots of mistakes. Every prompt you're giving them coming back with errors. But if you are, as a good engineer, know how to identify those and work with the AI to, you know, like refactor those things, then AI makes you and accelerate you much better. So yeah.
Right. Okay. Now back to the questions.
Yeah, just one follow-up. So we are talking about private data. Of each of your patient data is private, and to actually create an agent, you would to fine-tune it to that particular field of mental science, or maybe I don't know the terminology. How easy is it, or how restrictive is it? How much data is it accessible actually before we even say that? We see the future there to have these agents, we first have to get the data. So how is the space on data in this particular field?
You're right, completely. I mean, it's about the data, right? Quality data. There is synthetic data, but there is real data. And so I think that this is due to privacy, regulation, etc., protected health information, right? What's protected health information, what's not. That's going to dictate, I think, at the end of the day, how good the model is. And so it's a very important point. And yeah, I would definitely echo that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody else have a question? Raise your hand.
I want to say something.
Yes.
If that's okay.
Testing.
I want to speak about
Go ahead.
the resistance of the physician, of the expert, and the fear of being replaced. I think that that's very significant. And I think that as physicians, traditionally, they have the expertise assigned to them. And to think that there will be any mechanism that's going to be able to evaluate, to complement, can be threatening. And so I think that there is something about the narcissism of our profession and needing to really be aware of that. And that's going to take time. I mean, medicine in itself, right? There is a more traditional component, fear of technology in that aspect, depending on the country. And I think that within psychology, definitely. And what I was actually curious to see is that the APA, the American Psychological Association, the American Psychiatric Association, they're actually very pro AI. And I think that any government agency as well, because they do see the research applications, implications that are actually really going to advance the field. And at the end of the day, maybe it is the experts that are more wary of that.
Yeah, and I'll just say two things on that. I think it's just like every industry. If you're not using it, you're going to fall behind. And I think that it is going to be a risk to, licensed therapists and clinicians in their jobs if they aren't leveraging this technology to, enhance what they're doing today. So, and that goes for people building apps too. It was a discussion when we started building Exist, how are you using AI? And in the beginning, a year and a half ago, we weren't using it. And now we have, several different ways, which has only made our product better and helped more people. So I just think that we need to have a positive mindset and frame and know that it can help us. It's an incredible tool. We just got to use it.
Yeah, I'd like to add, I agree, and I think it's a yes and, because I think there's, in some ways, there's some patients that are going to want only that human connection. They're not going to want AI in the middle. and in a lot of different ways. I see that with artists and actors, and a lot of people are afraid, but I think we're going to have a world that just, the abilities expand. So yes, there might not be as many people not using AI, but I think there's also, if you're a professional and you're a sought after professional, even if you don't use AI, I don't think that's going away. If you're an artist, a performing artist, or you work in a certain medium, that might become more valuable because you're not using AI. At the same time, there'll be a lot of breakthroughs, like you'll have people that become superstars because they are using AI.
Yeah, and I think that people that are able to figure out a way where you can do both and do both really well, in the future, you're really going to be the product or the person that stands out. That's what, would exist. We're really trying to leverage community, human connection, and then using AI.
I think human connection is the key here.
And we have a question here, and then I have a question about that. Okay, go ahead.
All right, given that we know that AI, at least for the moment, hallucinates, and we're probably many years away from hallucination.
Wait, you don't hallucinate?
Well, I'm here, am I? So, and I'm a tech optimist in this context. Would it be fair to say that until we fix the hallucination problem, which is probably years, maybe a decade plus away, we can't really depend on AI as a safety factor to exercise therapy, so therefore AI in wellness and mental care, it should really be focused around assisting the humans who are exercising, or should I say communities and humans exercising it as assistance, like for safety scores or onboarding and so forth.
And let me add, because it's probably going to be the last question, so let me add something to that question, and that's the vector. So it's the trust vector, but also the vector, like, what about the kids? Like the kids using iPads, they're completely different. Now the kids using AI as companions and driving that connection. So I think that kind of ties into this question of, AI hallucination and trust. And what do we think about the future of how we're using it may illuminate some of the dark side, if that's not too much of a, polar setup.
Well, I mean, it's interesting because you can also argue that this is a field with so much trial and error that aside for the hallucination component, of course, that needs to be kept in check, I think that again, it's going to be utilized whether we specify it for mental health or not, because that's already happening. People are turning to ChatGPT generic tools. And so, yes, there is risk there, but the risk can be easily screened out. Usually the risk has to do really with suicidality or homicidality within mental health care crisis. That is actually easy to solve. And so when you think again about the wide variety of therapies, the difficulty really being able to measure, to quantify quality care within psychiatry as well, definitely. It's mainly trial and error, then I don't know. It's a good question, but might perform better depending then which therapist, which psychiatrist eventually will.
Let's go down the line. It'll be the last answer, and then we'll...
Yeah, so I'll say obviously we're a little different. We're not, a therapist or clinical, if you will. But obviously, yes, AI is nerve-wracking for a lot of people. And I think that's why in certain spaces specifically, having that human touch is going to be important to make sure that we're not giving up control. Because it's AI, if we allow AI to do everything. Again, like you used, it can hallucinate. It could, create false diagnoses. And so I think that's why having the human touch still part of it is really important.
I'll give an example. When I started FieldBridge, basically I took those models and I said, I'll replace my therapist with them. Instead of going every week to my therapy and pay a few hundred, just, discuss with my agents and they will resolve my problems. And that's what I saw. I ran two simulations. One, I tried to simulate my engineering teams, took few AI agents, gave them personalities for front-end engineers, back-end engineers. Then I added some product managers and designers and let them collaborate together. And it worked really amazing. And that's where I thought, okay, let's transform it into my therapist. And that's where I saw the gaps. And that's where I missed the human connection. And I said, you know, like what I get, the benefits that I get from my therapist in the sessions, I can't get this from this AI agent, even though they can show empathy and stuff like that. So I think it's all about the data and stuff, you know, like what the AI is, you know, like hallucinations will come from the data and how you feed this data. But at the end of the day, you need, I think, there are a couple of areas where you still need this human connection and also, you know, like someone that have the authority to say what this AI model is saying makes sense or not.
I'll just maybe less about the mental health part, but more about the hallucination part. I think the way I view it is in this non-deterministic realm where that's what these transformer models are doing. You never know what the output's going to be, and it's all about tuning. And just like ourselves, it's, you know, if a human's not reading the room and says something inappropriate or off, you know, you're going to call them out. And I think the tuning will get better and better, and the tuning for each vertical and industry will get better and better. So when we're talking to our AI therapist, they'll be more on tomorrow than they are today. And hallucination is it's not a bug, it's actually a feature. And it's just a matter of how you tune the hallucination.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's thank the panel. Ayelet, Alicia,
thank you,
Adi,
Steven.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Charles is coming right up. If we can swap the slide out. Okay, Charles Janowski. You're going to come up.
You said you wanted to handhold, right? Or did you don't want to? Okay, but do you need a handheld? Oh, yeah. But you don't need a mic stand. No.
As soon as you see your slides up on the screen.
Sounds good. Okay, great. Well, thanks very much. I'm going to talk about AI for better outcomes and healthcare experience. And I am the founder and chief AI officer of Adherity, and I'm about to tell you what Adherity does. So there's actually two kind of sort of unrelated problems I'm going to talk about, but they're kind of solved in very similar ways. So one is a mislabeling of healthcare products, which can actually cause major product recalls, but also even result in sickness and death in some cases if you label the product wrong and it's used incorrectly. Another thing I want to talk about is how we can use AI to help underserved populations that aren't getting sufficient health information, how we can get them information in their own setting, so that they, conditions that really should be able to be addressed early on don't get really bad, and that's just bad for everyone. So how can AI help solve these problems? So the first thing I'm going to talk about is using AI to validate current processes and product labels. And this is what Adherity does, where I'm chief AI officer. So what we have is a platform in the middle where you can feed it either like product labels, like literally like the label you put on your product. You can feed that in, and also you can feed it product names and then kind of process documents. Our two most popular features right now are the first two, like product labels, like tell me like, is this label compliant with like various regulations? Because there's a ton of regulations about like how you need to give warnings about your product and how you can place it and how you can advertise it and all that kind of stuff. And then also in terms of from the naming point of view, there's actually a lot of regulations as well about how you name your product. Is this product, will this name be conducive to getting young people to use your product? If so, you can't do that. So right now, we have a platform where you can feed these into our platform, and you can feed it against a bunch of documents, and those could be regulatory documents, like from the FDA or from your state, whatever state you're involved in, and then it'll automatically produce a number of different things. It'll give you a list of issues. It'll say like, ding, you're not compliant over here. Your label has this thing and it doesn't say something big enough, so you're not compliant there. And it gives you a justification. It says like, this is because this regulation says you can't do that. And it actually and this is actually really important, especially in like the compliance world. It tells you where I found that information from, the citations. It says like, this document tells you exactly where it says you can't do that. And then it gives you a number of recommendations on how to fix those. Like the citations part is really important, and we'll get back to that a little bit later, in that you not only want AI to give you the right answer, but you, in a lot of spaces, like in compliance is one of them, and in general healthcare is one of them, you need to know like where the answer is coming from. And we talked a little bit even in the last session about hallucination. We definitely, in this space, we definitely don't want to be hallucinating, and we'll talk about how we make sure that doesn't happen. And the reason why one of the reasons why this is a problem is that in this space of kind of figuring out, is my product compliant and is my healthcare product, basically safe, human error is very substantial. There's a couple of examples here. In 2022, the number of food items recalled by the FDA increased by 700% compared to the previous year. In January 2023 alone, there were 13 recall events due to kind of labeling deviations. And then there was actually infant formula recalls due to high mislabeling. And in one event, 2 deaths were actually potentially linked to mislabeling. So this is actually potentially a very big deal. So that's why it's an important problem that we're trying to solve. The key elements of our solution is, of course, we're using large language models for image and document understanding. Like for the product labels, we all know you can feed in like a PNG or whatever, and say, describe this image, and it'll tell you like, hey, this is what's in your image. Now, when we get to and I think someone right before our sort of break, someone was talking about using RAG. And I'll talk a little bit more about it, but we use that extensively to search the documents of regulatory and your organization documents, again, to make sure that we're not hallucinating. I'll talk a little bit more detail about that. And then we built like a custom AI agent to kind of put it all together. And some of you, I've read in a few places that 2025 is going to be the year of the AI agent. So we're building an AI agent basically to help with adherence and compliance. And I'll talk a little bit more about, if you may know all about retrieval augmented generation, or RAG. But we have talked, I've had quite a few people today talk about the gap in between LLM coverage and custom domains like healthcare. Like if you feed, I think what the number was, someone earlier today said there was like 26% coverage of just like the model out of the box of specific healthcare issues. And of course, we know that there's a well-known, anyone that's worked with LLMs knows there's a well-known problem with hallucination. And that's because the LLMs are so far basically trained on basic data out there on the web, and with kind of limited time frames. Like something that changed yesterday, won't be in there. And your data in your healthcare scenario could be very, very dynamic. So the solution is you basically have what's called a semantic search, and a lot of people use it's called vector RAG. You heard of Pinecone or systems like that. That's what they do. Search for relevant documents in whatever document set you want to look at. Ping this against the set of FDA regulations or Health Canada regulations or state of California regulations, whatever. And the documents can be either very kind of global, like regulatory documents, or they can be even your own documents. Like, here's a set of policies that we have as an organization. How do we make sure we're compliant with that? And then basically what you say is, to the LLM is, answer this question, which you can do now, but I'm going to add the part that you can only use the information in these documents, and you better tell me which documents you're using. And they can do that pretty well. So it's kind of a different tuning process. You're not tuning it to see if if this LLM knows what the FDA regulation is. You're basically tuning it to find out how well you're going to extract information out of the documents that I'm going to feed you. So that's what Adherity does. Another application that I've been working with another company is using AI to provide patient information. In a lot of underserved communities, patients are not getting the health information they need to better manage their health. So part of what this company that I'm working with called Grapevine Health is doing is proactively reaching out to high-risk patients. And doing a number of things, including kind of providing assistance in getting appointments with their PCP, because we'd rather them go in and see their PCP now than go to the ER in 6 months or a year, because that's not only a lot more expensive, so the provider is actually willing to pay for this, or payers, excuse me, but like, who wants to go to the ER, right? And we're also, and this is where RAG comes in again, is we're also providing answers to health questions, kind of in kind of the common vernacular. So again, going back to hallucination, if you're providing answers to health questions, they'd better be accurate. When I first started using these LLMs and against this data, some of these queries, and they'd be queries like, how low is too low or too low or high for blood sugar, or what do I do if my feet are swollen, stuff like that. And they generated very, very great sounding answers, but they're completely wrong. A physician would look at that and go like, "Oh my God, this is terrible." So that's where RAG comes in again. And so what we have in our solution is an SMS messaging platform that will proactively reach out to these patients, and then we have a system for managing content. Managing and delivering content, and that content could be text, it could be video, it could be images. And then again, we're using LLMs for language generation, but we're using RAG to search like a set of curated answers. So we have come up with a set of curated answers to questions like, how low is too low for blood sugar, or what do I do if my feet are swollen, or whatever. And we make sure that the answer that we're providing the patient is kind of compliant with those answers. Another thing we're using AI for is we're experimenting at least with kind of using neural machine translation to try and provide the answers kind of in the, the common vernacular of whatever, population we're addressing. There's a lot in a lot of communities, there's a significant mistrust of the medical establishment for a lot of very good reasons. So one of the things we're trying to do is see if we can kind of, actually use AI to help by being able to kind of give kind of open-ended and creative free-form responses, but kind of in the kind of common vernacular. And so those are the two things that we're doing to improve patient outcomes. So, any questions?
Yeah, thanks. So let's grab a question or two over here. Raise your hand. I think that was great getting into more of the technical side of how the AI is working under the hood. And just want to say, appreciate your coming. When we were getting connected and I saw your profile, we just switch back to the thank you screen. And okay, was that you were involved in some of the earliest that I'm aware of, like with speech recognition and text-to-speech, speech-to-text, and I was working on that 20 years ago, and you were as well. So it's crazy how things have finally gotten to where they are. It feels like it took us a long time, and now we're here.
Oh, absolutely.
Hey, great talk. I had a question around the concept of pre-generating some of the answers or getting compliant answers and then translating them to patients. I feel like it's a really cool idea to be able to turn it to be more personable or more cultural specific to whoever your patient is, right? and the common example most everyone talks about is Ann Arbor, Michigan, where a lot of women don't get care because they're from a culture where, getting care is not, provided to them. So like an app like this seems like very beneficial. However, one of my questions is, how do you verify and validate or measure that the final translation isn't losing too much of the signal that you're trying to communicate, or potentially, you're leaving out beneficial hallucinations because you're trying to overfit to the answer that you already have?
Right. I mean, on the hallucination side, we're very much, and some folks already have mentioned human in the loop. We're not necessarily doing it. Although we in the beginning we were doing it live. We were actually had humans monitoring the answers that went out to the patients to make sure that it's not accurately kind of portraying the answer. And kind of over time, we realized that that if we fed it the right answers, it was good enough that it would be able to do that. And then on the kind of, I think we also had a question about like when in providing the information in their language, how do we measure that? It's a very kind of app-centered measurement right now. Like we take a look at the engagement, and like one of our theories, and we're still kind of going through data on this, is that if you provide kind of the more kind of common vernacular, you'll get better engagement and more responses in the app. And we're testing that out. So that was our thesis, but one of our theses, but we're testing that out right now.
Charles, thank you. We gotta move along, but hopefully you'll be here for the rest of the afternoon, and people can approach you to dive deeper. And next up, I want to invite up to the stage Carrie Holly. Has an amazing background. Worked at 3 of the major technology, I guess, monoliths, and let's get you set up there with a wireless mic.
Yes, I don't see a clicker. There it is.
Down arrow is forward as soon as you see your slides here.
Excellent.
You're off.
Okay. So thank you guys for attending this session. You can see some of my credentials here. Just a quick summary. I spent most of my time in healthcare as a technology fellow at United Healthcare, specifically Optum, for about 5 years. But my background has been mostly as a computer scientist at IBM. My last position there was in research. Spent some time at Google, Cisco, so a variety of companies. So the conversation I want to have with you about AI-first healthcare is going to be twofold. One is I want to express what do we mean by AI, and I'll do that by showing sort of a cartoon image. So I'm waiting for my slides to pop up, but the first slide that you will see introduces me in terms of some of my credentials. But a lot of what I want to talk about is this bridge that I see between consumers and clinicians, healthcare professionals, and AI. So that's a lot of what we'll talk about. It is not advancing, but it could be user error. The down button, there you go. So, in the conversations I've heard today, we use the word AI very generically, but I think it's important to take a step back and understand where we've been and where we are, because for a lot of us, we won't look at things that we did in 1970 as AI. We will only look at what we see today with large language models. But let's go back in time. So the first image you see here is simply reflecting the fact that a lot of organizations have been doing AI since the early 60s and 70s and 80s. Very rote, brutal, just hard-coded rules. But really what's taken off with AI is the image you see in the middle. And for those of you who have heard of Fei-Fei Li, she did something with computer vision, labeling data that allowed facial recognition to take off. But the core of what she did was use machine learning and deep learning. I don't know how many of you remember IBM and Jeopardy in 2011. A few people do. So if you remember IBM and Jeopardy, and I had a role to play there in my role at IBM, but the point I want to make is that if we look at the implementation that we did with IBM Watson for Jeopardy, it really lies between those first two images. It was the use of natural language processing, but there was no machine learning being used in that implementation. There was no deep learning being used in that implementation. A lot of it was brute force. But it was still, I would assert, an implementation of AI. If we look today, well, one more point about this slide. A lot of healthcare organizations have a heavy use of building very robust machine learning models. And I would assert that machine learning models don't hallucinate. Hallucination is a term that we're using to describe mistakes made by software. Whether you want to call large language models software or not, it is just software. And the fact that they made mistakes and the fact that we want to attribute human attributes to them doesn't make it right. I mean, the fact that software makes mistakes, the fact that there are errors in outcomes is simply that. But we can call it hallucinations. I'm not a terrorist when it comes to language. But the point I'm really trying to get to is that a lot of the work that we see in that middle cartoon is fairly robust and stable. Disease prediction models that are using deep learning, being able to accelerate prior authorization, being able to do medical coding. There's just a ton of applications that we have in healthcare. Then, of course, along comes 2022, November 2022. ChatGPT is announced, and we see the power of large language models, which is really at its basis using an architecture built by Google, this transformer architecture that was announced in 2017 with a paper called Attention is All I Need. But the point is that it's really all about language. And now, of course, we have these multimodal models, so it's beyond language. But a lot of what we see with large language models is at its root, and this is beyond our conversation, is predicting the next word at scale. So I wanted to show you the next part of my conversation is really going to focus. So when I talk about AI, I hope I've been clear. In the prior image, you saw 3 eras of AI. I mean, I did that very briefly. So you saw 3 eras. The current era is the one that's very active in our conversation, which is around large language models. But that doesn't mean the 2 other prior eras don't coexist. So we're still doing a lot of good work in healthcare with deep learning, with machine learning. We're also doing a lot of good work with some other prior technologies before that, just a lot of statistical modeling. So I wanted to tell you this story. I have a neighbor. Her name is Millie. She's 82 years old. She's an avid swimmer, former bodybuilder, and she's in just tremendously good health. But most recently, she's been experiencing severe shoulder pain. And she just didn't know what it was. And her pain was so severe that she finally went to her primary care physician, had a conversation with that physician, who attributed her pain to, and properly, as inflammation, but said this is just what happens when you get old. So he attributed it to old age. So she was a bit disappointed because there was no solution. She went back home, did what she normally does, and a few days later, the pain was so severe that she checked herself or went to the emergency room for treatment. And at the emergency room, she was lucky enough, I would assert lucky enough, to find a doctor who actually diagnosed what her actual problem was. So her primary care physician, to be blunt, was simply wrong. Yes, they were right that it was inflammation, wrong in that it was just old age. I mean, maybe old age attributed it, but there was something that could have been done. So the emergency room doctor actually gave her some treatment. If you read this in detail, you can see more details. But my wife, I suggested to my wife that she talk to the neighbor and show her the power of the power of AI. I didn't use any term beyond AI. And I said, in this case, the chat of use was Claude.ai. So I said, show her what she could have done. And so and you see the output here. So basically, we put exactly what she described to her physician, to her primary care physician, and out came a reply. And we asked her, we said, is this what the emergency room doctor suggested to you? And she said, yes. But more importantly, she also got a more detailed description of next steps. So the point I'm trying to make is that, and this is the conversation I'll have over the next slides, is that I believe there's a tremendous opportunity to use large language models, to use AI in general, not just to improve healthcare, but to make physicians better at what they do, and to put into the hands of you and I. So another story that I don't have chronicled here. I have a 93-year-old cousin who lives in Southern California, Los Angeles, and she's got a stent placed in her to deal with certain issues. And she asked me, she says, well, Carrie, my doctor says he's going to have this stent repaired. And so I just asked her a few questions. I said, well, what kind of stent do you have? And it was a metallic stent. And I said, well, I'm not a doctor, you know that, but I don't think those kinds of stents can be repaired. So she said, well, help me out here. So the point I made to her was that she should have a conversation with her doctor, but she should record the conversation. And I also suggested to her that after she gets the recording, maybe play it back and use a service to help her understand better what the doctor is telling her. And more importantly, I also gave her some questions that she could ask her doctor, and I simply got those questions by engaging with the large language model. So this is one of the huge use cases that I believe is out there that is not currently realized. I think all of you probably have a healthcare plan, whether it's with Anthem, whether it's with UHC, Kaiser. But I would argue, I would assert that not a single one of your health plans do you see the power of large language models when you go onto those sites. In fact, you see just what you saw 5 years ago. You don't see the power of AI in those implementations. Now, the reasons for that is a conversation for another time, but the point is that it's not easy to take these legacy systems and insert large language models into them. But one of the most powerful use cases is this one. I don't know, I think you probably have heard of quantum computing. I'm not going to give you a conversation on quantum, but I want to leave you with this notion, this idea. Quantum computing is going to solve a different kind of problem than we've seen before. So it's not going to be used to solve the classical computing problems that we know and love, like building airline reservations, building commerce systems, building search engines. It's not going to be used for that. It's going to be used for more complex problems, maybe something like drug discovery. So why do I give you that snippet? I give you that snippet because I would assert that we are at a similar inflection point. When I say similar, quantum's not doable today, so I don't mean from that standpoint. AI is doable. But what I'm asserting is that the kind of problems we're going to address with large language models are going to be different to a large extent than the problems we've seen before. This is one such example. The ability, I gave you the story of Millie, but think about some of the founders who are here who are building apps. But we're going to see, I believe, an explosion, a Cambrian moment, where we're going to see an explosion of apps where this is going to be a dominant one, where we're going to see in our hands the ability to be able to have not just a co-pilot, but a trusted, not a replacement for physicians, but something that will help you have a better conversation with your healthcare professional, something that will help you better interpret your medical reports, something that will help improve your health. Some of the other use cases that I believe we are seeing are remote patient monitoring. If you look at Hinge Health, which is a company that does work in computer vision for therapy, physical therapy, we're going to see this particular use case take off as well. Black maternal health, I don't know how many of you are aware of this issue, but in the United States and Europe, Western Europe mostly, there's a tremendous problem of brown mothers dying at a disproportionate rate to others. We've already ruled out that it's not their social economic status, it's not where they live, it's not their educational level, it is systematic racism that occurs in our institutions. Now, some of it is due to stress, which is due to some systematic racism. But what is the point I'm making? At my time at Google, one of the things that surprised me was the fact that you could go into a medical, and I won't name organizations, but you could go into major organizations and the doctors and CEO would deny that this occurs in their hospital. But yet, the data doesn't lie. So what's the point I'm making here? We could put into the hands of mothers, future mothers, or even existing mothers who are going through a pregnancy, we could put a service in their hands that would actually allow them to listen to the conversation, be able to instruct them, hey, your doctor's not listening to you. You should ask your doctor these 5 questions. This is the power that we have with AI. This is the power that we have with large language models. The doctor who did not really provide Millie with the right advice, they could be, or rather, they could use a curbside physician. These kinds of applications will arrive. I don't know if they'll arrive in the next 12 months or 60 months, but they're coming. And when they come, we're going to see a profound shift. And a lot of our change, there's an old expression that change occurs one death at a time. And in the case of our medical field, we're going to need the introduction of this technology at the medical school level, not to replace doctors, but to augment what they do. The digital twin, this is a notion that's been out there in manufacturing for decades, but a digital twin, think about the following. Think if on your phone, by the way, we already see implementations today where people have built apps using large language models to replicate you. In fact, there's a father in Japan whose unfortunate tragedy was the loss of his daughter some years ago, and so he replicated her on his phone. He's actually able to have conversations with her, and when I say that, I don't mean that he's actually having a conversation with her. I'm saying that he's having a conversation of a replica of his daughter, her voice, her thoughts, as best captured in a large language model. That's not what I'm talking about here. What I'm describing as a digital twin is the ability to have on your phone a replica of your physical state. It's a twin. So in manufacturing, for example, Boeing has digital twin implementations with engines where they're able to determine before the user that the engine's going to fail in 3 months because they have a digital twin replica that's constantly being fed data from the actual engine itself. We can do the same thing in healthcare. We can capture your weight, we can capture your medical data, your A1C, your glucose, et cetera, and we can do predictions. I mean, what if you had in your pocket something that said to you that at the rate and pace you're going with your weight gain, and if I look at your glucose levels over the last 3 years, your A1C over the last 5 years, you have a 80% chance of getting type 2 diabetes. These would be powerful tools. But anyway, another implementation, another type of application. So I leave you with this, which is that I have written a couple of books. This first book on the left is titled AI First Healthcare, but it is entirely focused on use cases around using AI to make healthcare better. The second book is entirely different. It's focused on how do we use large language models and generative AI to make healthcare better. So I thank you for your time, and I'm open to any questions.
So my first question is, how much AI did you use to write the books?
It's a great question. O'Reilly, in its contract with me, said no AI.
But I asked the question, how much AI did you use? You don't have to answer the question. I got it. Well, I love Tim.
I'll be honest with the question. I didn't use, well, the large language models didn't exist with the first book. So the answer is 0. And with the second book, I did do a lot of Q&A. So I didn't ask it to write anything for me, but I would ask it things like, tell me, what do you think are the 5 best ideas around blah, blah, blah? So something like that that would spur my thinking in terms of writing.
Great. Who has a question for Carrie? We have time for probably 2 questions. Go 1, 2.
Thank you for the great presentation.
Thank you.
My question is, what are your thoughts to mitigate risk in bias in clinical algorithm?
What are my thoughts on mitigating a risk in clinical applications?
Algorithm.
I still didn't hear the word.
Oh, the clinical algorithm.
Oh, the clinical algorithms? I think that my experience, I used to run an AI team at Optum. My experience is that you can minimize risk through testing. The thing that's different about machine learning models, it's more an experimental activity, the development of the models. It's not like your typical develop, engineer, user acceptance testing. You're constantly refining the models. The problem that we often see is models don't work often as well in the test environment as they do in a clinical setting. But we can, I think, I hope I'm answering your question, I think we can minimize that with usage. Just putting the models in the hands of clinicians and having them use them. One of the things we also try to do with these models is, which is different than what we've done before, for a lot of years we've tried to make technology irresistible, and now we want to make it invisible. And in order to do that, we need, because I've run across a ton of physicians who would say that technology hasn't helped them. But I do think through proper experiments, testing, we can minimize it.
All right, one more question, then hopefully Carrie will stick around and you'll be able to approach him on the side, and after we wrap, after we're into the party mode, hopefully you'll stick around for that.
Hi, Carrie. Hi. I greatly love your speech. It was, I think, many more were in need of listening to some of this stuff. My problem is more with a digital twin.
Okay.
Because, I'm keeping dead relatives and friends' telephone number on my register, and I don't take them off. So I'm thinking with the same with digital twin, people would keep them in care, perhaps even paying for that forever and ever and ever. It's... That's an issue. Oh, he got a bit better from diabetes this year, but that's a dystopia. But what do you think?
I don't think if I fully understood the question. I apologize.
No, I'm sorry. Maybe it was unclear.
The voice is not.
No. Maybe I should keep it.
Can you come forward?
Yeah, sure. As I said, I would keep my dead relatives and friends' telephone number on my phone device.
Keep friends' telephone numbers on your phone.
Yeah, and I was thinking, in dystopic kind of future, people would keep their, dead people as digital twins and pay for care in hospitals.
Right.
With diabetes got better this year, and they would continue to pay for the treatment or whatever, even if it's a digital entity.
Well, you bring up a ton of questions in that question, so let me try to summarize. And I don't have time to have this whole conversation. I'm a big believer in AI, but I believe there's a mythology around AGI. So a lot of what you talk about assumes AGI, which I don't believe will ever happen. by the way, but that's a conversation for another time. I did a talk on this at the Rochester Institute. So that's point number one. Point number two, when I describe a digital twin, I'm not talking about an actual replica of you that has a life of its own. It is not a digital being. It is not sentient. It has no consciousness. It is an artifact that is a ones and zeros. But I want to distinguish between the digital twin I'm describing and a slew of applications that are on the market today, which are doing what you just described, which are basically replicating you in terms of taking, you can sit down and feed it your thoughts by a Q&A, and suddenly you can have a conversation with yourself. I don't know if that's what you're getting at, but I'm not talking about those kinds of things. I'm talking about something that will simply die when you no longer have new medical data. Because in order for this digital twin to work, it's got to be constantly fed medical data that's current.
Why do you continue to pay for it being fed fake data or whatever, you know?
Right. I think just to paraphrase maybe, and just we'll put a cap on it because we have to really move into the next session. But no, I love that idea, and I was thinking about like, what if I wanted to create a replica of a dead relative and pull all the voicemails and emails and just say, here's the rag to create this, mimicry. Right. And then I think what you were suggesting is...
And I'm just trying to emphasize, that is not what I'm calling a digital twin.
Right. I know where you could have a digital twin of any kind of process. Yes. No, I totally get that. Okay. I think we're having different different but related conversations. And then I think there was a piece of like purchasing virtual goods like you would in Fortnite for your dead relative to keep them on life support. Sorry. But no, it's a great, I think that's what AI conjures up, is like all these ideas that we could potentially create. Okay, next up, we have Vinod. I'm going to switch to a laptop on the desktop here. You have a wireless mic right there. Nothing for me to do on that end. As soon as we have the slides up.
Let's try that. I know it's 4:45. I'm sure towards the end of the day, the energy level is going down. So let's see, before I start my presentation, I'll play a video of one of the use cases that we have in the market today. My name is Vinod Subramanian. I'm the Chief Operating and AI Officer at MedAdvisor Solutions. We are a company focused on patient engagement, technology solutions, and enabling individuals to manage their medication, and more importantly, in terms of their health. So this video that I'm going to show you is how an individual engages with an interactive medication advisor any time of the day, personalized, related to their medication journey. So it's a 2-minute video. You can see how it works, and it's available for individuals today in the US market. We are taking this to Australia and New Zealand as well. But just a technology that makes it human-like, more importantly, gives the information for individuals at the right time, at the time of their choosing, relevant, more importantly, enabling them to manage their health, right? And then what I'll do after this is I'll walk you all through what happens behind the scenes to make this work. So with that.
Hello, my name is Sandy. I'm here to provide you with support and assistance regarding any inquiries you may have about Ozempic.
Hi Sandy, what are some healthy food choices to make when I eat at an Italian restaurant?
Can you guys hear the voice? Okay.
While eating out, focusing on whole grains, vegetables, and lean proteins is generally a healthy approach. However, as an AI assistant with knowledge limited to Ozempic, perhaps we could discuss your question in the context of managing diabetes with that medication.
It's a little hard to hear.
Prevent muscle loss while taking Ozempic.
Yeah.
When taking Ozempic, it's important to maintain muscle mass through strength training exercises.
I forgot to take my dose of Ozempic. What should I do?
If you miss a dose of Ozempic, take the missed dose as soon as possible within 5 days after the missed dose. If more than 5 days have passed, skip the missed dose and take your next dose on the regularly scheduled day.
What are common symptoms of low blood glucose?
Common symptoms of low blood glucose include dizziness or lightheadedness, blurred vision, anxiety, irritability or mood changes, sweating, slurred speech, hunger, confusion or drowsiness, shakiness, weakness, headache and fast heartbeat or feeling jittery.
Thanks, Sandy.
You're very welcome. Please let me know if you have any other questions about managing your diabetes with Ozempic.
So what you just saw there, I know the audio was a little weak there, was about an engagement between a patient who's taking Ozempic medication and their questions around what they should do when they missed a dosage. What you see there is a real case scenario where there are a lot of situations where individuals who are on medication forget to either take their medication on time or they have questions on how to take it along with food or any other medication that they have. And the scenarios that we see in real world are very similar to that. Now, in terms of engagement with pharmacies, the pharmacists are working Monday to Friday, 8 to 5. So you have a lot of questions that come after hours, and we all have a busy schedule, right? So it's critical for individuals to keep that in mind. And that's where technology plays a very big role. So let me walk you through few aspects of leveraging technology when it comes to patient engagement. So the points that I'm going to highlight today, the presentation is not working really well, but let me play this out. So the main two areas and examples that we use case specifically, is around awareness and adherence. So awareness is when individuals who are eligible for a particular medication want to understand their options. Adherence is when they are taking the medication. It's important for the individuals to follow those medication regimen and make sure that they're taking it appropriately so that way they can get the outcomes that they want. Now, in various scenarios, right, what we use specifically in the technology that we use here, that you just saw the previous example is an interaction between an individual and an AI, in this case, a conversational AI avatar. So the interactions could be around text, it could very well be around voice, but it's in a way where it has to be contextualized. And then the second part to that is the context has to be also translated with emotions. You have to humanize the interaction. So what we do behind this, while LLM is the core aspect of it, we use RAG to make sure that the interaction is contextualized and there is empathy in the interaction. And more importantly, when the response comes, it is based on how you would typically engage with the pharmacist, right? You'll see the human cues, you'll see the interaction, and based on how the interaction happens, you're going to mirror your engagement. And technology is similar, right? As long as you can figure out a way to feed it, as long as you can figure out a way to make sure that it learns constantly from the experience, federated learning, more importantly, understand the individual's journey, learn from the data, it makes that interaction quite satisfying, elevating. More importantly, it gets the outcomes, right, from the experience. So the interaction is, again, in this case, we talked about a session earlier. It is based on a healthcare-based LLM, specifically trained on healthcare data. So that way, when the interaction happens, you get the best outcome, both from an awareness point of view and adherence. And it can happen through multi-modality, through either QR code, can be through an SMS text message that you get from your pharmacy. It can be through an app. It can also be through an email interaction where you get an email about your reminders. You can click on that and then specifically go and ask certain questions, right? So again, this is something that we see a lot more adoption, mostly because there is shortage of staff across the board, specifically within the pharmacy. And we also see use case for this particularly in the provider space. We also see a use case around direct pharma to patient engagement as well, right? So those were the few other areas. And then the last piece, right? AI adoption is still something that many companies who are in the space, specifically in healthcare, are working through, right? Because it starts with education. It starts with enabling the trust in making sure that individuals who are using the technology are comfortable in using that. And in making sure that the aspect of security translates into action through the experience, right? Once those three aspects are done, the adoption automatically happens. But there is effort that is needed across all the entities who are involved in it, and making sure that it is done in a way where, again, you are empathizing and you have the humanizing aspects of technology brought into the forefront. That should be the reason why you drive adoption, right? And more importantly, the work that we've seen, some of the presentations previously, you heard all of them talk about how to engage the individual, how to get that value to the individual in the way it not only elevates the individual's experience, it elevates the patient care itself, which is where we also use the technology. So I'll pause there in the interest of time, answer any questions. You can also reach me on LinkedIn and Twitter. And LinkedIn, you can directly connect with me. On Twitter, my handle is @WinDNA.
We have time for one question while I swallow my bagel. Devinder, thank you. Vinod, thank you. And any question before we move on to the next presentation? We're trying to catch up on a little time right here.
Hey, Vinod, I love the video. That was fantastic, especially with the response time that you had back. What did that look like at scale? You're taking multimodal video in, you're processing all the frames and the audio, and then you're replying back with the RAG system. And I'm not skeptical, but that video looked like the most amazing performance that I have seen on an application like that. How do you pull it off?
Yeah, it's a great question. So the video that you saw there, right, the performance is not that great because we couldn't figure out a way to mirror, right? So just to make this demo work, we just recorded it. In real time, the lag that you will see is way less. It's actually in milliseconds. And the way we deliver it at scale is the interaction is happening between you and the avatar. And we've reduced that lag time essentially by delivering it through cloud. And most of the content that is being used, it's approved content, either by FDA or the pharma. So we already preloaded that through CDNs and things like that, right? So that's available there. The other piece is the data is broken into small bit chunks. For example, right, when you're talking to an individual, if somebody says more than 2 sentences, you lost them, right, on what they first said. So we've broken that into smaller chunks so that way the information is coming in bit size. So it makes it easy the same way, right, that we are doing. Like a quick search through AlertAI, we do the same thing with the technology in a way where it's broken into smaller chunks so that way we can give the answer which is precise to the question with empathy. So it makes it very easy to deliver it.
Cool. That's awesome.
Yeah, great question. Thank you all. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Okay, next up we have Devinder Sodhi. Devinder, come on up.
Thank you. You guys are so nice. My fingers are freezing. Can't even get the connection on. All right. Okay. Yeah, while it does that, guys, my name is Devinder Sodhi. I am a... Huh? Hello, hello. Can you hear me now? All right, perfect. So my name is Devinder. Yeah, excellent. All righty. I am a consultant and a founder. I started out at companies like Johnson & Johnson, Canfield Scientific, where I helped them build complex systems and software. I've worn all the hats: software engineer, TPM, product owner, anything related to software, I've done it, manager. And so today, is it up yet? Is it showing yet? It's showing you trees, guys. Let's see. If I could only demonstrate what I want to show. Can I drag it? Da-da-da. Let's see. Aha, I can drag it. And then, good enough. Okay. And I'm also building this technology that helps automate a lot of the regulatory work in med device settings. Really, this can be expanded to any regulatory framework, but the idea I think we want to get to is how do we navigate all these new AI technologies coming up in software, and how do we deal as software engineers with AI itself? So, what is sort of the general feel for AI in this room? Is everyone positive about it? Lots of positive people. Is anyone worried about it? All right, we got a mix. All right, good. So I don't know if you could read this quite as well as I hope that you could read this, because I have to like figure out expanding my screen. But what these are essentially are quotes from the two Marks, the Mark from Meta and the Mark from Salesforce. They're kind of telling you that software engineering is something that's a solved problem in AI, right? And that's really great kind of input for leadership, because we can really take in that information and figure out what to do with our future. Like, we don't really need to hire software engineers anymore, except that Elon tells you that we have a permanent shortage of software engineers, right? Who do we listen to? Like, you need some guidance to figure out how to deal with software in general, and are we even going to have software engineering jobs in 10 years? And so the question is this, right? What does that mean? Is it a threat? Is that an opportunity? Is it a little bit of both? And I like to work in the framework that this is an opportunity. I think as AI improves, we're going to kind of change the standard that people and our customers expect from our products. And we're going to completely change. Oh my God, am I still wearing my book bag? And we're going to completely change this whole idea of like what an acceptable product is in a professional setting. And all of a sudden, you'll need technologists again. So let's kind of work through, you know, have we ever seen something like this in the past? Like in the beginning, we had punch cards, and nobody sees punch cards anymore, I hope, right? And then we got mainframes, and almost nobody sees mainframes anymore. And then we had PCs and the web, and technology started moving forward a lot. And then we had these boot camps that in 3 months could teach you how to code. And some of those people had success, but there was this huge thing: software engineering is dead. It's gone. You don't need it anymore. You can learn it in 3 months. And now AI is doing kind of the same thing, but you can do it in 1 day. What hasn't changed is that we still have professions in this field that are delivering really high-value product, and we just have to sort of rethink how we deliver it. I built an app recently that kind of uses this framework that I have, and it changes the way you think about AI. There's a few things. One, if AI isn't 100% perfect, can we trust it? Does anyone believe that? No, no one in this room. You'd be surprised at some of my customers, right? If it's not perfect and we can't necessarily trust it all the time, how do we use it? I'll give you an example through medical devices. This is an app that I built. Sorry you can't have it, already put a patent out for it, but I'd be happy to walk you through something like this if you'd like to work through it. So in medical devices, if you've ever built a robotic device, a class 1 A, B, C, you have a bunch of challenges. You have these things called CAPAs, corrective actions, which basically means that you make a mistake, you can't live with that, you have to fix it before it makes it to your customer, right? And you have a bunch of complex regulation. The FDA is saying one thing, you need new security, you need new AI regulation. And there's all these silo teams. It's your software engineering team in one place, and then there's your, let's say, your quality team in another place, and then there's your regulatory team, there's your QA team, there's your test team, and they don't always talk in the most fluent way. Sometimes things get left behind. And what this means at the end of what we call a development cycle is that you have to get to this, your validation and your verification cycle. It takes like 3 months to sync up on all the documentation. You have software design documents, you have development plans, you have hazards lists, you have a ton of things that need to get synced up. And it's typically manual, and I will tell you, from my entire team of 30 software engineers, 0 of them like doing it manually, right? 0 of them. That means, you know, inevitably, if you don't love doing something, you're not going to do the best job at it, and it just takes more time. So how can AI help? We got real-time validation that we can do now. It's a low-hanging fruit item. You can actually utilize LLMs, then RAGs, now re-rankers, all these technologies that are getting better and better to do some of that work for you. We can actually provide a pretty good idea of what your document should look like based on some software changes you made. And we can give you something that's ready to sign as a software engineer. And as a software engineer, it's still on you as a subject matter expert to figure out, is this the right thing? Am I changing the right stuff? Is it the right test? If I do most of that work for you, or if I bring you the test, if I give you the changes to the documentation, and if I tell you some of your code's not compliant, you can't even get past what we call a pull request, then you have something going on there that kind of builds this entire regulatory framework into your work, right? So, this also has this side effect that when you have all this information about your software, all of a sudden, if you make a change to your hazard list, this automated hazard list, your quality team's automatically notified, and they become part of your process. They're not learning about your device 6 months later when it's time. They know all of the changes in your device as they're happening, right? And that's an amazing thing, because it's possible now with the technology we have now. All you need at the end of the day is your human in the loop, your subject matter experts, to make sure that they're doing the right things. So, in the interest of time, I'm just going to quickly walk through one developer-related thing. You have your code march, your AI checks everything, you create new dashboards, you make sure your hazards are in a good place, your data is secure, you update all of your documents, and then finally, your subject matter experts kind of give you the oversight. I've already gone over it. Don't follow my slides perfectly, I'm sorry. So, why does this matter? This means that your 12-month cycle in your $100 million business could be a 9-month cycle. That's, you know, like, that's huge savings. And your quality isn't going lower. It's not like AI has to be perfect. AI is actually going through much more of like the newest sort of like requirements that you have, the quality best case scenario that we hope for, and it's kind of advising you against those standards, right? And now you're at much higher quality than you've ever been in the past. It's not a matter of, are we hitting 100%? We're well past that. We're hitting 1,000%, right? And so you have empowered engineers because they get to work on more fun things. They don't have to deal with documentation. And you have happier partners because your quality team is actually in sync with you and they know what your product does right off the bat. So if you build software in this way, you could go a lot further. You could adapt to new regulations much faster. If you have to go to Europe, that's not a big change anymore. You have an analysis system that'll help you from your US-based system to your Europe-based system by just doing a diff on that and giving you a lot of input on that, right? Your regulatory team is going to be way happy. Then you have an extensible engine, and then finally you can expand this to your hardware teams, your marketing teams. All these teams can kind of benefit from this. That's the gist of it. If you liked what I had to say, there's my LinkedIn. If you want to learn more about stuff like this, and I'm happy to take questions. I think I ran out of time, I'm sorry. Thank you. Any questions?
Just as I start to consume another bagel. We just refreshed food out there, so I want to let everybody know, but don't leave yet. Get your questions.
Yeah, I'm curious from your perspective, like when you look at some of the biggest challenges that you're trying to overcome and just the, you know, that reflect the early nascency of the overall efforts that are AI enhanced, what are some of the things that you're keenly focused on overcoming?
Yeah, it kind of depends on the size of the organization. I implemented some of this at Johnson & Johnson, and there's some regulatory aspects and like just getting your team to commit to the spend on XYZ is a really difficult task. But there's also other challenges. You have to train your team to be more like AI-centric. That's a mindset shift, right? I literally get hired to do this for entire teams where people are kind of like, they tried a couple of things on their ChatGPT app and they're like, this is crap, it didn't give me the thing I expected, it's over. So there's a bunch of these tiny little challenges that stack up. But the wins are so overwhelming that it behooves us to try to tackle some of those challenges. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, here.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And actually, this is, I think, a follow-up to your previous answer. So basically, as a tech lead as well, I mean, kind of tech lead, team lead, I also see that a lot of engineers are actually resistant to AI adoption, right? Many of them, in fact, machine learning guys are quite like skeptical, but they don't use it, right? Just because it's like at least the ego issue, right? So, oh, that thing knows more than I do, like, fuck it, right? So how do you, like, you've mentioned that you did like the mind shift stuff and things like this. Can you elaborate more on that? Like, what was your strategy? Like, how did you really push through the AI usage and adoption?
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm going to focus, because this is such a big question, I'm going to focus on the engineering component.
Yep,
right?
thank you.
First, you have to really figure out what they don't like. Sometimes an engineer is like, well, I build machine learning systems and they don't do X, Y, Z really, really well. How could you have possibly done it? I don't think it works well. I tried it once, it didn't work. You get a bunch of things like that. And then there's folks who are kind of resistant to like learning anything new. I don't think that's real software engineers. But anyone who's in a mindset to learn, what you need to give them is that, yes, we understand there's a saturation of these tools in the market and no one's won the battle yet, right? And so let's pick 5 of them, do a POC. If you do spikes, do a spike. Try to learn a little bit about them, and then let's get someone in who actually understands how to use them. Read those docs, right? If you understand that you can build context into, say, your Copilot or your Cursor or your Windsurf, and then you understand that, oh, not only that, I can work with much larger workspaces. On day 1, it was 5,000 lines of code max. Today, you can work with 1 million lines of code and still maintain context, right? As you talk about the evolution of these tools and where they're getting, and specifically what engineers love to see, what the limitations are very clearly, then you know how to use them. And if you explain the limitations, they know what this tool is good for, and that's when you start to see sort of a mind shift change. Mindset change.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hopefully that was helpful. Yeah. Thank you, thank you.
Okay, next up we have Kartik coming up shortly. Woo.
You can expense that.
That was a mic drop presentation.
Thank you. I wonder if the deck is coming up soon. In the meantime, how's everyone doing? Most everyone's in the other room getting a drink, and you guys are over here. So you guys are the OG hardcore. So very excited to have you guys here. Hopefully the deck is up, but in the meantime, I'll just talk about myself a little bit. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've been in the space for AI and healthcare before they coined the word data science. My first startup started from my master's in biomedical engineering. And my focus since then has been understanding the right place to put AI in. My first application was in cardiology, where I was doing case-based recognition. And every single time I've developed an AI software, I've always run into the same thing. Still waiting for that. I've always run into the same sort of problems that I'm still seeing happening with GenAI. We put a tremendous amount of effort as AI practitioners to make the best type of software out there. We want to make sure that everyone loves it, everyone uses it, and of course, launch day comes. We worked all night, and boom. The first time it's used by a clinician, it craps out. We're embarrassed, we're sweating, and this is a constant feeling we have over and over again. And this is why I've been focusing more and more on AI governance. AI governance is a very big term, but we've seen over and over again from AI practitioners that, hey, it's going to slow down innovation. It's going to add regulations and more friction, because we've seen this great bubble of AI happened because there were no regulations before. Well, in fact, using some of, yeah, that's working, I think. Is it? No. Down arrow? Ah, yeah. So in fact, it's an opportunity. Being able to put out governable AI is in fact your competitive advantage. And the reason for that is because there's a tremendous amount of mistrust in the market. And the only thing you can sell in a market that doesn't have trust is trust. And that is the missing ingredient. Trust drives everything in healthcare AI. If your folks that are human in the loop don't trust that their data is actually being used effectively, your AI will not get better because they will not give you good feedback. If clinicians don't trust that they're going to get the right information at the right time, they will not use AI. So what do we need to do, right? Like, we need to leverage governance now as an opportunity to build trust. This is the first time I've seen in AI that we've had this opportunity. We've never had this before because everyone was just building everything. And if you've ever gone, go look at Netflix, look at the top 5 movies and just put in the word AI. All of them are horror films. Everyone's freaking out about AI. We're here as practitioners, and we're in the future where we believe that AI is the next step, the next, messiah coming down the street. But if you look at where the public is not there yet. They don't understand it and they don't trust it. And this has happened with every single technology revolution that's happened. There was scares that, hey, if you roll down the window on your car, when Ford put out the Model T, people were afraid you could die of suffocation because how would air work? And it's the same sort of concept with generative AI today. So how do we move forward and build a foundation of trust? And that all starts with fundamental communication within your organization. So I'll talk about that very soon. All of that leads to trust-driven outcomes, not data-driven outcomes, but trust-driven outcomes, which are focused on deeper engagement from all the stakeholders. And then finally, human-centric things. So what is the missing ingredient? I just want to give you guys a quick example. I do a lot of document understanding for back offices, a lot of admin work. I like to sit next to compliance officers, for example, and see what they're feeling when they use AI. So someone, while I was sitting there, it was around 3 a.m., a patient calls in. And they are freaking out because one of their claims got denied. And the compliance officer is to help them figure out why. And she's using an AI product that was built by us. And she was just so frustrated because she couldn't find the right information. So what did she do? Hit X, went through it, Word, scrolled for about 5 minutes, and then found the information. And in fact, that's happening to your AI products today. If they don't trust it, they are going to find another way forward, and you will never know because you can't record every screen under the world. You can't even review those recordings. So that's the missing ingredient. The missing ingredient is you gotta have trust. You have to do that as part of your organizational priorities. You have to get people on the same page, and this will lead to actual adoption. Adoption in a way that people believe that AI is actually there for them. So how do we do this, right? Like a very quick heuristic, I don't like to build frameworks. Frameworks, I find, are over-opinionated. But how does this work? How do you put this into practice? One of those is setting up a governance committee. Governance committee just sounds overblown, but it's very simple. Find everyone who's involved in decision-making around your AI. Who's going to fund it? Who's going to use it? Who's going to make sure it works correctly, clinical usually, and then who's going to make sure that the legal and regulatory compliance is done in place, which is usually legal. Those are the people that should be there in your first meeting before you build AI. At that point, as an AI practitioner, your responsibility is to explain the metrics that you're using to these stakeholders in a way that they understand. Identify the risk to their individual locations in the organization, and then start collecting those metrics directly from operations. Use that to document risk and model cards, and then you rinse and repeat the whole thing over and over again. This is never ending because it takes decades to build trust. If you're doing this every single quarter or every single month, you will build that trust, but you'll have to do that for years. So, these are the different, sub-organizations that I talked about. What does operations get out of it? So operations get deeper engagement because they know when not to use the AI in case the AI fail. It gives them the right escape path, and you can do this with standard operating procedures. You can put down procedures that say, hey, if AI blows up, you're going to see this metric go down, which means that you're going to get more garbage out of the AI. So at that point, we're going to give you the playbook so you can continue your work. And in fact, what we found is because we've given them that escape hatch, they're more involved with wanting us to fix it. And they're more involved in to build that trust with our product. Legal, legal is sitting there and understanding, I don't understand AI. I want to know if I get a checklist from the government, what should I answer? And so we go ahead and build that documentation for them before we start building AI. Finance gets a really clear understanding of AI metrics like false positive, false negative. What does that mean for the business? Where does it matter? And for AI practitioners, we finally get good data. Deep engagement will lead to good data, will lead to better AI. So where's the future? The future is human-centric governance. It is no longer going to be about technology. It's going to be about trust. When every single thing in our life gets automated, the only thing left is human and humanity, and the trust and relationships that we build with each other. So going back to the question, are software engineers going to go away? In fact, I think they're going to become human engineers. They're going to be the ones that are going to help AI find that nugget of trust, build transparency, engage teams, and, start small today. So that's my little pitch. My takeaway for you guys is, in your organization today, start talking about what does AI mean. Get rid of the technical complexities. Get very simple. Hey, finance, you're worried about, I'm giving you $100,000 for GPU credits. What does that mean, right? Hey, operations, I'm going to force you to use this thing. Are you happy with it? Do you care about it? Do you even have enough time to do human in the loop? Most likely they won't. So how do you help them? So this is what I love talking about all the time. If you would love to talk about this, please find me. That's where my email is. And thank you very much. I'm open to any questions.
Hello, thank you. Nice presentation. I'm Ashik. So you talked about trust and AI governance. I was thinking if you explored the idea of decentralizing trust, like distributed ledgers or blockchain, so that the users or patients have control over who they trust to get their access or not, data access or not.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. Unfortunately, I don't think trust starts on the outside. Trust starts on the inside in your organization. Does everyone who is working or impacted by the AI, do they believe that it works? Because if they do, then your customers will do, and your patients who are using your applications will. It will be very natural. Trust is this concept where, it's not the person saying, trust me, it's the first person who trusts that person, right? And that will start within your organization. There's so many times that I built AI products, and it was just like, if you went and talked to someone in the team, they're like, hey, how much does this work? And they're like, hesitant to answer. But that is the time where you want to encourage people to be honest and transparent. Hey, like, hey, these are our metrics. This means this means that. And when they talk about it, it's going to circulate out, go through your customer sales representative, through your patient care, team, because they believe they have the right answers coming out of the AI. Because if they don't, your patients won't.
Somebody over there. One last question, and then we're going to move into the panel, because you're also on the next panel.
What's your commercialization entry point into your target customers, and what is that? What does the decision look like as far as stakeholders?
So I actually don't have a commercialization strategy because I'm no longer trying to build products. What I do is I work with a lot of different organizations and help them understand where their AI should be and should not be, right? So I actually go around telling people not to use GenAI until it's absolutely, absolutely necessary. So in terms of commercialization, however, right, like if I were to build a product, let's say for a mental health app today, the first thing that I would be building is looking at every single mental health app there. BetterHelp, a tremendous amount of people are putting GenAI out there. In fact, California just came out with a law where it said you need to have a provider in between your generated content and the patient. Not a lot of people are aware of that. So if I were to build an AI governance product, that's where I would go. Locations like that. Thank you, great question.
Karthik, thank you. And now we're going to invite up to the stage Ganasen Krithivisan. Did I say that right? Or go. And Devinder, come on back up. Everybody's here? Okay, excellent. Just sit under your picture so people don't confuse you. Okay, here we go.
This is your bread and butter, AI governance, risk and ethics. Just to introduce, my name is Devinder.
Ganeshan.
My name is Karthik. Okay.
I'll do my best in a time.
Awesome.
I was going to say, this is kind of your bread and butter, so let's start with you.
Absolutely. I think, if we were to start out this conversation, I feel like you guys are building some very exciting technologies in AI. Yeah. Where do you guys, and how do you guys quantify risk? Where do you guys look at risk and how do you quantify it?
There's a bunch of places. Well, Doctor, did you want to take that first?
Sure. So AI can be very useful, and it is going to be disrupting how we treat patients and how many patients we are treating at a time. It's going to be very interesting in the future. However, the same scale can apply for the risks also. It can impact millions in a second, and it can also cause big disruptions inside organizations also. People try to improve the efficiency internally, but whenever you go for this efficiency, there's always a blind spot that we miss, and then there is a big risk, and a lot of people are impacted. So the risk can be coming from any angle. The most important that we are thinking right now is the privacy, explainability issues, and accountability, how much you can trust this, and how biased is the system, right? So these are some of the 4 things that we usually think about right now. Do you have any other thoughts?
Yeah, I'll give you my lens. I think all of that is an excellent answer. I'll give you my lens, which has more recently been medical devices and medtech. So the FDA itself takes a risk-based approach. And recently they came out with some guidance, some documentation on both security and AI and how to approach it. But it's also the framework of risk that they use. We can kind of use that in anything that they haven't covered. And if you take a risk-based approach to tackle problems like, can we use a copilot? That's technically using an AI, but the endpoint isn't AI for the user. Human in the loop really helps. And if you come to some of the discussions from a lot of the lawyers around this subject of regulation, you start to see where we can take that risk-based approach and iteratively figure out how we can not only remain compliant, but actually increase our scope. And if you take it, the same conversation about AI to a regulator or to someone who's doing like auditing, with this point of view that no, we're not just going to do what we used to do. We're going to do 10 times more, and it's going to be so much more secure. I think that conversation just goes way better.
Absolutely. I think, Ganeshan, you said something very important, which is, as you start to automate more, if you have an error rate of 0.01, and you're automating more and more and more, and you're increasing the likelihood of that 0.01 now actually having a catastrophic effect, your risk goes up the more you automate, right? But the other thing the riskiest thing is the unknown risk. Stuff you can't build a framework for, stuff you can't think through, and maybe this is a personal opinion, governments can't think through because they are following what practitioners have seen. These are known risks. Everyone knows how to, when you're driving a car, how to avoid a blind spot. However, if you're building risk, if you're looking at risk in AI, what you want to be looking for is, let's imagine the worst possible thing that can happen. What do you do next? And this is where standard operating procedures are super helpful because this is where humans need to step in, right? We're always going to have that little piece of risk, and if that's not keeping you up at night, then you don't care enough about your users.
Yeah, and that's a very good point, Karthik. And think about it. If you try to create one framework for all of AI, it's huge risk. That is a big risk. Because AI is not such a technology that you can use in one part of the business or one industry. It is everywhere. You can use it in so many different ways. So the risk comes out differently if it is used internally in a HR versus a customer services versus somewhere else. You see what I'm saying? So it's very different. The risk will be very different in individually these areas within one company. But then think about different industries.
Yeah.
It's going to be so much different. And if you just say that, okay, hey, I give you this framework and it's going to solve all the issues, that's completely wrong. So that's why I think it's always good to go ask the first question, what is your business? Mm-hmm. What do you try to solve the problem? What is the problem you're solving through AI? What is going in? What is coming out? And you got to make sure it is individualized and it's basically more personalized kind of thing. I would say like a personalized medicine, the AI should be a personalized.
I love that. I love that. Yeah, personalized AI governance. Yep. Absolutely.
Yep.
I'll pitch the next question for you two if you're interested. Bias and fairness. This is a very different take, right? Because now one of the early projects I worked on had to really account for a much larger population in skin analysis, right? And there's similar things that come across in AI all the time. They make huge headlines in the news. Right. Are we doing enough to address bias and unfairness or fairness in AI? And what are approaches that we can take to do a better job?
Go ahead. Yeah, I can start. I think, definitely you can look at bias from a technical perspective of bias in the data set. So if you are looking at, hey, we're going to build a generative AI, built on top of some of the open source models that are already out there. Well, first of all, a lot of those open source models were trained on the heap, which is pretty much the internet. And so right off the bat, you have a bias of folks that are not on the internet, right? So what you really need to think about is how are you going to get gold standard data set that will cover a certain amount of population that you're going to keep in scope. You can't go after everything, but what you can definitely try to do is chart out a map of when to use AI for different populations. There's a very classic example that's used in bias. If you pick up a bias book, you'll see it very often, which is Muslim women in Ann Arbor, Michigan. They rarely get health care. And the reason why it's a cultural bias that's built into that community. But in fact, they're one of the most prolific users of AI technology because they can ask questions in private. Unfortunately, because they've never been on the internet talking about their issues in the way that they think, large language models are completely blind to them. And in fact, we've seen other type of biases like this where, computer vision models were trained on predominantly white males, so black people were completely invisible to computer vision models. And these are difficult topics to talk about, but as AI practitioners, we have to be transparent that our data sets are probably always going to be biased. So if you know the bias in your data set, make sure you have, transparently putting it out there. Hey, we're not ready to serve you yet, but in fact, if you would work with us, we would love to improve our data set. That transparency is going to build trust. So that's bias, but we can talk also about ethics. Ethics is like its own thing, but let's start with bias.
Very nicely said, Karthik. So I put, okay, if bias is a poison, then what is the antidote? Diversity, right?
Yeah.
You go, if it is data, right? Data diversity, the more diversity you bring in, the more bias is reduced and the fairness comes in. So in this spectrum, if you train your data with more and more diverse data sample, then the possibility of reducing the bias decreases, but it's never going to be zero, like Karthik said. It's always going to be there. And recognizing that, and you may want to have some thresholds. Like if you are saying, I'm going to serve these clients, these are these problems that I'm going to solve, that's where, the experts should identify, okay, you know what? You can only say, these are the clients I'm going to serve, or these are the problems I'm going to solve, and terms and conditions. So all these problems can be mitigated. Yep. It's just that we need to be aware, be proactive. Let's start doing some work on this, because you go on only innovation and tech, how I use this AI, how I build it more. only one thing, that's not enough. You need to have 2 horses in the chariot. The other horse is going to be ethics and risk. You need to make sure you are parallelly taking care of both of them to be very successful. Mm-hmm. So that's something I wanted to say.
Absolutely.
Yeah. To drive something into the specifics, I think the only thing I have to add to these 2 wonderful answers is that we can take a lot of lessons learned from previous technologies. Mm-hmm. A lot of the AI utilized today around LLMs is essentially search. Mm-hmm. And we have a corpus of data on how to do search and give better bias endpoints, right? And so if we utilize, what we already know from the past and add that to our government's frameworks, where we already have like a huge amounts of data on like how people did that the right way in the past, I think there's opportunities to really ramp up and almost bootstrap how you do it for AI in a meaningful way very, very quickly.
Yeah, 100%. I think, leveraging past data sets is actually something I think a lot of generative AI practitioners don't do today. There's a lot of machine learning data sets that you can find, like on Berkeley's website, for example, that are really old school data sets. That are tabular data sets, have literally nothing to do with generative AI, but those are grounded in truth because they were qualified and built very well together. Those lessons are still there. We had a talk earlier where someone was saying, there's going to be a whole bunch of new use cases that do come in. I wouldn't say fear, but the trepidation that I have is, and maybe a question for you guys, is as more and more AI is generating data, more synthetic data sets are coming out, we're seeing a bleeding into ground truth, right? AI is feeding itself over and over again. So if you are building AI products, you really have to think about how will you capture ground truth without human in the loop, unfortunately, right? We want to do human in the loop everywhere, but operations will not work if you're going to continue bog them down with 30-40% of their time going into feeding AI. And it's artificial, right? So what you need to think about is natural feedback. Natural feedback is, what you were talking about, search. Top 5 ranking. Are they being selected 80% of the time, right? If you're giving a response back, is someone using it downstream for an actual productivity task or an objective? If that's not happening, you don't have real lessons. All you have is AI teaching AI, and then we are going to reach a stagnation of innovation at that point.
Yeah. I think I'll take one aspect of this. Human in the loop, I think, is really important, and there are cases when it doesn't necessarily get there, but there's such a huge area of learning in terms of evals that needs to happen for when we have to go without human in the loop. Yep. Evals, we're just starting to learn about evals like in a whole new way, especially as people are trying to figure out what to do with agents, what to do with the re-rankers, what to do with a rank-based approach. Evals are beginning to blow up, and they cost a lot of money because you're actually running them through different modes. You might actually have like LLM as a judge, but you might have more specific and more declarative means to be able to do all of that evaluation. Right. I think if we do it the right way, and I still maintain that human in the loop needs to be a huge part of it, but evals might be the beginnings of at least establishing the numbers, and then we can run some stats on what is the likelihood of this data set, because the evals are going to give you some numbers on the likelihood of how this stuff is right or wrong. You can run some stats and make that part of your quality report. This is the likelihood of this data set being, good versus not, and that quality needs to overall improve over time.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. There were 2 recent papers that I saw recently that kind of excited me about eval and the potential for going in the future. One of those was Meta's latest model that came out that was focused on not using tokenizers for inputs. Now, this is particularly exciting because right now, everything that we feed into large language models go through a tokenizer, and there's an inherent bias in the tokens, right? Because they were trained on specific type of languages that are Latin-based, right? Although we can switch those tokens and we can say, hey, LLM can pick up which token in another language, there's a fundamental knowledge, that is lost in stuff like poetry, right? You read some of the poems in different languages and it's off, right? Because fundamentally, those type of intuitions are not built in. But now we're getting new models that come out that completely don't look at tokenizers. They're not tokenized. I forgot the name of it, but take a look on Meta's research paper, you'll find it. And there's another type of concept that's coming out, which is agentless frameworks. So the concept around agentless frameworks is the decision-making that you would try to do in agents, you would actually make that with humans, right? So you would make that with, hey, this is how I would evaluate and trust the system. So instead of letting the agents make those decisions, you're going to have a human make those decisions, and then the agent can learn from it. So there are new concepts that are coming out. I think they're going to like proliferate very, very quickly, and there's going to be a race to a bottom of implementing those. But is there an awareness yet? I don't think so.
Yeah, no, I think very important. I think humans need to make that decision, but the process can be automated. So.
Yeah, I think we're not going to get away from that, right? If there's still more trust in a human's decision because there's skin in the game for that human, right? And the skin in the game is basically if I said something wrong, right, I feel something, right? And that is an intrinsic aspect of trust, that when someone's telling me something, if they're wrong, will anything happen? Like if AI tells me something and says, hey, go take this medication, it has no skin in the game because it can't lose its medical license. So will we see licensing for medical AI? Maybe it's a thing we need to think about.
Yep. No, I think I also want to clarify here, like, what we are talking about as decisions is not about the AI's decisions, right? Mm-hmm. The AI's decisions come out, that's an output. But then those decisions, are they in line with our, whatever the business requirements or ethical considerations or risk plans, right?
Right.
So those are the decisions that we call them as HR for agents, right? We call them HR agents, right? No, agent HRs, right?
Yeah,
right?
I love that.
It's basically, there are AI agents, but then there needs to be HR for that agents.
Yeah.
Okay, if they are working properly, and if they made a decision, okay, is that right or wrong? If there is a problem, then immediately the HR has to find out and say like, okay, there is a channel, they will work out and then say, okay, no, this decision is wrong, we may have to correct it.
Yeah.
So that is the process I'm talking about that needs to be automated in the governance side. Mm-hmm. And I think it is pretty much very easily can be done, and you don't have to work on that. There's a lot of third-party providers who can help you very well.
Yeah.
The thing is, when you do third-party assessments and providers who can help you with this, then you don't have any blind spot. The trust comes even better, okay? Like Karthik said, the trust starts from internally. Yes, it starts internally, but then a third-party validation will also help you even more trust it.
Absolutely.
So that's something I want.
Yeah, that gets down to the accountability question of ethics, right? If AI makes a mistake, and this was the first question that happened with auto driving for Tesla, and the question was who's liable in an accident? So who's liable in malpractice if the AI makes a mistake? Is it the person who trained, the person who collected the data set? Is it the person who approved that AI to be used? Like, those questions go down fundamentally to skin in the game, right? If the AI can keep functioning with no one being willing to take the liability for mistakes, should we trust it?
But essentially, the builder and the user both are being sued. Nowadays, we are hearing a lot of news from that.
Yeah.
I think it's very risky times. I think it is time to be responsible. I think we can get away from it right now, but the near future is going to be, we may need to be careful.
Yeah, if you read through the contracts or if you just talk to attorneys in the field right now, like let's say if I'm using a model on Azure, right? The liability for Microsoft is fairly limited. I can't just point to Microsoft and say they told me so. It's on you, and it's impossible to build those billion-dollar models, at least for now. I mean, there's plenty good models,
right?
But at least for now, you have some dependency on these mega models.
Yeah.
And you don't have a framework for responsibility that goes all the way up the chain. Mm-hmm. So maybe that'll change over time, but it also puts the onus on you, the user of the AI, to put into place systems based on statistical analysis, in my opinion, that give you a very clear idea of what it is that you're giving your customers. When you have that, you have something to stand on.
Yeah, I mean, there was this case recently, I don't know if you heard Character AI, where it told a teenager who, in my opinion, probably shouldn't have been using that app in the first place, because there should be age restrictions on, any of these things giving medical recommendations. And that teenager ended up committing suicide because the Character AI bot told him to, right? And that is The company's still around. That first, right, is probably already a problem. There's no accountability to say, hey, have you fixed that problem? And without that, I think, there's a competitive advantage, as I said. Someone else makes the character AI and say, hey, we actually solved, not only do we solve this problem, but we do statistical analysis to show you what we know about the risk and what we don't know, and we know when to shut off the AI to prevent situations like this. That inherent trust will be built with the marketplace, and the marketplace will be looking for that from other providers, right? That's how we're going to change the game, by making the first car, right? After the Model T, the first safe car was the most popular selling car. And I think that's how it's going to change it. It's going to be market forces. It's going to be consumers demanding accountability for this. So we get ahead of it.
Yeah, and we're about to see a big sort of bomb in terms of like multimodal expressions of models.
That's going to be so interesting.
Because I was checking out this demo from Voyage AI yesterday, and essentially, you don't even need to do the intermediate steps for engineering anymore. You can take an image, the model will figure out the text inside it by itself. You don't have to do the engineering step, and it'll still put it'll still place your embeddings very close to where they need to be, so you can get very reasonable outputs.
All right.
How do you test something like that? How do you talk about it, right? It's crazy, but it's so much fun to be in this space to start thinking about these problems.
Yeah, these are a very important problem. It's like, I think there was a sculpture, the story of a sculptor in medieval Italy, where he carved the most beautiful woman and then fell in love with the sculpture, and the sculpture came to life. And we're living that world a little bit today, where we're building something that we think is, a part of ourselves that we're putting out and personifying. But the problem with that is, like, that personification doesn't have any need to be ethical to survive. It doesn't eat, it doesn't have any fears, it doesn't have any hopes, it doesn't have any dreams, and we need to make sure we remember that. It's an automaton, it's a statistical parrot, it's only guessing the next word. And so it becomes our responsibility, to put those human aspects in that automaton.
Yeah.
Yep, and thinking about this LLM, I think there's a recent publication in Nature Medicine. It's a very important paper I think everybody should read. It says that in this paper, the authors, what they did was, they tried to poison the data out there that's been used by LLMs to trained. What they did was they tried to find out how much minimum information that I should put in, right? That could actually change the LLM's decision or its output. So they were starting from 0.0001, from there, and then went higher and higher. They found that even with 0.001% of whatever data that is out there, all they need is only this much data, this much percentage of information that is poisonous. That is enough for LLM to change its way that it is giving decisions.
Can you imagine the misinformation?
It's misinformation, and that's really crazy. So we have to be very cognizant about all these things. So you cannot stop this. You cannot stop terrorists from doing these things. This is going to happen, but how can you mitigate this? Is, okay, what is my business case? How am I using this? Testing, testing, testing.
That's right.
Input, output, what is coming out? Use third party to do that. Be safe.
And build standard operating procedures for when stuff is going to go wrong, because it will. You have to imagine the worst possible thing, like Stoic philosophy, right? You have to imagine the absolute worst thing that will happen, and how will you survive that situation by switching over and out from artificial intelligence to human empathy.
Yep. Are we out of time?
Yeah, somebody stole your timer. I came back, I was like, where's the timer?
Okay, we just carried away, we got carried away.
Oh, it was great, it was great. And yeah, the last, I don't want to stand under the microphone, it'll start to feedback. Yeah, that last bit, it just sounded like, okay, so if that's all the data that you need to change, then really the money in the world is going to be shaping our reality. And maybe that's what on the macro side, we have to watch out for, and how do we open source sort of the, I think it's going to be the war for the attention of attention is all you need.
Yes.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly that line. I was like, it's kind of a side effect of the fact that attention is all you need.
Yeah, we got to make sure our system is safe. We cannot control a lot of other things. What we can control, we can do it.
So let's get a show of hands. Who is more optimistic after this talk? About 50%. Who is more pessimistic after this talk? More optimistic. And who's about the same? Okay, about. Okay, great. More optimistic, which is good. Okay.
We should be, because we're actually learning how to do things right.
See, AI is so important, I'll tell you. Without AI, we cannot survive as a humans over time.
Yeah, due to the complexities coming in.
Think about the climate change issues. Humans cannot think through that far and bring solutions.
Yeah.
We need AI for it.
Yeah, I can't even pick stocks.
Yes.
All right, let's give a big hand to Kartik, Ganesan, Devinder. Thank you very much. Okay, next up, we have Ashik Usman coming to the stage. Sound booth. We need sound on wireless 2. Clean up in aisle 5.
Hello. Hello. Yes. Hello. Oh, thank you. So I'll start my timer. Yeah. Hello, I'm Ashik Uzzaman. I'm an engineering leader working in the San Francisco Bay Area health tech startup for about 2 decades now. Today, I'll be talking about AI-powered digital twin in healthcare technologies. So, of course, the first thing is AI. This is a health tech summit, definitely. You have been listening a lot about AI, and one fundamental question comes, why we need AI in healthcare. But you have heard a lot of those already today, so I'll not say much about it, except that there is an opportunity for innovation to eliminate traditional care gap. There is traditional care gap, and AI can help here in many different ways. One of the ways it can help, the way it helps, is that AI's role in diagnosis and treatment. What it does technically, if you see it, is that there is a structure. AI can actually classify, identify a problem. In healthcare term, we can take an example, identifying diseases like cancer, diabetes, maybe hypertension, ahead way earlier than we ourselves know it. So that is the identification, classifier, diagnosis. AI can help here. AI can predict. A lot of these systems, those are prognosis, like you estimate a disease's progression, how it will go ahead of time based on vast data that it has available. That person's body, environmental context, setting, genetic profile, and so on. And then it can start doing some interventions like recommend personalized treatment, or we'll talk a little bit about precision treatment today. And then it can also constantly adjust, or it can make decision or execute on the recommendations. So these are some of the things AI can help in healthcare. Where we are going, we started with a regular digital transformation in healthcare. Of course, earlier doctors or nurses used to use papers and pens. Now they moved into internet or software and so on. So it helps automation. So it's a good first step, and it's a huge step. But we are now moving towards a little bit more than that. We don't have enough doctors, nurses, care providers in the world, or we need a lot more than what we have. Let's put it this way. So one of the way healthcare industry are looking forward to is AI agents, personalized AI agents, who we can think of a future where every person will have a personal AI agent. Probably for everything. You play sport, you'll have a sport AI agent. You have a doctor, you'll have a doctor AI agent. Or maybe you'll have one AI agent where all the algorithms or modern learnings are loaded. We'll get there someday. But our today's thing is think of an area where you have a personalized AI agent who knows your body, your heart rate, your pulse rate, everything, what was there historically, what was genetically long time back, or in that environment, or in that geography, what's the common statistical tendency, and so on. You can make recommendation. You go to a doctor to see, already all the data is preloaded. So the doctor can focus on quality time with you to give you comfort or the right advice and so on. So we are about to, basically companies are working on getting there. And one of the way AI can help is through precision treatment, which is one of the main core concepts we will be talking today. Precision treatment. Precision treatment is the idea of creating a treatment just for you, precisely for you, for your body, mind, at this time, real time, right now. That's the idea of precision treatment. Does that mean so far the treatment we have been having not precision treatment? Not exactly, but think of it this way. Maybe you are meeting your doctor once a month, maybe once a quarter, or based on need. So the treatment you are getting, so you have a problem today. You are meeting the doctor 3 weeks later because you are not getting the schedule. So the treatment you are getting is actually not real time. It's taking time. And then once the doctor has met, you are not going to meet the doctor tomorrow again. An AI agent, a personalized AI agent, or an AI doctor will be with you 24/7 all the time, will be giving you advice as and when necessary, right then and there. That's the idea of timing. But then also, the advices are not generic. Like you have high blood sugar, so don't eat bread. You are put into one category. But similar blood sugar level, the precision treatment can tell you for this person with this history, it's okay to have one bread, for another one, no. So the advices are not generic, very specific, based on the body, the response of your body. That's the concept of precision treatment. It can help you in behavioral changes, real-time adjustment of whatever recommendation it is making. So here, one of the way companies are working, and you have heard today a lot about, is using digital twin, right? So what is a digital twin? A digital twin is a virtual replica of a physical system. In healthcare, it's often a person's body, let's say your heart or your eye. You can have just a digital twin of your eye, not your whole body, right? Or your heart. Or maybe just a car or a rocket. You can have many replicas. That's the idea of digital twin. Sorry. The digital twin can be applied in many different ways in AI, like for diagnosis, monitoring, surgery, medical devices, drug development, and regulatory reasons. Some companies are actually already working on it. So for example, Twin Health. So they already have trademarked the whole body digital twin concept, which gives a real-time personalized metabolic model that tailors care plans for individual members, enhancing health outcomes through precision and Medicare. How do they do that? They use wearables, like your Apple Watch, your weight machine, your blood pressure machine, the CGM, constant glucose monitoring, and so on. What about electronic record? Like we talked about trust and AI governance a little earlier. Medical Chain is developing a decentralized platform for secure, patient-centric EHR, employee health record, electronic health record transactions, giving patients control over their medical data while ensuring secure access for healthcare providers. So another company, Formation Bio, partnered with OpenAI to collaborate on building AI tools for rapid drug development. So not just discovery, but drug development. And then we talked about avatar, or another digital twin concept. A ERC20 token called Sensei is a personalized AI agent platform that creates a digital legacy for individuals by developing personal digital twins that replicate their knowledge, voice, and image. Imagine you simply have another replica. Of course, I know we are not there in the AGI yet, but they are already working, and you can try out that Sensei trial or free version, premium version. You can actually offload your knowledge or your video, your YouTube content, social media content, file anything, and it will start representing you. You are a teacher who doesn't have time to teach in many classes. You can actually send your personal agent or a Sensei replica who can do the teaching for you, possibly. So they are already working on this. But the feature I see more, I'm more interested, I want to share with you, is a multidisciplinary AI doctor. What's the concept? The concept is that you are right now working on just, you go to a heart specialist and eye specialist separately. In future, that AI doctor will be able to gather all the type of data you have together and see if cross-reference to each other, if there is a regression impact of one disease cure to another disease, which is a common problem nowadays, it happens. So the multidisciplinary AI doctor will be also be able to adjust your plan or recommendation based on that. So possibly I'm getting a little bit out of the time, so if I can't answer all your questions today, here is my LinkedIn, and I'll be hanging around. We can catch up on the question and answer. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Give it a question or two?
Yeah. Sure. Any questions?
Bring the mic volume down a little bit. I think it's a little loud here. Okay. Questions, raise your hand. I thought I saw hands.
When you think about the capabilities of kind of replicating your digital twin and things along the lines of voice and video capabilities, what are some of the safeguards that are in place? I mean, I just literally got a text from a group chat where someone's daughter called them hysterical, looking for money, and it was an AI recreation of the daughter's voice.
Yes. So if I understood the question correctly, is that what about the maybe safety and security of the data that we are sharing for the digital twin?
Yeah.
Yeah. So safety is a big challenge, and there are several ways. Right now, the way we are implementing this solution to secure our data is centralized solutions. For example, you believe Amazon, you believe Facebook that they will secure your data. These are centralized trust systems. So that's one way. And they have to go through audit, legal procedure. Government will run after them if they don't maintain, right? So you have some kind of trust. So right now, we are managing it through that. I believe in the world of AI, where transactions and everything will go at such a faster pace that humans will not be able to catch up with that. Or those AI agents will not be waiting for the slow process of how we do it. I think the future is decentralized. For this, there will be trust. Trustless system to trust, which means blockchain is one of the way, definitely, distributed ledgers. But the idea is that, let's say you are a patient. You went to a doctor. The doctor knows your heart rate, right? Where is the doctor getting that data from? You trusted a lab who put that data in a database, somewhere in an AWS database, MySQL server, from where a software user interface is bringing that hard data to you, right? Something like that. So multiple parties you have to trust. Now, let's take it to Sensei, the example that I gave, or another ERC token or a blockchain-based system, where the record is created in that append-only database, and only you, at runtime, when the nurse is asking, you can decide the nurse can see your heart rate or not. So you don't need any trust. So I know I'm talking a little bit too advanced. We are not there yet, but that's what they are working on. Everyone, look at this. Facebook sold your data to a third party without knowing. All our data was lost. Here, no one can even see your data while the data is in the public cloud, blockchain, must or whatever it is, until you say, I'm okay with this doctor knowing my heart rate. I think we are going there. Anything slower than that, than distributed systems, the AIs will be so fast, we will not be able to catch up with that. The system will not be able to catch up with that. So I see the future is the AI and blockchain merging together. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ashik, Usman. Thank you very much. Do we have, let's see our next speaker. Another mic drop moment. Is Austin here? Austin, raise your hand if you're here. Otherwise, if you're running late, we'll move you to a little bit later. So, Renetta, you're ready to go. So let's bring you up. Yeah, we're catching up. Up. Give me one moment to get your slides ready to roll.
Sure, yeah. Take your time. Hi, everyone. I assume that if you guys are here, I can't see your faces, but it means that you're part of my tribe. We're the food people that care about what we eat and care about our nutrition, so thank you. Good to connect with you later. Okay, so AI-powered food, is it okay? I can advance it? Down arrow. Down arrow. Yeah. Okay. Yes, boss. Okay, so AI-powered food in your kitchen is going to be rewriting the future of your health. And all of this is using just something very, very natural, real food. We're going to be deciding how you guys are, the way you're eating now is basically how are you going to look like when you're 80, if we're lucky enough to live until 80. You can live by 80 dancing, doing yoga, or being in a wheelchair and taking pills. What would you want to do? And how are we going to do it? We believe that AI plus food can help you build your human resilience. Today, I think we all can agree that our food system is completely broken. Fast-processed sugary foods are killing us. They're fueling crazy amount of different chronic diseases, and we are in a health crisis here. And the paradox is that we have so much information about nutrition, and yet 60% of Americans have more than one or more some sort of chronic conditions. 60% meaning maybe some of you have it, maybe some of your family members have something, and it just gets worse and worse. Now, the gap or the missing link here, we know what we need to do, we know what's healthy. I actually was talking today to someone that is specializing in medical space, and he was drinking Coke in front of me. So we know what's healthy, but the main problem is doing it. And life is running ahead of all of us. And the main solution is just going back to real food, and that's what we're doing with food, and making it easier for you when it's getting very, very hard. And AI enables that in a magnitude. So just a quick introduction to what we're doing today and how AI changes the way nutrition and food is being cooked at home, because that's where we see the revolution of bringing food back into your home and your kitchens. So just a quick introduction to what we're doing. So Foodum, we're creating a new way for people to eat with bringing chefs as health partners into your kitchens, where they create food that is customized for you in your own home with fresh ingredients, personalized menus. They can even do cooking classes, they can shop, and of course, they clean after. And actually, another exciting thing is that we just signed a contract with Anthem, where they're going to be paying for that for medical patients, qualified patients. So think about this. Anthem, medical, underserved people are going to get personal chefs cooking at their home. Yep. Also, SDP, self-determination program, are paying for that. We have customers that California State, us taxpayers, paying for people with disabilities to have chefs at their home. Because it's clear that food can help those people. They need to learn how to live independent life. And we're also accepting FSA, HSA. Now, the AI evolution, what AI brings, AI creates a huge opportunity for us and for other companies and solutions that are available out there. So with AI, you can do client and chef matchmaking based, and we see it already today in other companies, but in food, it's something new that's just coming up and emerging, based on location, based on cooking skills and diets. And then creating smart customized menus to enhance flavor, health, and cost effectiveness. You know, to make food tasty, you don't need to eat more salt or oil. You can use different options, and with AI, we can create amazing customized, personalized menus. The other thing is cooking and shopping and cooking efficiency with AI. You can, you know, the sky's the limit. You can make this process perfect. Food waste, 0. Do you know how much food waste there is today? 40% of the food supply chain is going to waste because of different reasons. With AI, we're seeing already that with what we're doing, we're reducing food waste at home to 0, and we're planning to implement that also into the grocery shopping, so then start to reduce also the waste over there. And actually also recipes. You know, you see, I actually saw a good recipe in French. I don't speak French, although I do have a French accent, but I speak another language. But anyway, with AI, of course, you can translate everything. So our goal is to basically have just one global source of meals that can be from everywhere in the world, and it's localized to the place where you're staying. Sorry, not yet. Oops. Uh-oh. Oh, now you saw my... Okay, so anyway, so imagine that you have a refrigerator full of amazing meals that are perfectly matching your diet, and you didn't need to lift a finger, and it saves you money. Wouldn't you do that? Duh, that's what AI enables, the cost and the operation efficiency. Now, today, the healthcare is focusing on disease management and transitioning to value-based care, which is prevention. We're looking beyond prevention. We're looking at human resilience, and AI-powered nutrition can actually help with that, with regeneration and longevity. And how do we do that? By creating meal plans that are based on our genes, our activities, our preferences, and it's optimized for well-being. The other thing is meals that are designed to improve our lifespan and also health span. You don't want to get to 80, live until 80, but be stuck in a wheelchair. We want to get to 80 when we're doing Ironman. By the way, there are people in their 80s doing triathlons. Like, I saw that. It's real. I saw the number on their foot, on their leg when I was racing. It was incredible. I couldn't keep up with them. They were faster than me, and I was like in my 30s. And then real time, imagine that some people that have CGM devices or their Oura Ring or their Garmin, everything is connected, and your meal plans are customized to your Ironman in 2 weeks. Or you suddenly have some issues with your glucose, and all of that is customized because everything is connected. And that's what eventually, we have the possibility, our body regenerates its cells, and we have potentially the possibility to live forever. But we screw it up because different metabolic reasons and the way we live and eat. Now, who believe that robots will take over the kitchen? Will robots take over the kitchen? Yes? Yes? Okay. Well, you guys are pessimistic. I believe, I look at it as the dream team in the kitchen will be combined from 3 components. we'll have the robotic assistant that is very precise and can do amazing all the repetitive small tasks. And then we'll have the AI that will bring all the science, the food, with a touchless AI interface panel that, by the way, already exists today. We're actually playing with that now. And then the human chef will bring the soul, the passion, the intuition that, I don't know, maybe in a few generations AI can do and the robot can do, but I find it hard to believe. So I believe that the perfect recipe will be actually combining those three together. And I know I'm out of time. Do I have, Steven, do I have a little bit more time? I don't see him. Well, no one stops me. I'll keep on going. So everybody asks me, how much? How much? So chefs are very expensive. But using AI and using our efficient models, financial models, we're able to reduce the price to $125 per visit plus groceries. That's not in thousands of dollars. It's just $125 per visit. It starts from $125 and you get food for the whole week. Now, what are the alternatives? DoorDash, a family of 4, DoorDashing a whole week, we'll get probably to almost $1,000. I was a little bit conservative, $650, but probably it's more than that. If you look at medical bills, people get sick. Ozempic, $1,000 per month per person. Well, with just food, you just eat. There are no injections and no side effects. And then those brave people that actually cook by themselves, I'm so proud of you. How many of you are cooking by yourself? Good job. So it takes about 10 to 15 hours a week to plan, to buy groceries, and then to cook and to clean up. And if some of you are AI engineers or doctors, probably you're making between $100 to $500. Or if there are any lawyers here, what, $1,000 per hour? Multiply all this time versus 125, and you get something that's done perfectly for you. So just an idea, just another idea. And then just a few more thoughts, just to summarize this. Robots can be very precise and can measure everything very precisely. They can't smell yet. If the garlic is sauteing, they can't smell that the garlic is perfectly golden. They can't hear the sizzling of a steak. And they can't taste as they go. Because you guys are doing it. Can a robot do it instead of you, all of those that are cooking here? Yeah, I don't think so. So I believe that in the future, AI and robots will help chefs. And I look at you guys, the recreational chefs at home, will help you superhumans. You guys are going to be superhuman chefs that will be enhanced with AI and robots. And together, by eating more at home versus eating out and eating all the things we're eating today, we can actually transform public health and longevity together, combining those two. Live longer, happier, and healthier. That's it. Thank you.
Any questions for Renata?
Hey Renata, what a great presentation. I'm hungry, so if you have some food or a chef, that'd be great. But my question is, when you talk to the health plans such as Elevance/Anthem, where's your entry point? Who are you going to, who's responsible for this line item? Is it the Medicaid leadership within each state? Help me understand that.
Yeah, that's the first question I get about this, because it is very interesting. So our entry point was with the program manager in Anthem that is specifically locally in Sacramento area where I'm located. And then when we applied for the entire state. And after we applied with them, then HealthNet said, hey, we want it too. So the equivalent program managers, but they work a little bit differently. But definitely start with the program managers in a specific region and then expand from there. By the way, it will be helpful if you work with a doctor and the doctor applies. So we have a doctor on our team, and I let the doctor say, hey, we want them. That was much better than me going there as a business person.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I have a question about the slide that you mentioned you accept HSA or FSA. Yeah. My understanding is that FSA or HSA is not eligible for meal plans right now. So is this something that you're working on, or what's your next step on that?
Thank you. That's a wonderful question. It's actually available on our platform today. So if you go to myfoodam.com, you can see it already live there. And the way we did it, so people that have, we started with diabetes, pre-diabetes or any type of diabetes. If a person has that and they order diabetes-friendly meals from our menu, they can use their FSA, HSA card, and then we help them process the whole thing. We partnered with a company that does the letter of medical necessity, and they do the clearance and the billing for us. But for the customer, they see just seamlessly just from us. We have APIs that we integrated. And the way we aligned it with IRS is that it's an in-home service for people that need specific nutrition. So this is the way we cleared it with IRS. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah. Well, we got to move on. So find Renata here in the wings or in the audience, and definitely at the party, because we have about 400 people showing up at 7 o'clock. Hey, Joshua Tomeo Sarver. What do you have? You're going to tell us about the lessons from the School of Hard Knocks.
Well, thank you. It's always hard to go before lunch. It might be harder to go before dinner after a talk on food. So.
Yes, that could be rough, but we're going to pick it up, and we've got an audience out there on the internet, so out on the interwebs.
All right, so while I'm waiting for my...
As soon as you see your down arrow on the clicker, as soon as you see your slides, you're ready to go.
All right, well, thank you. So I'm going to talk about scaling AI in healthcare and the lessons that I've learned from doing it over the past 15 years or so. I hope. Step one, make sure the slides work. Okay, so let me start by sharing a little bit about my relationship with healthcare and innovations. So I'm the Vice President of Innovation at Inflect Health and Vituity, and at Vituity we're a 50-year-old national multi-specialty healthcare organization. We care for about 12 million patients a year, and we staff about 500 hospitals. So when you go to the hospital takes care of the nurses and the drugs and the bed and everything, and then you also see a physician. And for a little over 500 hospitals, about a third of California, we are those physicians. Inflect Health, where I spend most of my time, is an innovation and investment hub within Vituity. Personally, I'm a practicing emergency physician. I still do about 6 shifts a month, and I have a PhD in statistics, so I kind of combine those things. And since about 1991, I've been building and deploying software into healthcare. So at this point, I have 5 patents, one an ML documentation system, and our first AI tool that we deployed into healthcare and scaled was from 2015. So all of this is to get to the point to say that I have experience and observations that have led to many hypotheses, and every day I realize more and more I just don't have any answers. So let's talk for a second about generative AI strengths and weaknesses. So in healthcare, we've noticed that it intuitively receives inputs. And you may recall that there's MS-DOS, and I don't know how many people here remember programming in MS-DOS, and at least I felt really cool when I could program and no one else could. And that was because no one else wanted to learn MS-DOS. Then we got a graphic user interface, and that really opened up how many people could use a computer. Right? Before it was a high technical thing, now anyone could do it. So we went from that to now we have a generative AI human interface. And think about it. Now we can interact with the computer through natural language and gestures, and it can actually interact, we saw an avatar earlier, back to us through natural language and gestures. The outputs can be creative, whether that's text, voice, or visuals. And you can have a generalized use case. For all the years that I was training statistical models, or you were training statistical models, whether that's an ML model, logistic regression, or just basic arithmetic, you had to have a very specific use case that you were using. And now we don't need it doesn't need to be trained on that exact use case. On the other hand, there's a difficulty in controlling outputs. They're unstable, they're hard to constrain with LLMs, and that's what we're hearing a lot about with hallucinations. And those are pretty unpredictable. So when that underlying LLM model changes just slightly, and you've put something in production, now you have 50,000 people who are getting the wrong response or the response that they're not expecting. So even a little bit in that LLM makes big changes, and we actually heard that a little bit earlier when someone was mentioning, if you poison the data with only 0.1%, you can get some big downstream changes. And I'm going to probably not have time to talk about it, but it's because LLMs are fundamentally an unstable equilibria. So scaling in AI production, what do you need to do? So you need to have systems in place to control hallucinations. And what's the screening question for that? At least in our experience, we have, and all of the things we've been able to scale with LLMs, we have never found that the LLM itself is sufficient to control the hallucinations. And so the question is what non-LLM system are you going to put in place to control those hallucinations so that you can scale something into production? The next is systems to reduce cost and latency. And that's how do you reduce tokens and how do you decrease latency? One of the first LLM-based systems that I scaled, I was really proud. I was super happy. We had tons of users. And then my CIO said, "You're doing great, I know, because I just got a $200,000 bill for the last month in tokens." And I said, "Oh, that's a factor of 100 greater than I thought it was going to be." And so, how are you going to reduce tokens when you start scaling? How are you going to decrease the latencies so that you don't get user abandonment of it? And then how do you have systems to improve usability and user experience? That contextual output that is so great, it's comprehensive, it reads like a human, we love it. When you put that into someone's workflow and they have to actually review that to be accurate every time, they hate it and they hate things about you and think nasty thoughts. So no one wants to actually review all of that. So how do you allow the user to control their ability to review something without having to review all of the amazing text that the LLM can produce for them? And then underneath all of this is avoiding small error variation trap that's specific to healthcare and something which we may or may not have time to discuss. So controlling hallucinations, we've heard about some of these things, specific grounding and lookup tables. So I don't want to make lookup tables sound like they're trivial, but someone earlier was talking about how they are grounding their, I think it was a pharmacy app, by having it actually just have responses that have already been approved. And you could do that through a lookup table, which is now going to ensure that it gives responses that are appropriate. And then multi-agent systems, and we've done that quite a bit, where you employ multiple agents with different instructions and domains to cross-validate and scrutinize the other's output. Reducing cost and latency, so we've done that through input reduction or consolidation of the inputs, so you get a lot of input from your user. You actually have your first agents go down and trim that way down, and then actually reduce the hallucinations there. Language model distillation, obviously. Prompt optimization, and then inference optimization are the other ways that we've reduced both the cost and the latency. Now, improving usability and user experience is having a key review step, and that's where the multi-agents come in place, where that happens before the user ever sees it, because once the user sees something that's crap, they're not going to use it anymore. Intuitive user workflow, designing that workflow, it keeps the user in the loop enough to provide that necessary feedback prior to that complete generative output without overwhelm. So for us, we do a lot of summary tables, and then the summary table that the user approves is actually what is the gold standard that we check the output against to make sure it's not hallucinating. And then personalized recommendations, and one of the beauties, obviously, of LLM is that you're able to personalize it to the user as you get to know their profile and their preferences. And it's actually relatively easy to incorporate those preferences back into those workflows in the output. So screening health tech that won't scale, the questions that we ask, and we do have a venture arm that I sit with, is what non-LLM technology do you use to address hallucinations? And when the answer is none, we say, oh, that's a cool proof of concept. I don't think it's going to go scaling. How do you minimize token count and how do you minimize latency? One, for your unit costs so that your unit economics work out, and the second, so that your users adopt it and don't abandon it. How do you incorporate it into a natural workflow as if it were an employee doing a job for you? And I'm going to run out of time before I can talk about one of the learnings we've had about who uses the AI for what. And then how do you account for small area variation so that you don't over-index on your development or pilot environment? And we don't have time to talk about that. Okay, questions?
If you really want to. Oh yeah,
I'm standing before dinner. Do people want to hear about why small error variation is a huge problem in healthcare?
Sure, well, who's got a question? Who wants dialogue here? Raise your hand. Yeah, I know, here you go.
Yeah, so really great 6-minute presentation. I appreciate the brevity. No, I think the question I have for you is, the fundamental second step of, implementing the solution that's going to essentially, I'm assuming, train the model when they're catching hallucinations from either an agentic layer or something else, what are the tools that you've seen? Because I've listened to a few companies talk about helping do that, but what are some of the ones that you are impressed by within that category?
Let me see if I understand the question. So what tools have we seen that does the best job of catching the hallucinations prior to showing it to the user?
That and also providing that back into some sort of fine-tuning capability within the model.
Yeah, so the tools catching it before we show it to the user, we kind of divide that into two groups, and it depends for the use case. And now I'm going straight to just the LLM use cases that we've done. There are the tools that catch the problems where it's a clear hallucination or has violated one of the rules. And we actually find that doing code and just business rules for that works best because it's cheap, it's fast, and it doesn't not work. The second part of that has actually been a lot harder, and we haven't found a solution for that, so if anyone has one, I'd love to hear it, which is you can see an essay and say, does this essay say something that's wrong? Right? And that we can do with code usually to say, track it back and make sure it doesn't do something that's wrong. But that's not to say this essay is good enough, I'd put my name on it. And for that level of quality, we actually haven't found a very good solution. But I hope to.
That's why I have to edit everything. I spend more time using AI. It gets better, the co-piloting, but it's not necessarily time-saving.
Yeah, well, and that's going to who we found using it. So we've had about 35 different use cases we've done, and about half of those we've scaled now. And one of the lessons that we've had, and I don't know how generalizable this is outside, maybe you all have had a similar experience, is if you think about what you do as a person, there's something that's kind of core to your job function and who you are, and then there's stuff that you delegate to the people who work for you or your team or to someone else. And one interesting phenomenon that I feel like we've seen quite a bit is people are really comfortable using AI for things that they delegate. But if you ask them to use it for their core function or what they believe, so like, if I asked you to create a presentation for me, I'm pretty comfortable asking AI to create a presentation for me. If your job is creating presentations for me and you ask the AI to create a presentation, your feedback is generally, it doesn't do a good job, it doesn't do it the way I would do it, I just don't like it and I'm not going to use it. Interestingly enough, I would ask it and be comfortable with that. And so whatever you would delegate to someone else, you're comfortable using it in that function. So.
True. Well, thank you. Joshua, thank you. And everybody, a big hand. And now we have coming up the martini presentation. So really the person standing between right now and your drinks. Sorry to put you on the spot, Tom. And then we have to designate somebody to ask questions at the end of your presentation. Everybody welcome Tom Nix up to the stage.
All right.
We'll get your
72 pages. We'll see if we can breeze through this pretty fast. Quickly, by a show of hands, who in this room has a solution or a company that is focused on selling to either health systems or health plans? Raise your hand. I know Renata. Okay, can barely see you. Okay, great. So that's what I'm really going to talk about today is just like how you can use AI-enhanced workflows to try to minimize the delays that happen so often in the sales cycles that today are already really, really long. So when you think about healthcare, the reason why those sales cycles are so long, primarily it's because there's a lot of people involved in decisions. And when you look at a decision that involves, for example, Renata's service, Foodum, the stakeholders at Anthem still needed to collaborate with the stakeholders at the state of California because the product and the service was for the population that was covered under their contract. So these types of structures really change the dynamics of these contracts. And so We're going to cover that real quick. We're going to talk a little bit about where things get bogged down, and then we'll talk about just some areas of opportunity real quick that we can dive into to try to ensure that the efforts that you have in your sales process are going to be moving forward even with some challenges. So the key things that I've seen, and real quick, I spent about 10 years, I was a co-founder of a company called RIA Health. We were a tech-enabled telehealth practice that delivered substance use treatment. We were the first Joint Commission accredited telehealth provider. We were the first value-based national contract for addiction treatment services that Anthem, Optum, and a couple of other health plans contracted with, and we scaled to 50 states. And so I went through a lot of these different experiences in contracting where I had a 18-month contracting cycle to a 36-month contracting cycle. And so I'm trying to share and dive into some of the key areas that I know happen often. They may not be relevant to some of the services that you have, but these are pretty common. So the biggest common area where we see speed get affected, or one of the biggest ones, is data dependency. A lot of solutions that people have are really great novel solutions, but they're very dependent on the large data sets that are sitting within the target client that they are focused on. And if they're new in their journey, there's a real apprehension about these health plans giving you access to some of that data. And so I'll talk a little bit about how to solve for some of those challenges. And then the one thing I encountered, and I don't know, by a show of hands, have you ever worked on a commercial opportunity and someone who's really important in that decision leaves their job, gets promoted, gets transferred? That happens about 20% of the time. In the course of 12 months, you'll see that kind of change, especially at some of these larger organizations. So I developed the DOPE framework because we don't want to have dopey things drag our sales cycles into a stall. So starting with the data dependency, I was working on a program where we were identifying through an algorithm people that were at risk for alcohol use disorder. The folks at United used the algorithm, found 42,000 members that had had no previous diagnosis, and we wanted to be able to proactively engage with these members, similar to some of the programs that they use for diabetes. We got stuck in purgatory in trying to get that solved. It took us about 30 months to get the opportunity to use that data to be able to engage the people at risk. So data dependency is a big deal, and it's a big place where you see people slow down, and we'll talk about how to solve for that. A lot of people that are early in their journey lack meaningful outcomes, because sometimes health outcomes, if it's a patient-facing solution, require 3 or 4 years. Sometimes the objective ROI isn't there because nobody's given them that chance, or they're early and they haven't been able to measure it. So those are some of the other things that we see, as well as the the fluidity of the people. Again, 15 to 20% are going to change over the course of 12 months. And then lastly, things stall because you have limited time. Usually the companies that have early stage profiles, the CEOs, the chief commercial officer, the chief product officer, they're doing a lot of things. So being able to try to unstick lower level issues becomes something that you just can't focus the time on. So what happens when this happens? So for example, if you're selling to a health system, you have a very structured approach to the planning and budgeting cycle. You may not have as much of an issue if you're replacing something that's already represented on the budget, but if you're a new expense and you are bogging down in your sales cycle, it could cost you 12 additional months because you will miss the budgeting cycle for that health system. Your competitors can come in and, with a like solution if they're more prepared, or an incumbent sitting inside with a contract could hear about the solution or the pain that you're trying to solve for and develop some capabilities to try to replicate what you were offering to do. And obviously, it could hurt your revenue. So, talking about data dependency, the first thing that I would say is always have a 3-step position. An all or nothing position will cost you. If you go in saying, listen, I need to have the claims data, that's it, and you do not have a fallback position, you do not have a good opportunity in the event that your executive sponsor, your champion, can't navigate some existing rules. So always have, you know, a management case, a base case, and a worst case scenario of what you want to try to achieve with data so that you're not stuck holding out for an all or nothing. With outcomes and ROI, the first thing before you even get your product and you have your target pilot partner, ensure that they are willing to take that information and let you use it publicly. I have seen a couple of companies that have gotten great opportunities with large health plans, and nobody wants that information shared with the public. And they won't come out with any case studies. So it really is important to make sure you have that clarity. We've used, in the beginning of ReHealth, we were using analog data from existing treatment programs, which were, you know, established over decades as our baseline so that we had that available to us. And then the other thing too is you may start out with a big measure. There's always opportunities to measure in a more narrow way to have more effective and faster insights on the ROIs. So the stakeholder complexity, you have to have, if you're going after a large health system or a large health plan, just because you have a great fan, a champion, who you think is going to help you get from start to finish, you have to have a reach to understand the dependencies of those decisions, map those dependencies, and really get to understand the needs of each stakeholder, because otherwise you'll find yourself, again, bumping into something you didn't see after 12 months of already being in the process. So the place where I feel is a really strong opportunity for small and early stage firms to get started with implementing agentic workflows is really around taking some of those effort-driven but somewhat tedious tasks and automating them. Now, I have a whole list of tools that are not only off the shelf but also GitHub repositories of this information that people can use that's already been done so that they can potentially create their own agents. So there's options here for depending upon your resources. But the first thing that I think is an opportunity is to really understand that fluidity of your stakeholders by developing the ability to see when their titles change, when their roles change, when their jobs change, and not wait for that information. So using tools that are going to go into social platforms like LinkedIn to be able to have real-time information related to those types of changes. Those same tools have the ability to listen to what they're doing. So if I see that the Senior Vice President of Strategy at Elevance is commenting on a competitor, I need to know that, right? Because I might be further in this process and I didn't realize that they're evaluating somebody else. And so having a listening tool that's out there looking at the things and the actions that the people are taking is super critical. And then not only looking at what they're posting, but capturing the people that are liking and commenting, because there you'll see some competitive movement as well. Lastly, having kind of a lead prioritization. So a lot of times, I started to build out the business development plan with other mental health platform companies that wanted to have a center of excellence for alcohol use disorder, and worked with some of the renowned companies in that area. And what I didn't realize was one of the opportunities that we were pursuing that I thought was progressing well, they ended up making their own solution, their own program. And when I went back and looked at some of the job postings that they had, I would have seen that. And so having this listening, this capability of being able to not only listen, but to score where a prospect or an opportunity is. And in your lead evaluation, this helps so that you can say, you know, I'm not going to spend as much time on that anymore. I'm going to spend more time on the ones that still have a high value. You know, the buyer journey is a big, long thing, developing personas, so you know in your stakeholder map, like what's important to each person, so you can tailor information and messaging to them. But you have to be able to look at how you can unlock some of the challenges that might exist within your stakeholder landscape. And you know, that's something that I think you need to create some automation. And there's automation tools already, marketing automation tools in most base level CRMs like HubSpot. And so thinking through and mapping to the value or the benefits that are important to each stakeholder and having a content plan that is automated at different stages in your journey will pay huge dividends. I was able to meet with the CEO of Optum to finalize my agreement. Her name was Martha Temple. She was amazing. I got the contract finally signed. And I was like, wow, setting up quarterly business reviews with her SVP and then annual reviews with her. She was gone in 4 months. She didn't need to hear from me, but yet once a year. And she knew who we were, and she kept us on top of her mind. My communication probably only needed to be about once every 3 weeks, once every 4 weeks. But it was nice to send information that was just high-level KPI data to keep that particular member of the stakeholder landscape engaged. And then just being able to see real time how this thing changes is super important. So the key priorities, again, these are the 6 ones that I would recommend for early stage companies to start thinking about automating, either through creating your own agents. And the benefit of being able to create your own agents is that when you scale, so when you go from 1 or 2 direct commercially focused people to a team of 15, if this is in place, when you bring those people on, you'll have faster ROI for the investments in those team members, and that will be super critical. So by having this foundation that you develop yourself, you can scale it faster, but it may be easier for you to use off-the-shelf tools for each one of these areas, and you might run into just a little bit more heavy lift and a lot more siloed data down the road, but it would be just fine just to get started. So again, don't be a dope and let this stuff slow you down and do dopey things like try to monitor LinkedIn posts yourself. Try to use the time that you have for more valuable voice of customer, and by using agentic workflows, you can take what is a 12 or 18 month journey and reduce the risk of it going past some of those deadlines, and potentially in some cases bring it down 10 to 15%, which from a cash flow perspective drops right to your bottom line. And that's it. Any questions, since I asked all the questions? Oh,
look, everybody's reciprocating.
Yeah, a couple of things I want to point out. So, a bunch of these health systems, they go through this M&A activity a lot, right? Hospital system acquiring another hospital system. Once that, let's say you're going through the sales cycle and then suddenly there's this M&A activities, you don't know that that's happening, going to happen. So everything stalls. That's one case I've seen. The other case is where, you came to know that they are doing an EMR upgrade or changing from one EMR to another EMR. You went through this process and then suddenly they change the EMR and then everything stalls.
Yeah, so those 2 examples real quick. I had a national contract with Anthem before they became Elevance, and I was in the midst of negotiations with Beacon Health Options, which became Carelon, right? That was the behavioral health group that they acquired. All of my champions on the BH side at Anthem were neutered because they were going to put everybody over on the Carelon side. So all of these direct patient engagement initiatives, which they had signed off on, became, holds. The other situation described by, let's say, if I'm a CIO and I'm doing that big of a platform switch, I'm not going to want to see any new tools being presented to me. So that's where the 3 layers of like, where's your, your manager's case, your business, your best case, and then your worst case, have that position to fall back so that, really what you need is a trust building start to the business relationship. So when you see that kind of a block, which is a realistic block, find some way to work around it in a smaller bite-size opportunity to get a contract, get a vendor established, get that relationship moving. And maybe there isn't, but that's just one of the things that I think, going back to having those 3 positions and flexibility could be helpful. I hope that helped.
I got one for you. This is more from someone who builds agent point of view. What's your threshold for something you buy off the shelf? Like, how often does it need to air out for you to be like, this is not good for me?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I think it really boils back to the competencies of the team that needs to implement it and use it. So what I have seen is that there are organizations that have, really talented people that understand how to spin up really good agents that can, multi-agent frameworks that can do a variety of tasks, but they could be tackling a lot more priorities that are related to the revenue-generating product side. So in those cases, you may have to choose something off the shelf just because you don't want to take that valuable resource and point it towards something important, but not necessarily as valuable as the product. So it really just depends on the competency of the organization and the team. And then in some cases, I mean, there are tools that I would say are better to be used that are off the shelf. Let's say for like, validating the highest level of quality of contact info. Why would you want to try to replicate some of these companies that are doing that really well? But you want to have that in your workflow if you are going to execute some agentic workflows, because why do you want to go back to that, data silo when you don't need to? Hope that helps.
Yeah.
More questions?
All right.
No more questions.
All right.
Tom, could it really be?
Let's go get some drinks.
Are we going to have some drinks? Okay, everybody. Big round of applause. Tom capping off the whole day. It's brave to go. It's brave to, last licks. You did well. I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, for coming. The bar is open in the back. We've got about, 15 minutes before another whole wave comes in. So, if you want to be able to get a drink, I would head to the bar right now, and then we're going to turn up the lights a little bit, turn up the music, and have a JPM Week, Health Tech Week finale party here.
I know that you like that. You know where my mind's at. Can't be tamed. I'm not gonna play. Oh no, I ain't like that. Fuck him, I'm a wildcat. Baby, break my heart. Give me all you got. Don't ask why. Don't be shy. Is it love or lust? I can't get enough. Don't ask why. Don't be shy. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. La 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 la. La 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 la. People say I'm not gonna change, not gonna change. I know how you like that. You know where my mind's at. Can't be tamed. I'm not gonna play, not gonna play. Oh no, I am like that. Fucking mama, wildcat. Baby, break my heart. Give me all you got. Don't ask why. Don't be shy, shy, shy. Is it love or lust? I can't get enough. Don't ask why. Don't be shy, shy, shy. La 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 da 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 la 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 da 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 da. Know yourself beautiful. Wanna get emotional. Oh, follow me, easy now. We could work a miracle. Oh, yeah. Baby, break my heart. Give me all you got. Don't ask why. Don't be shy, shy, shy. Is it love or lust? I can't get enough. Don't ask why. Don't be shy, shy, shy.
Where are you now? Hey, it's been too long ago, my love. Where did we go wrong? Too late to turn around. Where are you now? Where are you now? Hey, it's been too long. You're just like my favorite song going round, round my head. Like my favorite song going round and round my head. You're just like my favorite song going round and round my head. Like my favorite song going round and round my head. Hey, it's been too long. Some days I can feel it, but the feeling ain't all blue. You got me believing one day you gotta come through. Lost in these city lights, 'cause I can't sleep tonight. Where are you now? Where are you now? Hey, it's been too long ago, my love. Where did we go wrong? Too late to turn around. Where are you now? Where are you now? Hey, it's been too long. You're just like my favorite song going round and round my head. Like my favorite song going round and round my head. You're just like my favorite song going round and round my head. Like my favorite song going round and round my head.
Hey,